an extremely large area. The entire Beast Horn arena encompasses dozens of miles of jungle. In the middle of the jungle, there are numerous mountains, some of which have been converted into giant platforms for members of various powerful families to stand on and witness the birth of the champion of the Qingyang Town hunting event, which is held every 5 years. This jungle connects to an endless mountain range where extremely ferocious beasts roam. Without some skill, you could easily be swallowed whole and become their meal. Each participant will have a tag representing their identity before entering the jungle. In addition to fighting off wild beasts and guarding against their threats, participants also need to be wary of other competitors. Only by collecting 10 identity tokens representing the contestants can one emerge from the jungle and reach this giant platform. This creates a competitive relationship among the participants. There were only about 100 people participating in the competition. Only 10 contestants will be able to reach the giant stage and participate in the final round. It can be said that the competition in the jungle is simply to gain qualification and strive not to be eliminated. Generally speaking, contestants at the 9th level of the body tempering realm have a great chance of making it to the giant stage. If one can reach the earthly realm, one will surely be able to win the final hunting championship on the giant platform. Lin Chen and the others sat in the seats designated for the Lin family, listening to Lin Xiao explain what they should pay attention to during the hunt. At that moment, a large group of people surged over. At the very front were 2 middle-aged men. The middle-aged man on the left is wearing a light gray silk robe, with deep-set eyes that give him a cold and stern look. The middle-aged man on the right was also dressed in luxurious brocade, but he was wearing a tiger skin over his clothes. He had a smile on his face and seemed very kind and approachable. However, these kinds of people often smile and go to great lengths for each other. Ah Chen, those are Lei Bao, the patriarch of the Lei family, and Zai Kaiyan, the patriarch of the Zai family. They are mortal enemies of our Lin family. Lin Zia, who was standing to Lin Chen's left, quickly whispered the introductions. At the previous trading fair, we caused Lei Li and Zai Yingying to suffer a great loss. Those 2 old fogies must know about it, and they might try to trip us up. It's best to be careful. That is true, although the struggles between the younger generation are usually not discussed openly by the higher-ups of their respective families. However, the trade fair caused both the Lei and Zai families to lose face, and those 2 old men probably won't forget it. Their wicked intentions are almost impossible to conceal. Without the instructions of the Lei and Zai family patriarchs, how dare those younger members of the family cause trouble? Moreover, the statement that adults need not concern themselves with the squabbles between the younger generation was made by the Lei and Zai families. They clearly did not want Lin Zhenshin and other experts at the Tianyuan realm to get involved and demand justice, which shows that they were particularly wicked. Indeed, you should all be careful. After we get to the jungle, Lei Li and Zai Yingying will come looking for us to settle accounts. Lin Chen nodded, not forgetting to remind him of this matter. Oh, isn't this old man Lei? Why do you still look so happy? It seems you're also very pleased that our Lin family defeated Lei Lei. In the past, it was always Lei Bao and Zai Kaiyan who would make sarcastic remarks to Lin Zhenshin, leaving him only able to sulk, since he was telling the truth and had no way to refute it. But now that Lin Zhenshin knows what happened at the trading fair, how could he possibly let go of this great opportunity to show off? As expected, when Lin Zhenshin's words reached the ears of Lei Bao and Zai Kaiyan, their expressions immediately changed. Lei Bao forced a smile before saying, "Then I must congratulate old man Lin on having a junior at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. If it weren't for that defeat, Lei Li wouldn't have reached the Earth origin realm so quickly." Behind him, Lei Li puffed out his chest, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with provocation. Reaching the earthly realm at this point is practically a guaranteed win in the hunting event. This astonishing news caused Lin Genshin's expression to change slightly. Earthly origin realm, that's feasible. If I were defeated by Ah Chen again, wouldn't I have a chance to break through to the heavenly origin realm? Lin Genshin could not possibly be unaware that the other party's words were merely an attempt to save face and launch a counterattack. As a shrewd old fox, he naturally had ways to retaliate. Maybe so. Lei Bao had thought he could gain an advantage, but upon hearing Lin Genshin's words, he was speechless and could only chuckle a few times, not intending to continue the topic. If nothing unexpected happens, that old fox Lin Genshin will keep bringing up the fact that Lin Chen defeated Lei Li. Even if the latter broke through to the earthly realm, so what? He still lost to Lin Chen. No matter how you look at it, it's a tactic that kills 1,000 enemies, but also injures 800 of your own. This hunting trip is going to be quite interesting. I wonder if we can win back all those prizes we've won before and even make a profit. Lin Genshin enjoyed seeing Lei Bao's frustrated expression. Seeing that the other party ignored him, he continued speaking to himself. Even if you reach the earthly realm, what then? As long as Zai Yingying doesn't reach the earthly realm, the Lin family can at least stay in third place. This hunting event has more prizes than any previous one. If they can get into the top 3, the Lin family will be able to get back all the losses they suffered in the past. Perhaps. Lei Bao and Zai Qian clearly didn't want to talk to Lin Genshin anymore, and they probably understood each other's thoughts, so they each sat down in their respective seats. However, as Lei Li passed Lin Chen, he didn't forget to threaten him in a vicious, low voice. Lin Chen, I remember the disgrace of the trading hall. I'll take back those 2 storage bags of yours, twofold. Just pray you don't end up as prey in the jungle. Lin Chen never tolerates this kind of person. He smiled dismissively and said calmly, that would be best, so that some people won't beg for mercy like they did at the trading house. Lei Li's face immediately turned extremely gloomy. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. This is impossible to continue. It's the same old stuff over and over again, damn it. When Zai Yingying passed by, she kept her eyes straight ahead, pretending not to recognize Lin Chen. Zai Ting, who was behind her, looked full of resentment. A delicate girl was brutally beaten into a pig's head in front of so many people, making her the laughing stock of Qingyang town. How could Zai Ting possibly forget such a deep-seated grudge? Upon seeing Lin Chen again, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could take revenge right now. However, when she saw Lin Chen raise his fist, unpleasant memories flooded back, almost making her cry out unconsciously. Hateful. When Zai Ting realized that the other person had only moved their wrist, she understood that the other person had done it on purpose. Her cheeks flushed red. She couldn't help but stomp her foot and ran away in a huff. Zai Ting, who used to always find amusement with the younger generation of the Lin family, has had many misfortunes since meeting Lin Chen. After the trade fair ended, she went looking for a place to settle scores. They even took advantage of Lin Chen and Lin Dong's absence, but unexpectedly, they were defeated by an unknown nobody they had no recollection of. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. Little did she know that the so-called nobody was Qing Tan, who had been traveling with Lin Zia and had already reached the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. In the instant they faced each other, he kicked a steel plate and was knocked to the ground by a fist as big as a sandbag. He was pressed to the ground and rubbed back and forth repeatedly. Chapter 33. That's not how you be the 6th brother. After the Lei and Zai families entered, the members of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, dressed in blue robes with the wild blade pattern, also entered. The middle-aged man in the lead was expressionless, with several crisscrossing scars on his face, which looked somewhat eerie. A long knife wrapped in black cloth hung at his waist. The other party was Luo Cheng, the master of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, who had the cultivation of the late stage of the heavenly origin realm and was only 1 step away from the Yuan Dan realm. Among all the experts in the heavenly origin realm in Qingyang town, there are very few who can remain undefeated in front of Luo Cheng. Even the arrogant Lei family patriarch, Lei Bao, would not easily take action against Luo Cheng. The opponent's ruthlessness and ferocity are enough to inspire fear. When Luo Cheng first arrived, in order to establish the Mad Blade martial arts school, he made Lei Bao experience the excruciating pain of being stabbed in the chest, leaving him with a considerable trauma. Moreover, they are extremely protective of their own. Previously, some members of the Mad Blade martial arts school were bullied by the Lei and Zai families, and they rushed over to fight. It was only because the two families persuaded them kindly and apologized that a large-scale battle between Tianyuan realm members was prevented. This has led the Lei and Zai families to want to take action against the Mad Blade martial arts school, which threatens their position, but they dare not act rashly. They can only adopt roundabout tactics to weaken the influence of the Mad Blade martial arts school in Qingyang town by cutting off the Lin family's wings. Brother Zhenshin, how have you been? A forced, awkward smile appeared on Luo Cheng's stiff face as he cupped his hands in greeting to Lin Zhenshin. He had already learned from Wu Yun about Lin Chen and Lin Dong's outstanding performance at the previous trade fair, and knew that the Lin family, which had been recruited, was likely to rise to become a large family of the same size as the Lei family. Therefore, he dared not be negligent. Despite Luo Cheng's fierce and invincible appearance, he knew that under the combined attack of the Lei and Zai families, the seemingly powerful Mad Blade martial arts school was actually no match for them. Only by winning over the Lin family can one gain a foothold in Qingyang town. Seeing that the Lin family had become stronger, he was naturally very happy, and he was able to breathe a little easier in the face of the pressure from the Lei and Zai families. Brother Luo, your strength has improved again. It seems that you will soon reach the Yuan Dan realm, and dealing with this chaos will also be just around the corner. After noticing the change in Luo Cheng's aura, Lin Zhenshin smiled and offered his congratulations. He made no attempt to conceal the close relationship between the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school. In fact, his words just now were deliberately spoken to make those two old men, Lei Bao and Zai Qian, feel uneasy. Well, it's hard to say. Luo Cheng waved his hand modestly. He turned his head to look at Lin Chen and Lin Dong, two rising stars from the Lin family who had emerged in the competition and had attracted a lot of attention in Qingyang town recently. Is this the child that Brother Zhenshin took in before? He's grown so much. His performance at the trading fair the other day was quite outstanding. The compliments made Lin Zhenshin very happy. Brother Luo, how can this compare to Wu Yun? If that were possible, that would be great. Luo Cheng shook his head, summoned Wu Yun, the knife-wielding youth behind him, and instructed him. Wu Yun, from now on, follow your brother Lin Chen and cultivate diligently. I think your future achievements will be quite considerable. Staying in Qingyang town, the upper limit one can see is only the Yuan Dan realm. How ridiculous. Luo Cheng didn't want Wu Yun's final goal to be reaching the Tianyuan realm, but rather he didn't want Wu Yun to fail to even touch the threshold of the Yuandan realm. People always want to climb higher mountains and go to farther places. That's a must. Wu Yun already knew this, and at this moment, his eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Chen and waved to him. Brother Lin, how about we practice sometime another day? Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng slapped Wu Yun across the face. What is that? He didn't mean for them to fight. Sorry, let's try again. Wu Yun shrank back, gave an awkward smile, and said to Lin Chen, let's get together more often when we have time. That way, I won't get beaten up, right? Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and nod, saying, okay. Who would have thought that Wu Yun, the martial arts fanatic, had this side to him? Lin Chen, I have high hopes for you in this hunting trip. Luo Cheng looked at Lin Chen and gave him a slightly awkward smile, but you could feel his sincerity. Lin Chen cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your praise, master. I will certainly work hard." After exchanging pleasantries with the Lin family, Luo Cheng and his group took their seats. As for the so-called Lei and Zai families, given Luo Cheng's personality as the master of the Mad Saber martial arts school, if you asked him to greet someone, he would draw his longsword and hold it to the other person's neck in the next second. The Lei family was, after all, the most powerful force in Qingyang town. Lei Bao, the family patriarch with a fake smile, immediately stood on the platform after confirming the presence of numerous powerful figures and made a simple announcement. According to the rules of previous hunting events, you only need to collect 10 identity tokens to ascend the giant platform and participate in the final competition. Now that all participants have received their identity tokens, please enter the Beast Horn arena and begin hunting. In the dense jungle, Lin Chen looked around and could faintly hear the roar of a tiger nearby. The participants from each faction participated in the hunt in a disordered order and did not walk together. Lin Chen planned to find Lin Dong and Lin Zia first, with the latter being the most important, as her strength had improved considerably during this period. However, they were still not strong enough to face the Lei and Zai families, who were the Lin family's enemies. Just as Lei Li had threatened before, this jungle is vast and teeming with ferocious beasts, and powerful monsters might even emerge from the boundless mountains. In that case, it's quite normal for some contestants to die. Such situations have occurred in previous hunting events in Qingyang town. Even if the deceased's family was furious and suspected that someone had deliberately killed him, there was nothing they could do. Under pressure from the other families, he could only leave in resentment. Hunting involves not only hunting animals, but also hunting hunters. The powerful families in Qingyang town rely on these hunting activities to engage in open and covert struggles. It would be extremely difficult to determine a winner based solely on the top-tier resources of experts at the heavenly origin realm. Therefore, many things depended on this hunting activity. In other words, they used this event to achieve certain goals. For example, the Lei and Zai families want to take revenge on Lin Chen. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, killing it in the jungle and dumping it next to a wild beast can only be considered an accident. It's cruel, that's reality. As Lin Chen continued his journey, he noticed that the surrounding jungle had become much quieter. There can only be one possibility for this unusual situation. Or perhaps there are extremely powerful beasts nearby, lurking and watching us. Or perhaps someone had already cleared the area beforehand and was lying in ambush, waiting for the unlucky one to appear. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Chen released his spiritual power and probed into the dense and lush forest nearby. He smiled slightly and walked towards a certain location. During this process, he made no sound, arriving at his destination like a ghost. On the ground lay 3 burly, dark-skinned boys, carefully concealing themselves to avoid being discovered. During this process, they were also subconsciously talking in hushed tones. The gist of it is that no one has come yet. If we stay here like a camper and can't find anyone, then we won't be able to get into the top 10 and compete for the championship. Looking back, this was probably the first time I'd been the 6th child, and I didn't have enough patience. Faced with such newbies, Lin Chen could only casually approach them and say in a low voice, "I think it would be faster to just hand over your identity cards. That way, you can go straight to the stage and wait for me to win the championship." Chapter 30 for the demonic beast Fire Python Tiger. Who? The 3 dark-skinned teenagers were about to chime in. But they quickly realized that there were only the 3 of them there, so how could there be a 4th person speaking? Turning her head to look behind her, she saw the white-clad youth standing close by and immediately cried out in surprise. They tried to retaliate immediately, but a sharp 3-foot-long sword was already held to their necks. "Don't move, my sword doesn't have eyes." Seeing the boy in the middle trying to resist, Lin Chen coldly stared at him and continued. Hand over your ID card, or you'll get a beating. The three dark-skinned boys looked down at the sharp longsword so close to them, and their faces showed despair. They just couldn't understand how they, who were the ones staking out the place, ended up being the ones staking out by Lin Chen. Moreover, they didn't even know when the other party arrived. It is quite obvious that Lin Chen is stronger than them. Big brother, don't kill us. Here, take our ID cards. After exchanging glances, the three of them handed over their identity tokens. At worst, we can find an opportunity to take it from someone else later. Right now, the priority should be saving my life. Lin Chen glanced at the three identity tokens and then drifted away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind the other person of something. You three still need more practice to be the sixth one. These words left the three of them completely baffled. What did sixth brother mean? Along the way, Lin Chen also encountered some fearless people who rushed out to try and take away his identity token. In that situation, he kicked him away. All told, they've already obtained 9 identity cards. They just need to encounter one more unlucky person to qualify for the finals on the giant stage. Call out. As Lin Chen stopped, an arrow flew out and attacked him directly. It was so fast that even a normal 7th-level body tempering realm cultivator could not dodge it. Bite. With a raised hand, he deflected the arrow with his longsword. Huh. Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. On a tree not far from him, a girl dressed in a tight-fitting leather skirt was holding a green wooden bow and staring coldly at him, as if he had trespassed into the other party's territory. The girl had bronze skin and exuded a wild aura. Her delicate body, wrapped in tight clothes, perfectly showcased her exquisite curves, and her slender waist gave off an explosive sense of power. She stared intently at Lin Chen for a moment, then asked, Lin Chen. Yes, Mu Lingsha, that is Lin Chen. At that moment, Wu Yun, dressed in the uniform of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, walked over and said with a smile, Brother Lin, I never expected to run into you here. Lin Chen glanced at Mu Lingsha without showing any emotion, then looked at Wu Yun and asked, Brother Wu, have you seen Lin Dong and Lin Zia? He felt that meeting Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha here was definitely not a coincidence. If that's the case, we might be able to get some information from them. The main issue is that, relatively speaking, Lin Zia's abilities are not particularly outstanding among so many people. If they encounter Lei Li and Zai Yingying targeting them, unexpected things might happen. Have? Wu Yun nodded and immediately said, I was planning to bring this up with you anyway. Lin Dong and Lin Zia are both at the front, waiting for you. An irrepressible smile spread across his face. This made Lin Chen's heart stir slightly. If he remembered correctly, there should be a powerful fire python tiger nearby. And this fire python tiger has already given birth to cubs. Only this could make Wu Yun so eagerly await his arrival. The main reason is that, in the other party's view, only Lin Chen can deal with Lei Li. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, Brother Wu, is there something you need? Yes, it's something very important. Wu Yun's expression also turned serious. He then recounted the relevant circumstances. A powerful demonic beast, the fire python tiger, has indeed appeared nearby. It most likely came from the boundless mountains and was being chased by other demonic beasts because it was about to give birth to its cubs, which is why it came to this jungle. A fully grown fire python tiger is capable of rivaling a master at the heavenly origin realm. Most importantly, the other party has given birth to cubs. Obtaining a fire python tiger cub is equivalent to gaining a powerful heavenly origin realm expert in the future. The layout of Qingyang Town over the years has been based on the number of experts at the Tianyuan realm. If these powerful families were to learn that a severely injured fire python tiger demon beast that had given birth to cubs had appeared in the jungle where the hunting event was being held. They would probably stop the hunting event immediately and take the cubs back to raise them. Once they're raised to adulthood, it'll be like having another powerful expert at the heavenly origin realm. The Lei family won't have to worry about dealing with the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school anymore. So, you're planning to snatch the fire python tiger cubs back. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's brows relaxed. He said with a smile, "Since both the Lei and Zai families want it, we cannot let them succeed. Fire python tiger cubs can appear in the Lin family or the Mad Blade martial arts school, but they absolutely cannot appear in the Lei family or the Zai family. After all, the latter has far more experts at the heavenly origin realm than the Lin family or the Mad Blade martial arts school. Once this balance is broken, the other side will inevitably force the Lei family to take immediate action in order to completely dominate Qingyang town." "That's great, Brother Lin. I've been waiting for you to say that." Wu Yun was overjoyed and quickly added, "Don't worry, there are 3 fire python tiger cubs, enough for us to share." In his view, there would be one from the Mad Blade martial arts school, one from the Mu family village where Mu Lingsha lived, and one from the Lin family as well. The combined power of the 3 families is enough to deal with the pressure from the Lei and Zai families. The fire python tiger, a demonic beast with the strength of the heavenly origin realm, was severely injured and without treatment is highly likely to bleed to death. Therefore, Lin Chen and his group's next goal is simply to stop Lei Li and Zai Yingying, take the fire python tiger cub away, and that will be the end of it. On the open forest floor, more than a dozen figures holding wooden spears were intently staring at a tall, monstrous beast in front of them. The beast was covered in fiery fur, and its head looked extremely violent and ferocious. On its back, a thick tail lay prostrate, like a fire python flicking its tongue. Blood kept flowing from its wounds, staining the ground crimson. Despite being exhausted, the fire python tiger forced itself to stay alert and stared fiercely at Lei Li and the others. If the other party dares to launch an attack, it will make them suffer the consequences. If the fire python tiger wanted to escape, with its heavenly origin realm strength, even if it was injured, it would be enough to leave this place. But on the rocks behind them, there were 3 small fire python tigers, their bodies covered in blood and their eyes closed, yelping and rolling around, seemingly trying to stand up, or perhaps sensing the danger posed by the fire python tigers and wanting to help. In this situation, even if the demonic beast fire python tiger had a chance to escape, it would not abandon these 3 cubs and leave. The current situation is that everyone wants to wait until the fire python tiger is too badly injured and bleeds to death before they make their move. A demon beast with the strength of the heavenly origin realm, making a desperate counterattack, is definitely not something that the few body-tempering realm cultivators here can withstand. "Brother Lin, we can make our move after the fire python tiger dies." Wu Yun had the same idea. His gaze lingered on Lei Li and Zai Yingying. If the other party dared to make a move, Lin Chen would step in to stop them, and then he would quietly take the 3 fire python tiger cubs away. "Brother Lin." He turned his head with some confusion and saw Lin Chen staring intently at the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, seemingly very interested. Wu Yun immediately tensed up. Could it be that Lin Chen was even bolder than him and planned to kill the fire python tiger with his own hands first, and then take the fire python tiger cub? Even a martial arts fanatic like him wouldn't dare to think like that. Lin Chen snapped out of his daze, and under the other person's tense gaze, he smiled and said, "If I may, how about we treat that fire python tiger? Chapter 35, find a wet nurse to raise the cubs. It's just treatment, that's good. I thought you were going to fight a heavenly origin realm fire python tiger." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Wu Yun, who had been on edge, patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. However, his eyes soon widened considerably. Holy crap, you said you wanted to treat the fire python tiger. Wu Yun was so shocked that he took several steps back, his face full of disbelief. If Lin Chen were to go up and fight the fire python tiger, then in the end, only Lin Chen would likely be the one to die. However, if we were to try to treat the fire python tiger, it would be very likely that everyone present would die. Brother Lin, this is no joke. That's the strength of a heavenly origin realm expert. If he roars twice, we body-tempering realm cultivators will bleed from all 7 orifices and die. After a while, Wu Yun still looked at Lin Chen with lingering fear, wondering if his decision was a huge mistake. If he hadn't waited for Lin Chen, he could have gone with Lin Dong and the others, and probably had a chance to take the 3 fire python tiger cubs away, without getting hurt or facing any danger. He tried to discern Lin Chen's expression to determine if this was a joke, in order to ease the tense atmosphere. However, it seemed that there was not a trace of falsehood on Lin Chen's smiling face. Good heavens! Various images of death were already flashing through Wu Yun's mind. Calm down, Brother Wu. Lin Chen patted Wu Yun's shoulder with a hint of helplessness, comforting him. Listen to me, I'm not kidding. Wu Yun felt like crying. He shouldn't have waited for Lin Chen. This is clearly a case of lifting a stone, only to drop it on one's own foot. Brother Lin, why don't you stay here? Brother Lin Dong and I will go snatch the fire python tiger cubs. We'll divide them according to the previous method, 1 for each family. Wu Yun felt he needed to take some initiative, and at least his method needed to be proposed. He felt that with Lin Chen here to keep him in check, he would have sufficient protection should they be threatened later. No, Brother Wu, really, listen to me. Lin Chen was somewhat amused and exasperated. He stopped the other person from continuing and explained. The reason we want this fire python tiger cub is so that our family can have a new heavenly origin realm expert, thus easing the pressure from the Lei and Zai families. Once the fire python tiger's injuries are healed, we can directly obtain a heavenly origin realm guardian beast, saving even more time. Wu Yun hesitated, though he did know this, but the fire python tiger was, after all, a demon beast, and a Tianyuan realm demon beast at that, with a very fierce personality. Healing the other party's injuries doesn't necessarily guarantee obtaining the guardian beast. Instead, you might become its meal. I know you're worried that after the fire python tiger's injuries are healed, it won't be grateful to us, but instead will attack and kill us. Most importantly, it will hinder our acquisition of the fire python tiger cubs, right? Lin Chen had already seen through Wu Yun's thoughts, which was also the reason why the other party was unwilling earlier. He had already devised a plan, and after seeing Wu Yun nod hesitantly, he continued. Actually, the treatment I'm talking about isn't about directly healing the fire python tiger's injuries. I don't have that ability, and neither do you. The only treatment we can do is prevent it from dying from excessive blood loss. At that point, it won't have the strength to attack us. Don't worry about that. I'll be at the front. Upon hearing this, Wu Yun's tightly furrowed brows relaxed considerably. He had thought Lin Chen intended to completely cure the fire python tiger, but now he realized he had been a bit too sensitive. People in the jungle simply don't have the opportunity to heal each other. Therefore, Lin Chen's claim that the fire python tiger would not bleed to death is plausible. Moreover, Lin Chen will be the one to withstand the pressure in front, while he goes to take the 3 fire python tiger cubs away. This means that even if the fire python tiger intends to attack, Lin Chen will bear the consequences himself. Given the fire python tiger's current state, it might very well be doomed if it encountered a master of the earthly realm. It's probably impossible for them to threaten Lin Chen. Thinking about this, Wu Yun felt much more at ease. I agree with that. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, but do you really want to save the fire python? Lin Chen's words and actions had already told him that the other party intended to take the fire python tiger demon beast back to the Lin family as their guardian beast. However, once these fire python tigers reach adulthood, they can never be tamed. The only opportunity for taming is when they are young, right after birth. Then, Lin Chen's idea will probably be difficult to realize. Yes, I want to save it. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation and offered his explanation, saying, with the fire python tiger around, the cubs are more likely to survive. Wu Yun then understood what Lin Chen meant. This is clearly a plan to kidnap the cub's biological mother, the fire python tiger, so that he won't have to bother raising the cub. Wu Yun's lips twitched, and he gave a thumbs up, praising, Brother Lin, I understand. Your idea is brilliant. However, it will be very difficult to implement. Since you've made this decision, I can only wish you success, but be careful. Now that he had already convinced them, he didn't intend to try to persuade them further. If he did that himself, he would definitely be in trouble. But this is Lin Chen, whose strength has likely already broken through to the earthly realm, so he certainly has the confidence to do so. However, Wu Yun was unaware that Lin Chen's true purpose was to find a monster nurse to help him raise the white tiger cub in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. While feeding them, only spiritual liquid cause malnutrition. Lin Chen felt that it was rather dangerous for him to take care of the child as a foster father, and it would be more suitable for the fire python tiger to take care of the white tiger cub. Anyway, we're all going to have to take care of kids, so why make such a big difference between the young ones, right? Moreover, in Lin Chen's view, as long as this fire python tiger with the strength of the heavenly origin realm survives, even if the Lei family and the Zai family want to take action against him, they will have to send out experts of the heavenly origin realm. As long as it's in Qingyang town, it will be difficult for those few Tianyuan realm experts to conceal their whereabouts. In this way, it can be considered as putting a safety net on oneself. Brother Wu, rest assured, with me and my younger brother here, at least the Lei and Zai families won't interfere with your retrieving the fire python tiger cub. Lin Chen had another reason for thinking this way. That means Lin Dong has already broken through to the earthly realm, which is enough to withstand the attack of Lei Li, an enemy at the earthly realm. Then, he can try to communicate with the fire python tiger. If all else fails, we'll consider another plan. That's good, Mu Lingsha. Be careful to cover for me later. Wu Yun turned his head to Mu Lingsha, who was holding the green wooden bow and looked wary, and gave her a reminder. Given the opponent's attack methods, all we need to do is shoot arrows from the shadows to make Lei Li and the others wary, and then everything will basically be done. The only variable is Lin Chen's plan to take the heavenly origin realm fire python tiger away. That's none of his business. Lin Chen stared at the fire python tiger. Its condition was getting worse and worse. If the bleeding wasn't stopped in time, it would be too late. He said in a low, deep voice, "Make your move." In just a moment, he had already rushed out. Target, Heavenly Origin Realm Fire Python Tiger, Chapter 36, A Brilliant Move. Stop. Lin Dong arrived in front of Lei Li, and Zai Yingying and roared. I planted this tree, I opened this road, and if you want to pass, you must. Well, anyway, I'm not going to let you pass. He learned it from Lin Chen, but he felt it wasn't quite right. After all, his main goal was to stop the Lei and Zai families, creating the best opportunity for Lin Chen to subdue the fire python tiger, and for Wu Yun to secretly take away the fire python tiger cub. Lin Dong. Lei Li's eyes flickered slightly. He clearly knew the other party. It was Lin Dong who had beaten Zai Ting and the others into that state at the trading fair. He snorted coldly, cracked his knuckles, smiled mockingly, and said, I didn't teach you a lesson before, but now I, Lei Li, am determined to avenge Tinger. He already knew that Lin Dong was only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm. During this period of time, he could only reach the 9th level of the body tempering realm at most. In this way, he, a master who has already reached the earthly realm, will definitely be able to easily control Lin Dong. Now let's start with you. Lei Li roared and raised his fist, aiming it at Lin Dong. The radiance of elemental energy emanating from its body was extremely rich. Besides being enveloped in Yuan energy, that fist also exuded a faint chill. A master at the early stage of the earthly realm can easily defeat more than 10 ninth-level body-tempering realm experts. Clap, 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 clap. A series of cracking sounds rang out, but Lin Dong showed no intention of dodging and charged straight at the lightning force. Bang! The loud blasts drew everyone's attention. Once the dust settled, Lin Dong and Lei Li both took several steps back. You've already reached the earthly realm. At this moment, Lei Li's face no longer held the mockery and arrogance of before. Instead, it was filled with terror. It should be noted that the other party was only at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm when they were at the trading fair. In such a short time, Lin Dong actually reached the earthly origin realm. Only an opponent at the earthly origin realm could withstand his attack. Lei Li's words shocked everyone present. I originally thought that the 9th level of the body-tempering realm was already very strong. But Lei Li, a cultivator at the earthly realm, appeared and told them that wasn't the case. Just when everyone thought that Lei Li, at the earthly realm, could directly win the hunting event, Lin Dong's appearance told them that it was impossible. How is that possible? He can also reach the earthly realm. Zai Yingying was utterly shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. She found it hard to believe that if Lin Dong could reach the earthly origin realm, then wouldn't that mean Lin Chen had also reached the earthly origin realm? A sudden, inexplicable chill made her tremble. I'm sorry, it's all thanks to your elixir. Lin Dong grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. He chuckled and said, otherwise I wouldn't be that fast. As the saying goes, to kill someone is to destroy their spirit, and that must be it. Upon hearing this, Zai Yingying recalled the 2 storage bags from before, which contained a number of grade 3 spiritual herbs. She felt a sudden darkness engulf her vision, and her head became dizzy. This elixir, originally intended for her to use in her attempt to break through to the earthly realm, ended up helping the enemy instead. You can imagine how frustrated and annoyed she must have been. While Lin Dong was stopping Lei Li and Zai Yingying, Lin Chen also arrived in front of the injured and bleeding fire python tiger. Despite being so badly injured that its body was trembling and weak, the heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger remained extremely vigilant, its eyes filled with ferocity, attempting to intimidate its enemies. However, Lin Chen could sense despair and helplessness deep in the other person's eyes. If it were just the fire python tiger itself, the opponent wouldn't have been so easily toyed with, waiting to die. They would have fought to the death. With 3 newborn cubs, the fire python had no choice but to resort to this method to prevent anyone from targeting the cubs while it remained alive, thus protecting the other party's safety. Lin Chen used his Yuan power to transmit his voice to the fire python tiger, saying, You've lost too much blood. If you want to live, listen to me. Otherwise, not only will you die, but you'll also endanger your 3 children. The fire python tiger is a demonic beast, and at the heavenly origin realm level, its intelligence is already at the level of being able to communicate with humans. After hearing Lin Chen's words, she looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Could it be that you're planning to help her? No, that's not right. The humans who come here are all extremely despicable. They want to take her child away, and they have deep hostility towards her. The fire python tiger let out a low growl, but made no move. It simply stared at Lin Chen, intending to see what he would do next. These are 2 hemostatic pills. Please forgive me for not being able to fully heal your injuries for now. I can only say that I need to stop the bleeding first so that I can save your life. As for whether the hemostatic pills are poisonous or not, you don't need to worry about that. In your current condition, you can't hold on for much longer. Taking advantage of Lin Dong drawing the attention of the Lei and Zai families, Lin Chen tossed 2 hemostatic pills towards the fire python tiger and continued to transmit his voice. The most urgent thing now is for you to stop bleeding and move to the endless mountains as soon as possible. I will take care of your 3 cubs for the time being. I will come to find you in the forest in that direction around evening. Don't hesitate. There are still many heavenly origin realm experts outside the Beast Horn arena. If they find out, your cubs will lose their mother forever. Upon hearing this, the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, was immediately moved. With her current strength, although she doesn't have many opportunities to fight, she agrees with Lin Chen's statement that there are still human experts at the heavenly origin realm nearby. If she had a chance to survive, she certainly wouldn't want to face a human powerhouse at the heavenly origin realm in her current state. Moreover, for the sake of the newborn cubs, knowing that its injuries were too severe, the fire python tiger had no choice but to take a gamble if it wanted to survive. So she decisively swallowed the 2 hemostatic pills. The grade 3 hemostatic pill is enough to stop the fire python tigers bleeding in a short time. As long as the bleeding is stopped, the fire python tiger will not die for the time being. Under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, the wounds on the fire python tiger began to heal, and the flowing blood gradually began to congeal. He could sense that the fire python tiger's condition had improved under the effects of the hemostatic pill. Simply put, it means that you won't die anytime soon. If subsequent treatments are administered, there is a possibility of recovery. The fire python tiger was stunned. She hadn't expected the hemostatic pill Lin Chen had given her to be so effective. She used to be able to feel her life slipping away, but now she's actually getting better. If I can return to the endless mountains and find some suitable medicinal herbs, I might be able to restore my strength. The fire python tiger looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression, and for a moment it was hard to understand why a human who was usually fierce and brutal would help her. Why aren't you leaving? Are you planning to let others surround and kill you? After seeing that the other party's injuries had improved, Lin Chen immediately sent a telepathic reminder. The fire python tiger may not die immediately, but that doesn't mean it won't die. Once Lei Bao and other experts at the heavenly origin realm learn that the fire python tiger is not dead, they will surely give chase immediately. If caught, at best they'll be skinned alive. At worst, they'll become someone else's beast blood tempering tool. The former will definitely die, but the latter can't even die if they want to. Upon hearing this, the heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger hesitated. Even though the 2 hemostatic pills had given her some goodwill towards Lin Chen, abandoning her 3 newborn, crying cubs was still quite difficult. Let's go, otherwise the cubs will have no mother. Knowing the other party's plan, Lin Chen raised his longsword at that moment. After exchanging a few words, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. Bold monster, get out of the way at once. He roared and slashed at the fire python tiger with his sword. However, the fire python tiger roared to the sky, and the aura it unleashed instantly sent Lin Chen flying. Immediately, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the fire python tiger ran towards the endless mountains. If she wanted to see her cub again, she had to do as Lin Chen said and wait in the forest behind the Lin family's mountain at dusk. Chapter 37, Deceiving the Heavens. The fire python tiger escaped. When the smoke and dust cleared, the fire python tiger had long since disappeared. The bloodstains left on the spot had already congealed. Lin Chen coughed twice, then said angrily, "That damned fire python tiger actually had a trick up its sleeve. I thought it was about to die and that a single sword strike would have been better." To the others, his reaction was perfectly acceptable. After all, killing a demon beast at the heavenly origin realm, even if it is severely injured and on the verge of death, is still a feat worth mentioning. Hateful. Lei Li originally planned to teach Lin Dong a lesson and then exhaust the fire python tiger to death. However, Lin Dong's Earth Origin Realm cultivation level gave him a real headache. Upon seeing the Heavenly Origin Realm demon beast fire python tiger escape, he became even more furious and stomped his feet repeatedly. That's a demon beast at the Heavenly Origin Realm. Its entire body is a treasure. Brother Lei Li, our target is the fire python tiger cub. Let the monster run away if it wants to. Seeing this, Zai Yingying could only try to comfort Lei Li from the side. Her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the rocky outcrop with 3 newborn fire python tiger cubs. But upon seeing that, the faint smile on her face instantly froze. Where are the fire python tiger cubs? Brother Lei Li, the fire python tiger cub is missing. Zai Yingying looked flustered and quickly reminded him. Those are 3 fire python tiger cubs that can grow into Heavenly Origin Realm demon beasts. If it disappears, wouldn't all our previous efforts have been wasted? Damn it, that fire python tiger ran off with its cubs. Upon hearing this, Lei Li looked at the empty rock face again and angrily shouted. The fire python tiger is seriously injured and can't have gone far. Chase after it. Clearly, Lei Li instinctively assumed that the disappearance of the 3 cubs was related to the escape of the fire python tiger earlier. Those are 3 future Heavenly Origin Realm experts. We absolutely cannot let them escape. In an instant, the Lei and Zai families rushed towards the forest in the direction of the endless mountains, determined to catch up with the injured Heavenly Origin Realm demon beast, the fire python tiger. Brother Chen, what do we do? Lin Dong came to Lin Chen's side and, seeing Lei Li and the others leaving in a hurry, quickly asked. No rush, wait a moment. Lin Chen knew what was going on, smiled happily, and led Lin Dong to quickly meet up with Wu Yun. The other party had already taken the fire python tiger cub away during the previous opportunity. Meanwhile, Mu Lingsha, who was hiding in the shadows, was also paying attention to the surrounding situation, but did not notice anything unusual. Brother Lin, it's done. Wu Yun excitedly took off the clothes from his back, carefully placed them on the rock, and continued. I understand now, Brother Lin. There's another plan behind your rescue of the fire python tiger. It's to draw the Lei and Zai families' attention away so they won't know we took the fire python tiger cub away. Once the cub grows up, it'll scare them to death. He couldn't contain his joy and excitement as he spoke. Yes, that's absolutely a brilliant move. Lin Zia and Mu Lingsha, who were standing nearby, both agreed with this point. If the fire python tiger hadn't escaped, they would definitely have had to contend with the Lei and Zai families. Once on the giant platform, they may face the threat of experts at the Heavenly Origin Realm. No matter how you look at it, it's a huge problem. But these 3 fire python tiger cubs are so cute. Lin Zia and Mu Lingsha faced the fire python tiger cub whose eyes had not yet opened, their eyes shining, their whole bodies radiating maternal glow. While the 2 were focused on the fire python tiger, Lin Chen spoke at the opportune moment. Originally, we should have divided the fire python tiger cubs right now. But I've thought about it, and I'm sure none of you want the Lei and Zai families to know that the fire python tiger cubs are on your side under the current circumstances. Wu Yun raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding Lin Chen's meaning, and asked, Brother Lin, you mean that if possible, we should continue with the pretense of the fire python tiger taking the cub away? That way, we won't attract attention. But we're all in the beast horn arena, so we can't hide the fire python tiger cub properly. Besides, the little guy is so small, it's not safe to leave him in the jungle. He wanted to do it, but he simply couldn't. If they continue down that brilliant path, it will definitely be to their advantage. Given the domineering nature of the Lei and Zai families, they certainly wouldn't want the Lin family or the Mad Blade Martial Arts School to have any new Heavenly Origin Realm experts. So, when we leave the jungle and reach the giant platform, they will definitely cause trouble. Even if they survive this ordeal, no one can guarantee that the fire python tiger cubs won't be ambushed as they grow up. In this way, if they could find a good way to hide the fire python tiger cubs, only the 3 families would know about them after the hunt. That would prevent any further complications. Unfortunately, just as Wu Yun said, there is no such way. Yes, that's right. Lin Chen nodded in agreement with Wu Yun's words, smiled, and continued. However, I have a way to get the fire python tiger cubs out safely without being discovered. We can divide the cubs after this is all over. Wu Yun and the others stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen, trying to determine whether what they had just heard was a joke. At times like these, you can't joke around. Etc. The familiar feeling reminded Wu Yun of the matter Lin Chen had previously mentioned about stopping the bleeding of the fire python tiger. Although he didn't know how Lin Chen had made the fire python tiger abandon its cubs and run away. However, the fact that Lei Li and the others did not notice anything unusual and thought that the fire python tiger had taken away the 3 cubs shows that they were not on the same level of thinking. Wu Yun felt that since Lin Chen said he had a way, then he must have a way. So he said, "Brother Lin, I trust you. You said you have a way, so I'm counting on you." Mu Lingsha, standing beside her, was taken aback for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, she thought of the fact that her Mu family village only had 1 expert at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm. If the Lei and Zai families set their sights on us, we're definitely in big trouble. She bolstered her confidence and echoed, "Yes, Lin Chen, I'm counting on you." In any case, on a major scale, they are allies and share a common enemy. As long as the enemy remains undefeated, nothing unexpected is likely to happen. All right, what we need to do now is to catch up with Lei Li and the others immediately, make sure they don't suspect us, and find an opportunity to let the fire python tiger go. After receiving Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha's agreement, Lin Chen felt relieved. On his side, Lin Zia and Lin Dong both listened to him, so there won't be any problems. Yes, let's go now. Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha exchanged a glance and immediately gestured to Lin Dong and Lin Zia to follow along. The main point is that the method to take away the fire python tiger cub must be Lin Chen's trump card. To avoid embarrassing Lin Chen, they should leave first. After the 4 left, Lin Chen looked down at the 3 fire python tiger cubs, finally fixing his gaze on the weakest one, and chuckled softly. "This time, we've managed to save your mother." The azure dragon ring in his hand shimmered with a faint azure light after being activated. As a ray of cyan light enveloped the 3 fire python tiger cubs, they vanished from their spot in the blink of an eye. The white tiger cub, which was crying for food in the small world of the azure dragon ring, noticed the 3 fire python tiger cubs that had suddenly appeared. It rubbed against them, casually poked at them, and then fell asleep right next to them. This caused Lin Chen, who was paying attention to the situation in the azure dragon ring's small world, to twitch his lips a few times. Sure enough, we still need to find a wet nurse to properly raise this white tiger cub. Chapter 38, Releasing a tiger back into the mountain will leave future troubles. Damn it. At this moment, Lei Li looked at the dense forest in front of him and was furious. Right before their eyes, the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, darted into the boundless mountain range without any hesitation. Such a vast, deep mountain forest is so vast that even experts at the heavenly origin realm wouldn't dare venture deep inside. Those of them, who are at most at the earthly origin realm, simply don't have the guts to chase after them. That's a 3-headed demonic beast at the heavenly origin realm. Lei Li's eyes were red, his fists were clenched, but he was completely helpless and could only watch the fire python tiger leave. Brother Lei Li. Zai Yingying, standing beside Lei Li, sensed something was amiss. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "That fiery python tiger didn't take its 3 cubs with it when it entered the boundless mountains. Could it be that the cubs are still hiding in this jungle, waiting for us to leave before it comes back to take them back. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed to be true. Why would this fire python tiger, which had always protected its cubs from harm, leave alone at this time? Moreover, given the speed of the fire python tiger, it's impossible that it's only one step faster than them, right? That's quite possible. Lei frowned, looked around, and immediately said, "People from the Lei and Zai families, search this area. Be careful, and let me know immediately if you find anything." Yes. The huge crowd immediately dispersed and began searching the surrounding area. Lei, his face full of resentment, guessed. Could those 3 cubs have already been sent to the boundless mountains by the fire python tiger? The reason I let them see my figure just now was so I could gloat and mock them. No way, right? Zai Yingying wasn't entirely certain about this possibility. She could only speculate and analyze. This heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, didn't give birth to its cubs in the boundless mountains, but instead came to the beast horn forest. This indicates that there are many threats in the boundless mountains, and it feels unsafe. As a result, the fire python tiger may not return to the boundless mountains to send its cubs back before it recovers from its injuries, for fear that something unexpected might happen. She felt that the fire python tiger's behavior just now was somewhat strange. Generally speaking, there should be no hesitation in escaping to heaven. The fire python tiger's departure was hesitant, as if it were held back by something. Aside from the 3 newly born and hungry fire python tiger cubs, Zai Yingying couldn't think of any other entanglement that could make the heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger hesitate. Let's search the surrounding area first. It would be best if we could find it. Lei narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flashing within them, and said coldly, "If we can't find it, then let my father and the others go into the boundless mountains to take a look. After all, it's a 3-headed fire python tiger cub." Just then, Lin Chen and his group arrived at the scene. "Damn fire python tiger, how dare you trick me? I'll chop it to death with one sword." Lin Chen kept muttering to himself, occasionally swinging his longsword, which cut through the air with a series of whistling sounds, his face full of anger. It was clear that Lin Chen was furious about the fire python tiger's sudden outburst and escape, no less so than Lei's furious reaction after seeing the fire python tiger escape and the 3 cubs disappear. "Lei, have you seen that fire python tiger? It dared to play tricks on us." Wu Yun, also carrying a long sword, his face filled with anger, glanced around and, noticing the movements of the Lei and Zai families, said coldly, "Don't let me catch you, or I'll tear you to pieces." A powerful killing intent erupted from his body. This caused Lei and Zai Yingying's expressions to change, and they quickly said, "Wu Yun, I know you are very angry, but the fire python tiger has already escaped into the boundless mountains. I don't need to elaborate on how dangerous it is inside. I'm afraid you have no hope of revenge." If possible, Lei and Zai Yingying would not want to see Lin Chen, Wu Yun, and the others at this time. Once the baby python tiger is found, it will inevitably lead to a struggle for its life. On their side, only Lei has reached the earthly origin realm. Among the other contestants, only Zai Yingying has reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. It will definitely be very difficult for them to withstand Lin Chen and the others. If the news of the fire python tiger leaving the beast horn forest could lead Lin Chen and Wu Yun to leave, it would undoubtedly be a very happy thing for Lei and Zai Yingying. Damn it. Wu Yun slashed at a large tree beside him with his sword. The fierce yuan energy surrounding the sword cut the tree in half in an instant. He vented his emotions for a moment, then looked at Lin Chen and said apologetically, "Brother Lin, if I had met you sooner, that fire python tiger wouldn't have gotten away. One of those 3 fire python tiger cubs would definitely be mine." Wu Yun's frustrated complaints made Lei and Zai Yingying's expressions darken. All we can say is that it was fortunate Wu Yun wasn't there at the time. Only Lin Chen and Lin Dong were present to stop it. Brother Wu, the most urgent thing now is to inform the leaders of all the families about this matter as soon as possible. These 3 fire python tiger cubs are of great importance. If we can obtain them, we may be able to achieve a great feat. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from the boundless mountain range, a cruel smile appearing on his face as he coldly sneered. As for that fire python tiger, it must be somewhere near the beast horn forest and the boundless mountains. Once we get back, we must ask Grandpa Zhenshin to kill it. These words resonated with Lin Dong, Wu Yun, and the others around him, who nodded in agreement. The ferocity of the fire python tiger is well known. If you offend them, you'll definitely face a furious retaliation. Lin Chen, you're right, let's hurry to the giant platform. Lei Li agreed wholeheartedly upon hearing this. However, he was clearly paying attention to the other person's reaction. Lin Chen wanted Lei Li and the others to stop searching for the fire python tiger cubs, while Lei Li wanted Lin Chen and the others to stop searching for the fire python tiger cubs. Each of them had their own ulterior motives, so they simply turned around and went back. These people had already collected 10 identity tokens, which qualified them to enter the finals of the giant stage. On the giant stage, Lin Zhenshin and Luo Cheng, the master of the Mad Blade martial arts school, were chatting and laughing as they looked down at the Beast Horn Arena jungle. Brother Luo, our 2 families need to get closer together. Lin Zhenshin said meaningfully, Qingyang town seems very big, but it is actually quite small. I believe Brother Luo is aware of this as well. Neither the Lin family nor the Mad Blade martial arts school are actually locals of Qingyang town. They came from elsewhere, settled here, and began to live here permanently. Only powerful families like the Lei and Zai families are locals. If it weren't for the pressure these 2 families exerted on the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school, and their attempts to eliminate them, why would they have formed an alliance to protect themselves? After all, the development of the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school, as well as their development goals, are very clear. All we can say is that the Lei and Zai families were too domineering, attempting to rule the entire Qingyang town. The enmity between them had already been established, making contact impossible. Just as the Lei and Zai families can discuss these matters now, Lin Zhenshin and Luo Cheng can also openly discuss alliances and cooperation here. Especially after the emergence of 2 geniuses, Lin Chen and Lin Dong. In the Lin family, Lin Zhenshin felt it was necessary to change the Lin family's development strategy and be more assertive to the outside world. Otherwise, some enemies would think they were easy to bully. Brother Zhenshin, you are absolutely right. Luo Cheng, with an unpleasant smile, said sincerely. After this hunting event, the Lei and Zai families will likely target our 2 families even more fiercely. If we don't get closer, we might end up like lips and teeth. He looked towards the entrance to the giant platform and saw Lin Chen and Wu Yun arriving first. He smiled and said, It seems the jungle hunt is over. Next up is the final competition. Lin Zhenshin stood up to greet Lin Chen and Lin Dong and asked with a grin, Aiken Donger, did the trip go smoothly? Lin Chen replied, Grandpa, the trip went relatively smoothly, but... At that moment, Lei Bao, on the other side of the giant platform square, suddenly exclaimed and interrupted. What a fire python tiger! Chapter 39, This is what happens when you don't find a good older brother. In just a moment, the various forces on the giant platform could no longer remain seated. A fire python tiger from the heavenly origin realm has actually appeared in the beast horn forest. That must be incredibly dangerous for the participants hunting in the jungle. No force would stand idly by and watch its junior members be killed by a heavenly origin realm demon beast that had wandered into the beast horn forest. What? There are 3 more little fire python tiger cubs. Lin Zhenshin and Luo Cheng exchanged a glance, both realizing the seriousness of the situation. Compared to the fire python tiger, a demonic beast in the heavenly origin realm that only brings harm and no benefit, those three little fire python tiger cubs are much, much better. Only young fire python cubs can be tamed. Once tamed and grown to adulthood, they can reach the strength of the heavenly origin realm. For the major forces in Qingyang Town, whose top combat power is currently only at the heavenly origin realm, they are simply a piece of immortal meat. Yes, Grandpa. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he continued. However, the fire python tiger has now escaped into the boundless mountains. We don't know if the three cubs are in the beast horn forest or if they were taken away by the other side. He knew a principle he understood well. Only by deceiving everyone could he be truly safe. This applies to both those who obtained the fire python tiger cubs and the fire python tiger that returned to the boundless mountains. Never mind that for now. Let's set off immediately. Lin Zhenshin's eyes were filled with burning passion. As long as he obtained the fire python tiger cub, the Lin family could become stronger and would no longer have to worry too much about the oppression from the Lei and Zai families. If the Lei and Zai families were to obtain the fire python tiger cubs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Zhenshin and Luo Cheng exchanged a glance and had a brief conversation, both understanding the purpose of their trip. Either you snatch the fire python tiger cub, or you can forget about getting any cubs at all. As Lin Zhenshin and Luo Cheng, both at the heavenly origin realm, set off, Lei Bao and Zai Qian, not to be outdone, also charged out. Lincoln and Lin Zio did not move. They simply remained on the giant platform. Although the fire python tiger cubs were very attractive, they had to ensure the safety of Lin Chen, Lin Dong, and the other younger generation, lest they be harmed. After a long while, the leaders of the four major forces in Qingyang Town returned with gloomy expressions. "Father, how is the situation?" Lincoln stepped forward first and began to inquire. He looked around, and it seemed he hadn't gained anything from it. "Don't even mention it. We turned the beast horn forest upside down, but we still couldn't find the three fire python tiger cubs. We even went deeper into the boundless mountains and checked there, but we still couldn't find them." Lincoln shook his head and sighed. It seems that the heavenly origin realm fire python tiger took the three cubs away. No one doubted that it was fake. They had all visited the place where the fire python tiger had given birth to its cubs, and it was not a fabrication. With so many people witnessing it, it certainly can't be fake. There is only one possibility. The fire python tiger took away three cubs. If you had told us earlier, we might not have let that fire python tiger escape. Luo Cheng's face was very ugly. He never expected that a fire python tiger at the heavenly origin realm would appear in this beast horn forest and even give birth here. If we notify them sooner, at least we can still get the cubs. Based on their respective strengths, the Lei family and the Zai family will each receive one, while the Mad Blade Martial Arts School will also receive one. What a pity. As for the Lin family, they are not qualified to divide the spoils. Qingyang Town has only 3 top-tier forces. Adding to the Lin family's 4 major powers, everyone felt a sense of regret at this moment. That's a celestial origin realm demon beast cub. If you miss it, you won't get another one. Since things have come to this point, Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family, has no choice but to accept the situation. He stood in front of the giant platform and said coldly, "The hunting activity will proceed as scheduled. The 10 participants who have obtained 10 identity tokens, please proceed to the giant platform arena to begin the competition and vie for the final championship." Lei Bao's face was full of frustration. If they weren't outside, he would have given Lei Li a severe dressing down. When the fire python was found to have given birth to cubs, no one was sent to report it immediately, which led to this situation. Damn it. What annoyed him the most was that the Lin family had actually produced a person at the earthly realm. Lei Bao's gaze fell on Lin Chen, then shifted to Lin Dong beside him, scrutinizing him carefully. According to Lei Li and Zai Yingying, Lin Dong seems to have already reached the earthly origin realm. However, during the previous trading fair, he was only at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. With such terrifying strength, even without the fire python tiger cubs, new experts at the heavenly origin realm will emerge later. These hidden dangers must not be allowed to remain. A cold glint flashed in Lei Bao's eyes as he said sharply, Lei Li and Lin Dong have already reached the earthly realm and can directly enter the semifinals. After the remaining contestants determine the 2 semifinalists, the finals will be held. The last-minute rule change surprised everyone present. Most importantly, it was Lei Bao who mentioned that Lei Li and Lin Dong had reached the earthly realm. Donger, you've reached the earthly realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenchen and Lin Xiao looked at Lin Dong in great shock and asked him a question. This? Lin Dong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, Grandpa Dad. He repeated the excuses he had given Lei Li and Zai Yingying. Simply put, the reason he was able to reach the earthly realm so quickly was because of the things in other people's storage bags. As for the real reason for such a great improvement, that is a secret between Lin Dong and Lin Chen. Okay. Lin Zhenchen and Lin Xiao grabbed Lin Dong's arms, tears streaming down their faces. It is only thanks to the blessing of the Lin family that a junior has reached the earthly realm. They suddenly thought of something. Since Lin Dong had reached the earthly realm, what level of cultivation should Lin Chen, who had defeated Lei Li, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm at the previous trading fair, have reached now? For a moment, their expressions became more serious. No wonder Lei Bao made that announcement earlier. He was clearly afraid that Lei Li would be eliminated after encountering Lin Chen during the competition. We haven't gotten the fire python tiger cub yet, so we're not going to go to war with the Lei and Zai families. But with Aiken and Donger around, I'm afraid a storm is brewing. Lin Zhenchen warned in a deep voice. Lin Xiao, you must be on high alert. Lincoln and Lin Xiaodo said, Yes, father. At that moment, Lin Chen winked at Wu Yun, moved his lips, and silently said something. That is, after the hunting event in Qingyang Town, come to the Lin family and bring Miss Mu Lingsha with you. The purpose was simple, to distribute the fire python tiger cubs. Moreover, doing so in front of the heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger would ensure absolute safety. Wu Yun was secretly delighted, but he kept his composure and did not show it. To ensure the safety of the 3 fire python tiger cubs, these people have gone to great lengths to deceive everyone. If others find out, all our efforts will be in vain. Compared to the fire python cubs, these hunting activities are not particularly important. After all, the essence of the hunting activity is that each family is vying for control of Qingyang Town over the next 5 years. The simplest and most practical solution is simply to have more experts at the heavenly origin realm. Wu Yun didn't know how Lin Chen had hidden the 3 fire python tiger cubs, so that even the 4 heavenly origin realm experts couldn't find them. He racked his brains, but still couldn't understand it. It seemed to be beyond his personal comprehension. I might as well just stop thinking about it. All Wu Yun knew was that he had to follow Lin Chen. Didn't you see that Lin Dong, who was only at the 8th level of the body tempering realm at the original trading fair, has now reached the early stage of the earth origin realm? And him, he's still only at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. This is what happens when you don't find a good mentor to rely on. Chapter 40, The Showdown and the Bet. After several rounds of competition, the remaining 2 semifinal spots were quickly determined. Wu Yun from the Mad Blade Martial Arts School and Lin Chen from the Lin family. This result was not very surprising. By the time of the trade fair, Lin Chen's strength was beyond question. Wu Yun's cultivation level was also at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Among this batch of contestants, apart from those who couldn't defeat those at the Earth origin realm, he was quite capable. Next up, Lin Chen will face off against Lin Dong. When Lei Bao announced the first match of the semifinals, everyone gasped in surprise and perked up. Clearly, this was a deliberate act by someone. Lei Li and Lin Dong's cultivation has clearly reached the earthly origin realm, while Wu Yun's strength is only at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Only Lin Chen's strength is currently unknown, but it is suspected to be at the early stage of the earthly origin realm. Therefore, Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family who is presiding over the competition, would certainly not want his family's Lei Li to encounter Lin Dong first. Judging from the current situation, the Lei family only has one person, while the Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School together have 3 people, which is very disadvantageous for the former. Lei Bao, as the host, was in charge of the lottery. No one present would believe that there was no deliberate attempt to cause trouble here. This notorious smiling tiger of Qingyang Town has a history of engaging in underhanded dealings. It would be more appropriate to let the Lin family members fight among themselves than to have Lei Li face off against the Lin family members in 2 consecutive matches. You scoundrel! Lin Zia, who was standing next to Lin Xiao, cursed under her breath when she heard about the competition arrangement. They could see that the pressure from the Lin family was greater, so they were trying to reduce the pressure by circumventing the competition rules. In this way, Lei Li at the earthly realm level can handle any opponent with ease. Fine. Lin Chen shook his head. This arrangement would mean that someone would have to suffer. However, it's clearly impossible to get them to compromise so easily. He leaned closer to Lin Zhenshin and whispered, "Grandpa, why not take this opportunity to make something of it? I've heard that Taimu village is quite good." Lin Zhenshin already had this idea, and when he heard Lin Chen's words at this moment, his eyes lit up. Ironwood Village holds a pivotal position among the Lei family's various industries, as it is famous for producing a special type of ironwood. If it could be turned into the Lin family's business, the profits it would generate each year would allow the Lin family to develop even better. Lin Zhenshin pondered for a moment, then decisively said, "Okay." However, the pressure he exerts is definitely not enough. Therefore, it is also necessary to win over other forces. Lin Zhenshin looked at Luo Cheng, the master of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, who was also looking over at him, his eyes filled with cold light. Clearly, what bothered Wu Yun of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, even more than the internal strife within the Lin family, was that he was the first to face Lei Li of the Lei family. If Lei Li were still at the 9th level of the body tempering realm as before, Luo Cheng wouldn't care at all. With Wu Yun's strength, he would be more than capable of making Lei Li suffer. However, Lei Li is now at the early stage of the earthly realm, and against an opponent at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, he can absolutely crush him. This is undoubtedly very disadvantageous for the Mad Blade Martial Arts School. Even if Lin Zhenshin doesn't intend to seek justice, Luo Cheng will still target Lei Bao for the sake of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School's interests. After exchanging glances and reaching a tacit understanding, Lin Zhenshin immediately challenged Lei Bao. Our Lin family believes that the draw for this competition was unfair. Luo Cheng echoed this sentiment at the opportune moment. Our Mad Blade Martial Arts School believes that the draw for this competition was unfair. However, if the Lin family opposes this competition arrangement, it may not be taken seriously. But with the addition of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, things have to get serious. What do you mean by this? Lei Bao's face instantly darkened. The best solution he could think of was to instigate internal strife within the Lin family, and then have Lei Li eliminate Wu Yun. Now, the Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School dared to question him in front of so many people about the unfairness of his hosting of the competition, which made him very angry. Lei Bao sneered repeatedly and said sternly, "Do you really think I can cheat in a competition between these 4 people?" Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng, the fierce and menacing master of the Mad Blade martial arts school, said with disdain, "That's obvious. I don't believe you could draw such a lot. Now, you only have one chance to start over, otherwise, this hunting trip is off." He took the long sword from his waist and held it in his left hand, while his right hand was about to remove the black cloth covering it. This scene caused Lei Bao's expression to change drastically. Lost memories began to resurface in his mind, piercing his chest with pain. Back when Luo Cheng first arrived in Qingyang town, intending to establish the Mad Blade martial arts school, the Lei family, where Lei Bao belonged, and the Zai family, where Zai Qian belonged, naturally wouldn't let him have his way. Then, Luo Cheng charged over alone and challenged Lei Bao to a duel. His fighting style was extremely fierce. Lei Bao punched Luo Cheng 3 times, and Luo Cheng endured those 3 punches just to stab him in the chest. The scar from that knife wound is still there, on Lei Bao's chest, a memory he vividly remembers. There was nothing they could do. Luo Cheng's fighting style was just too fierce, and he was so ruthless towards himself. Lei Bao took timely action against such ruthless individuals, but he didn't dare to push them too far. "Master Luo, what are you going to do?" As Lei Bao pondered how to answer, Zai Qian, the head of the Zai family sitting next to him, asked calmly, "Why are there voices of opposition?" "It's simply that the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school felt this was unfair and detrimental to their own interests. So, to resolve this situation without harming one's own interests, a balance must be found." In short, this gave the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school a taste of success. Once they've tasted the benefits, there won't be any objections. However, this benefit cannot be given to the other party directly. Therefore, it takes some time. This process can actually be represented by a competition. Whoever wins will get the reward. Either we draw lots again, and the 4 participants complete the task under supervision, or you need to show some sincerity to make amends. Luo Cheng had already come up with a plan, and he coldly stated these words. It seems that as long as Lei Bao chooses the former, he can ignore the opposition from the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school. However, with just a little thought, one would realize that if Lei Bao really dared to do that, he would be slapping himself in the face. For the sake of his reputation, Lei Bao had to think of the latter. "Master Luo, do you know what you just said?" Lei Bao narrowed his eyes and questioned him sharply. He clenched his fist, ready to deliver a punch to Luo Cheng. However, the greater good required him to remain calm. "Brother Luo is absolutely right. I think Chief Lei Bao's arrangement just now was inappropriate." At this moment, Lin Zhenshin, with a slight smile, said calmly, "Since our dispute stems from a competition, let's make it simple. Each of us sends one person to duel. Whoever wins this duel will be the champion of this hunting event. How about that?" He directly changed the existing rules of the hunting activities and sent Lin Chen, the strongest among the younger generation of the Lin family. This would avoid internal strife within the Lin family or a duel with the Mad Blade martial arts school that would affect their relationship. However, this situation will only occur if the Lei family members are injured. Snort. Lei Bao shouted angrily, "Lin Zhenshin, you think a one-on-one duel is all you're going to do? Do you think your junior is some kind of hunting champion? Where do you put the Mad Blade martial arts school then?" He wanted to use this opportunity to sow discord between the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school. After all, once the relationship between the two breaks down, the Lei family and the Zai family can join forces to crush them. The threat was thus eliminated. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is harsh. Luo Cheng, the master of the Mad Blade martial arts school, sneered repeatedly and replied, "Hee, sorry. My Mad Blade martial arts school is willing to support Brother Genshin, the Lin family patriarch." Chapter 40. This child must not be allowed to live. You. Lei Bao's eyes widened in anger, his face burning as if he had been slapped hard. He glared at the mocking crowd around him and coldly shouted, "What are you laughing at? Anyone who dares to laugh again will have their entire Lei family wiped out." For a moment, these people also became more restrained. When a smiling tiger stops maintaining a smile, that's a cause for concern. The other party may actually be angry. "Clan Chief Lei, why are you so angry?" A grotesque smile stretched across Luo Cheng's crisscrossed, scarred face as he sneered. "If what Brother Genshin says is true, then my Mad Blade martial arts school can have Wu Yun step down, and the Lin family can send someone to represent our two major forces in the hunting event. If we win, we will automatically be ranked first and second, and the losers will only be third and fourth." He knew very well that Wu Yun, who was only at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, would not have any advantage in this semifinal. Lei Li and Lin Dong are already confirmed to be at the earthly origin realm, while Lin Chen's strength has not yet been revealed. However, considering his performance at the previous trading fair, it is not unreasonable to consider him to be at the earthly origin realm. As a result, according to the previous rules, Wu Yun, representing the Mad Blade martial arts school, could only get 4th place. If we follow Lin Genshin's advice, then winning will be a huge profit, and losing won't be a loss. This kind of thing definitely deserves our support. Master Luo, won't you reconsider? Lei Bao was somewhat annoyed. He had already figured out Luo Cheng's intentions. The other party was involved in this matter with the mindset that he wouldn't lose out no matter what. As long as Luo Cheng doesn't budge, he'll have no choice but to continue doing this. Otherwise, if Lei Li were to face 3 enemies in such a tit-for-tat battle, it would be very difficult to win. What are you considering? Luo Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "That's true. A simple competition like this is a bit lacking, so let's have a bet." Lin Genshin spoke up at the opportune moment, saying, "My Fire Flame Manor is offered as a bonus for the bet. I wonder what kind of bonus the Lei family has in store." Fire Flame Manor. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and their gazes towards Lin Genshin also shifted dramatically. Clearly, they all understood the position of Hoyan Manor among the Lin family's various businesses. It's fair to say that without the Flame Manor, the Lin family would never have been qualified to become the #1 family power after the Lei family, the Zai family, and the Mad Blade martial arts school. Even Luo Cheng, a member of the Mad Blade martial arts school, who was on their side, was completely taken aback by Lin Genshin's words. Holy crap. It was just about cooperating, not about going all out. If he had known this, he would have considered it much more carefully instead of agreeing immediately. Lin Genshin, are you serious? The patriarchs of both Lei Bao and Zai Qian's families could no longer sit still and quickly asked. They found it hard to believe that Lin Genshin would have such audacity as to bring up the Lin family's most important asset, Fire Flame Manor, in a duel that had not yet been agreed upon. If the Fire Flame Manor were taken away, the Lin family's danger would be largely eliminated. Meanwhile, the Mad Blade martial arts school will bare its fangs, attempting to swallow up the entire Lin family. When the time comes, the Lei family and the Zai family will join forces, and all they need to do is take advantage of the situation to deal with the Mad Blade martial arts school. The two companies merging will certainly not happen so quickly. This was the perfect opportunity that Lei Bao and Zai Qian had been waiting for. What else do we need to give? Zai Qian, the head of the Zai family, could not hide his joy and excitement, but pretended to be calm and asked. He simply didn't believe that Lin Genshin would offer up Hoyan Manor, a crucial asset to the Lin family, as a mere bonus just to get Lei Bao to agree. Well, I suppose top-tier powers in Qingyang Town, like the Lei and Zai families, wouldn't offer something inferior to the Fire Flame Manor as a bonus, would they? As Lin Zhenshin finished speaking, he gave Lei Bao a disdainful and provocative look. Given the other party's temperament, they would not remain indifferent. Hateful. Lei Bao's anger was at its peak at this moment, and he said coldly, "All right, I accept this duel bet. You take Fire Flame Manor, and I'll take Ironwood Manor, how about it?" He refused to believe that his Ironwood Manor was inferior to Fire Flame Manor. Taimu Village. Lin Zhenshin's face showed disgust, but seeing Lei Bao's angry expression, he had no choice but to reluctantly say, "By the way, it's settled then. With the prestige of Chief Lei and Chief Zai in Qingyang Town, they probably won't do anything to go back on their word." As he said this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. So that's how easily we got our hands on Taimu Village. Lin Zhenshin sat back down and gave Lin Chen a knowing look. Then he solemnly said, "Aiken Donger, which of you two is willing to represent the Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School to compete against the Lei family and the Zai family?" Seeing how easily the bet was settled, Lin Chen couldn't help but admire Lin Zhenshin and Luo Cheng's teamwork. They were indeed formidable. As a result, Lei Bao and Zai Qian were led by the nose and had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. That makes sense, considering Lei Li is at the earthly realm. The strength of someone at the earthly realm is not so simple. Lei Li couldn't defeat him at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, but he would likely have a chance to fight him once he reached the earth origin realm. Whoever absorbs a higher grade of yin sha qi will be stronger within the same realm. Lei Bao agreed not only because he was angry, but also because he had enough confidence in his Lei Li, who had reached the earthly realm. In order to ensure that Lei Li would be among the top experts in the entire Qingyang Town's earthly realm after reaching the earthly realm, he went to great lengths to find 4th grade yin sha qi for him. The lightning power that absorbed the 4th grade yin energy was enough to defeat an ordinary earthly realm cultivator who had absorbed the 2nd or 3rd grade yin energy of heaven and earth. Lin Zhenshin coveted the Lei family's Ironwood Manor, but the Lei family also coveted the Flame Manor. All I can say is that this is a game of strategy, and only the winner will have the last laugh. "Brother Chen, you go ahead." After much deliberation, Lin Dong realized that this duel was of utmost importance and could not afford to make any mistakes, so he simply spoke up. He hadn't actually fought Lei Li yet. They'd only briefly clashed when he was trying to stop Lei Li. The opponent is quite strong. Lin Dong felt that given the importance of the Flame Manor to the Lin family, it would be better to play it safe and send the stronger Lin Chen to fight instead. Moreover, Lin Chen had already taught Lei Li a lesson, so this time shouldn't be too surprising. Since Donger said to let Aiken come, then Aiken, you go ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenshin nodded slightly and encouraged him. "Don't be too nervous, it's just the Fire Flame Manor." He hoped that Lin Chen wouldn't feel burdened by this and let it affect his performance. Losing Fire Flame Manor would definitely be a heavy blow to the Lin family. However, compared to these mundane things, Lin Chen, the hope of the Lin family, is undoubtedly more important. "Yes, Grandpa." Lin Chen took out a wooden sword. If he remembered correctly, the cultivation technique he used was a family heirloom of the Lei family, and it was of the lightning attribute. No matter what, Lei Li is at the earthly realm. What would Lei Li's reaction be if he were to experience being struck by lightning? Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. He was just worried that his 3rd grade martial arts, the 9 Thunder Sword and the Thunderclap Sword, had no use. That's great, there's hope. This child must not be allowed to live. Lei Bao's cold gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, and he silently added him to his kill list. After Lin Chen and Lei Li entered the arena, Lei Bao, his face grim, said coldly, This duel will pit Lei Li of the Lei family against Lin Chen of the Lin family. Let it begin. Chapter 42, 9 Thunder Sword vs Thunder Lightning. Lin Chen, this time I'm going to pound you into the ground and grind you down in front of everyone. Standing on the competition field, Lei Li stared coldly at Lin Chen. Recalling the scene of being defeated by the opponent at the previous trading fair, his anger flared up immediately. A cruel smile spread across his face as he placed his right hand on his neck and said defiantly, "Now that I've reached the earthly realm, I have to thank you for it." Without the threat posed by Lin Chen, how could he have cultivated so diligently and reached the earthly origin realm even faster than he had predicted? "Oh," Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise and said, "Then if I defeat you again, won't I be at the heavenly origin realm the next time I see you?" Lei Li was speechless. Did they think so highly of him? Although, he also really wanted to reach the heavenly origin realm. But it's not that easy. Moreover, why does this statement sound so ironic? HMPH, you think you can defeat me again. Don't even think about it. Lei Li snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger, furious at the other party's disdain. A rich aura of Yuan energy emanated from his body, carrying a chilling and sinister feeling. He immediately rushed towards Lin Chen, his palms curving into an arc, like a venomous snake shaking its head, and suddenly attacked Lin Chen's forehead. The second-grade martial art, the serpent palm, is extremely cunning and ruthless, and cannot be resisted by ordinary people. What a coincidence, I can do that too. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, and his body also radiated a rich Yuan energy glow, his aura seemingly on par with Lei Li's, even though this was under his control. His palms were also bent into a peculiar arc. Facing Lei Li's serpent palm attack, he used the same second-grade martial art to directly attack the opponent's wrist. When the martial arts techniques used are the same, what matters is the strength of each person's internal energy and their proficiency in the martial arts. Hateful. When Lei Li saw Lin Chen use the same second-grade martial art, the spirit serpent palm, his face burned with pain. The other party was clearly humiliating him. He roared, and his unpredictable palms launched another attack on Lin Chen. However, what shocked him greatly was that no matter how fast his serpent palm attacks were, his opponent was still able to strike his wrist with cunning moves, hitting the so-called 7 inches and making it impossible for his serpent palm to exert its power. This forced Lei Li to accept that the opponent's serpent palm technique was probably more proficient and skilled than his own. After several attempts, Lei Li decided to abandon the use of the serpent palm for attack and immediately switched to using martial arts techniques. Lightning strike. In just a moment, as Lei Li approached Lin Chen, he completely changed his attack method. His fists, elbows, fingers, legs, and other parts of his body erupted with extremely powerful force, attacking Lin Chen like a raging storm and a thunderous roar. The third-grade martial art, Thunder Strike, unleashes extremely powerful force, like a thunderstorm attack. It is fierce and difficult for ordinary people to withstand, and can be considered the opponent's trump card. That's interesting. Would it be even better if we added the amplification effect of the thunderclap sword? At this moment, Lin Chen took the wooden sword from his waist and used it to block the attack from the lightning with extremely fast sword speed. With the support of Yuan energy, the wooden sword made a crisp cracking sound under the opponent's fierce attack. Hateful. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lei Li became furious and increased his attack speed. Originally, he planned to cultivate the third-grade martial art Thunder Strike sword, which, when combined with the third-grade martial art Thunder Strike, would allow him to achieve even greater offensive power. However, his failure at the trade fair forced him to resort to this as a way to save his life. His only wish was to defeat Lin Chen as soon as possible and retrieve the third-grade martial art, the Thunderclap sword. At that time, their own combat power will also undergo an epic transformation. Pity. What caused Lei Li to lose control of his emotions was the martial art that Lin Chen unleashed the next moment. It was the Thunder Strike sword, a third-grade martial art that he had been longing for, which almost made him lose control of his own Thunder Strike. Thunderbolt sword. The wooden sword in Lin Chen's hand instantly became covered with a layer of blue-purple light, crackling with lightning and hissing. It carried the power of thunder and exploded as he used his sword to block the attack from the lightning in an instant, and then stabbed the opponent in the chest. In an instant, Lei Li let out a miserable scream and was knocked back several meters away. How could you possibly learn this? Struck by the power of the thunderbolt, Lei Li felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if struck by lightning. His body was also crackling with electric snakes. He clutched his chest tightly, the pain almost unbearable for him. He found it hard to believe that Lin Chen could have mastered the third-grade martial art thunderclap sword to such a high level in such a short time, even surpassing his own third-grade martial art thunder strike. Are you a good-for-nothing? If not, why would you ask such a question? Lin Chen only had this one simple sentence to answer this question. This retort caused Lei Li to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Lightning force. When Lei Bao saw that Lei Li had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, he couldn't help but shout angrily. He didn't want to see anything happen to Lei Li and had to win this match. Otherwise, the Lei family would lose face in Qingyang town and lose a very important property, Taimazhuang. Clan Chief Lei, do not interfere with the normal conduct of the competition. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhenchen immediately offered a reminder. He was worried that Lei Bao, that smiling tiger, might take action against Lin Chen without warning. So, from the very beginning, he had his eye on Lei Bao. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School was keeping an eye on Zai Kaiyan, the patriarch of the Zai family. Only in this way can you make the other party refrain from making a move. Once they make a move, the Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School can take advantage of the situation and make sure they don't leave without some compensation. Hateful. Lei Bao was clearly aware of this and could only mutter curses under his breath. He looked at Lin Chen, who was holding a wooden sword, and revealed undisguised killing intent. With the addition of the other party, there are now 2 earthly realm cultivators among the younger generation of the Lin family. Once they grow up and mature, wouldn't the Lin family have 5 experts at the heavenly origin realm? This is an absolute huge threat to the Lei family. For a time, Lei Bao's desire to eliminate the Lin family became even more urgent than his desire to eliminate the Mad Blade Martial Arts School. He couldn't make a move against Lin Chen during this hunting trip. However, once the hunt is over, he is determined to kill his opponent. You think it's that easy to defeat me? Lei Li, having recovered his strength, glared angrily and said coldly, "Behold my thunderclap." At this moment, he was using all his strength. A powerful surge of Yuan energy erupted from Lei Li's right palm. Under his control, all the Yuan energy within his body was continuously condensing into a ball of light that was contracting and changing shape. Lightning flashed and tumbled incessantly at this moment. Thunderbolt light. This is the thunderbolt light of the Lei family. Wu Yun, who had been paying close attention to the competition, gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "One of the Lei family's 2 great martial arts techniques, the 4th-grade martial art, Thunderbolt Light. I never expected that Lei Li could actually learn it. If Lin Chen hadn't taken away the Thunderbolt sword before, combined with the power of Thunderbolt, the power of Thunderbolt Light would have been absolutely unstoppable." Seeing this, Lin Zia's face turned pale, and she quickly said to Lin Zhenchen, "Grandpa, how can A Chen fight back?" Lin Zhenchen's fists were clenched tightly, showing that he was also very nervous. However, his eyes were very firm. "Keep watching." Lin Zia was somewhat helpless and could only watch the duel between Lin Chen and Lei Li with nervousness. Lin Chen, prepare to die. Lei Li's internal energy was completely depleted, and his face turned much paler. He sneered repeatedly and suddenly roared at Lin Chen. Immediately, he threw out the ball of light in his right hand. A fourth-grade martial art. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within them, and said in a chilling voice, "I'm going to see just how amazing it is." The wooden sword in his hand, imbued with the power of thunder, suddenly unleashed a sharp sword light. 9 Thunder Sword, Chapter 43, The Hunting Champion. As the Yuan energy within Lin Chen's body began to surge continuously, the Yuan energy luster on his body became even more intense and bright, and the wooden sword in his hand emitted a blue-purple light. Boom! A bolt of lightning the size of an arm streaked across the gloomy sky, transforming into a blue-purple lightning sword that instantly struck Lin Chen as he pointed towards the lightning. This scene caused Lei Li's expression to change drastically. He quickly dodged and simultaneously activated the thunder light he had just used to defend himself. The blue-purple lightning sword clashed violently with the lightning bolt, unleashing a powerful shockwave. How could this third-grade martial art, the 9 Thunder Sword, be so powerful? Lei Li looked at the thunder light that had returned to his side and could sense its power, though some of it had been eroded by the blue-purple thunder sword earlier. He was puzzled. The 9 Thunder Sword, as a third-grade martial art of the Lin family, has been practiced by some people. He originally intended to use the thunderclap light to instantly kill Lin Chen. However, considering the immense power and speed of the 9 Thunder Sword, his own energy, now completely depleted, was utterly unable to withstand the thunderous sword attack that felt like a bolt of lightning. He could only take advantage of the moment when Lin Chen finished using the 9 Thunder Sword to finish off his opponent. What made Lei Li feel extremely threatened was the sound of 2 more claps of thunder booming again from the dark clouds. Boom! As expected, 2 arm-sized, deep purple lightning swords slashed towards the lightning force once again. Could there be more? Lei Li's face turned deathly pale. He once again activated the thunder light in his hand and blasted it towards the 2 thunder swords. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booming sounds completely panicked Lei Li. 9 deep purple lightning swords appeared in the dark clouds, and after Lin Chen used the third-grade martial art thunderclap sword, they were imbued with the power of thunder, making them even more powerful. Condense. Lin Chen's eyes were firm as he uttered a single word. The 9 deep purple lightning swords instantly coalesced into a single, enormous deep purple lightning sword, exuding a powerful aura of heavenly lightning. 9 Thunder Sword. As Lin Chen pointed his wooden sword at Lei Li, the 9 Thunder Sword, carrying the might of rolling thunder, instantly slashed down towards Lei Li's forehead. Impossible. Lei Li never expected that the 9 Thunder Sword, a martial art of only the 3rd rank, would have such powerful strength, comparable to the thunder lightning of the 4th rank, and even surpassing it. This undoubtedly made him question his life. The 9 Thunder Sword, a 3rd-grade martial art I've seen before, only condenses 9 thunder swords in total. It never goes through the step of finally condensing into a giant thunder sword. His mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, and he could not avoid being locked onto by the huge 9 Thunder Sword. He could only grit his teeth and suddenly pour the little remaining Yuan power in his body into the thunder light in his palm, and then blast it towards the 9 Thunder Sword that was slashing down. Boom! A tremendous rumble resounded in midair. The lightning bolt exploded, unleashing boundless and powerful energy. Even ordinary earthly realm experts would be seriously injured, or even die on the spot here. A mere trifle. After seeing the thunder light explode, Lei Li felt relieved, thinking that the 9 Thunder Sword was just a showy but useless weapon. However, what made him realize something was wrong was that his scalp felt numb, as if it had been struck by lightning. He reached out and touched his head, only to be astonished to find that his smooth, long hair had turned into straight spiky strands, standing upright. Lei Li, this isn't over yet. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he casually reminded him before swinging the wooden sword in his hand and putting it away. A massive, deep purple 9 thunder sword slashed head-on at the lightning force after the lightning light disappeared. No. Lei Li suddenly raised his head and saw the enormous 9 thunder sword, which looked like Mount Tai suppressing everything. His legs went weak and he screamed in terror. This scene made Lei Bao unable to hold back any longer. Just as they were about to make a move, Lin Zhenchen and Luo Cheng stepped forward, rolled up their sleeves, and prepared to attack. Lei Bao's expression changed several times before he finally snapped. We concede defeat in this battle. Before he finished speaking, he slammed his large hand towards the enormous 9 thunder sword. To Lei Bao's surprise, this punch did not shake the 9 thunder sword. Snort. At this moment, Lei Bao released the Yuan power within his body, and his powerful fist attempted to directly strike the deep purple 9 thunder sword. However, what made his pupils constrict was that the deep purple 9 thunder sword had simply vanished, causing his punch to hit nothing but air. In an instant, Lei Bao focused his attention on Lin Chen. Aside from Lin Chen, who unleashed the 9 thunder sword and then deactivated it himself, there are no other circumstances that would cause the 9 thunder sword to disappear directly. Chief Lei, there's no need to be so nervous. I can control the 9 thunder sword. Lin Chen smiled slightly and returned to the Lin family's residence. There are 3 experts at the heavenly origin realm here, so it's a sure thing. You're very good. Lei Bao was so angry at these words that he almost vomited blood. After taking a deep breath, he finally calmed down, grabbed the exhausted Lei Li, and left, returning to the Lei family's place. After checking him over, he was relieved to find that Lei Li had only been frightened, had exhausted his internal energy, and had suffered some damage from being struck by lightning. However, when Lei Bao looked at Lin Chen again, his gaze was now filled with intense killing intent. This was the first time he had ever seen such a powerful earthly realm expert. Moreover, it came from the enemy Lin family, which made Lei Bao's killing intent surge continuously, almost solidifying into a tangible form. However, with Lin Zhenchen and Luo Cheng around, he certainly couldn't pose much of a threat to Lin Chen. Moreover, besides Lin Chen, the Lin family also has another junior who has reached the earthly realm. If we're going to eliminate them, we should eliminate them all at once, so as not to alert them. Let's go. Lei Li's crushing defeat left Lei Bao with no desire to continue presiding over the hunt or announcing the results. All he wanted to do was get his men back as quickly as possible and prepare to kill. However, how could Lin Zhenchen and Luo Cheng let Lei Bao leave so easily? Clan Chief Lei, are you perhaps forgetful? Have you forgotten the wager made in this duel and what price the loser should pay? Lin Zhenchen rarely had the opportunity to laugh heartily in front of Lei Bao, so at this moment, he naturally wanted to laugh heartily and joyfully. Ironwood Manor, come and collect it when the time comes. Lei Bao's face turned ashen. After hesitating for a while, he finally agreed. He grabbed Lei Li, who was still recovering, and left the giant platform of the Beast Horn Arena. The Lei and Zai families followed closely behind. Ha 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 ha. Luo Cheng, the master of the Mad Blade martial arts school, burst into laughter, walked up to the giant platform, and loudly announced, "The Qingyang Town hunting event has come to a successful conclusion. The runner-up is Wu Yun from the Mad Blade martial arts school, while the final champion is Lin Chen from the Lin family." Next, the Lin family and the Mad Blade martial arts school began a lively celebration. There was nothing they could do. The Lei and Zai families had always come out on top in the hunting activities in Qingyang Town over the years. This was finally a victory, giving them a sense of pride and satisfaction. The Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School joined forces to hold a grand banquet in Qingyang town, making the details of the hunting event known to everyone in the blink of an eye and causing the Lei family to lose face. Chapter 44: Tiger Mom Carries Her Cubs. The back mountain of the Lin family. In the lush forest, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun gradually descending on the distant mountains, several figures waited. Brother Lin, that fire python tiger, is a heavenly origin realm demon beast, and its intelligence is no less than that of humans. It seems that it has already found a suitable spiritual medicine to heal its injuries. What if it doesn't follow martial ethics and attacks us as if we were bad guys? Wu Yun, dressed in a blue robe with a wild, swirling pattern of swords, gripped the long sword at his waist tightly as he spoke, his face showing a hint of unease. Previously in the Beast Horn Forest, they dared to fight the fire python tiger in an open area only because they knew that the tiger was seriously injured and would die soon. However, if they release the tiger back into the mountains, they might be eaten when they see the other side again, or the other side might vent its anger by attacking them and taking the 3 fire python tiger cubs back with it. Regardless of the type, it is indeed quite dangerous for them, whose highest cultivation level is the earthly realm. Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha originally didn't want to come here, but considering that the fire python tiger cubs would reach the heavenly origin realm after they grew up, it was much better than the uncertainty of their clansmen cultivating to the heavenly origin realm. If we could have an additional Tianyuan realm fighter, we wouldn't be too uneasy or nervous facing the pressure from the Lei and Zai families. So they still came to the Lin family and met Lin Chen. However, after waiting for a while, Wu Yun still hadn't seen the heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger, and he couldn't help but become a little impatient. Brother Wu, be patient. This is still the back mountain of the Lin family, don't worry. Lin Chen gave a brief reply, then looked down at the 3 little fire python tiger cubs in the basket. After confirming that there were no problems, he continued. The cub is still here. She will definitely come. Besides, we should usually run away when we see a Tianyuan realm demon beast, but she will be an exception. Mu Lingsha, carrying a green wooden bow on her back, stared intently into the depths of the forest and reminded him. Perhaps the fire python tiger has arrived. She sensed a powerful pressure approaching from within. Aside from demonic beasts, she couldn't think of anything else that could exert such pressure. Sure enough, a red figure leaped out of the dense forest in the next moment. Its entire body was covered in fiery fur, with a violent and ferocious head, and a thick tail like a fire python crawling on its back. The scars on its body had also faded. It was clearly a heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger. Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha felt their hearts tremble as they faced the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, so close. They swallowed hard and quietly retreated behind Lin Chen. How dare a mere body-tempering realm cultivator be so presumptuous in front of a heavenly origin realm cultivator? Lin Chen could only rub his temples and pretend not to care. He examined the fire python tiger and found that the wounds were indeed much shallower and its breathing had become calmer, indicating that its injuries had been relieved. It wouldn't be long before it recovered to its peak strength. That's good. Once we've won them over, we can get a bodyguard at the heavenly origin realm and a wet nurse to raise tiger cubs for free. These are your 3 children brought back safely. I have kept my promise. Lin Chen showed the other party the 3 little fire python tiger cubs in the sleeping basket, a move that greatly shocked Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha, who were hiding behind. Holy crap, this is a heavenly origin realm demon beast, and it's a fire python tiger that's known for its brutality and ferocity and is difficult to tame. Wu Yun's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He nervously rolled his eyes, carefully thinking of a way to safely take Lin Chen away from the tiger's mouth before the fire python began its feast. However, to his utter astonishment, The heavenly origin realm demonic beast, the fire python tiger, came to Lin Chen's side, lowered its head, and gently rubbed against his legs, giving the impression of being a pet that could be easily petted. This scene completely shattered Wu Yun's understanding of the world and his perception of monsters. He suddenly felt a sense of shame. The ferocious beasts he had killed in the past also had lives, right? It must be a hallucination. Wu Yun forced himself to remain calm, intently watching the fire python tiger's movements. He gently stopped Mu Lingsha and whispered, "If anything goes wrong, shoot Lin Chen in the leg." Lin Chen looked puzzled when he heard Wu Yun's words. He tilted his head and glared at Wu Yun, asking, "Why did you shoot me in the leg?" They could have dodged the tiger's mouth attack, but being betrayed by their teammate like this means they'll become someone else's monster's meal. I just felt that you trusted the fire python tiger too much." Wu Yun coughed twice and quickly waved his hand, saying, just kidding," to ease the tension. "As things stand, there doesn't seem to be any danger." He glanced at the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, and asked hesitantly, "But what is the fire python tiger doing?" "What else can I do but thank you for saving my life?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes. His impression of Wu Yun had changed considerably. Damn it, instead of shooting the monster first, they shot him. Such a unique way of thinking, truly amazing. Actually, after thinking for a moment, Lin Chen decided to tell the heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger in front of him about Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha's plan to take away the two little fire python tiger cubs. With its intelligence, the beast would understand. "The reason they saved you is to gain your approval, so they can take the two cubs away." To everyone's surprise, Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they quickly shook their heads and waved their hands, saying, No, absolutely not. Please, those two are just weaklings in the body tempering realm. How dare they try to take away the little fire python cub that the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, is protecting with its life. If that were actually done, the consequences would probably be dire. Lin Chen laughed out loud at the sight of Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha's nervous expressions. He shook his head and continued speaking to the fire python tiger. "With the strength of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School and the Mu family manor, they can still raise your two cubs. Don't worry, they will definitely treat the cubs well. With the growth potential of a master in the heavenly origin realm, and with you, their tiger mother, still alive, I doubt they would dare to have any bad intentions." Lin Chen knew very well that two of the three little fire python tiger cubs were at most at the heavenly origin realm, and it was impossible for them to reach a higher level without the help of rare and precious materials. In Qingyang Town, those at the Tianyuan realm are already top-tier experts and can live very comfortably. But outside of Qingyang Town, the Tianyuan realm is really just like that. If Lin Chen hadn't known about the situation at the Mad Saber Martial Arts School and the Mu family manor, he wouldn't have said a word. Who would want their tiger cubs to be kept away from them when they are so young? Yes. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha nodded repeatedly, like chickens pecking at rice. At times like this, it's best to go along with Lin Chen's wishes. In fact, without Lin Chen treating the fire python tiger in the beast horn forest, this situation wouldn't have occurred. It can only be said that Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha were already mentally prepared for not getting the little fire python tiger cub. Upon hearing this, the fire python tiger narrowed its eyes slightly, its fierce light flashing. It came to Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha's side, sniffed their scent, and after seemingly noticing anything unusual, it leisurely walked to the sleeping basket and carried the two relatively healthy fire python tiger cubs to the two of them. This scene filled Wu Yun and Mu Lingsha with immense joy. Surprisingly, the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, actually entrusted the cub to its care. In this way, they wouldn't have to worry about Tiger Mom living and occasionally targeting the Mad Blade Martial Arts School or the Mew family village. Wu Yun and Mew Lingxia took the cub and placed it carefully in the silk cloth they had prepared beforehand, repeatedly assuring it, "Rest assured, we will take good care of the tiger cubs. If we break this oath, may we be struck by lightning." Chapter 45, Moving into the New Home, the Azure Dragon Ring Mini World. Wu Yun and Mew Lingxia bid farewell to Lin Chen and the Heavenly Origin Realm Demon Beast Fire Python Tiger immediately. This little fire python tiger cub is far too important to them. They need to be careful and bring it home quickly to raise it with care. Before long, a Heavenly Origin Realm Demon Beast will appear in both the Mad Blade Martial Arts School and the Mew family village. After the two figures disappeared from sight, Lin Chen looked at the fire python tiger and said somewhat embarrassedly, "In the end, I did break my promise and didn't keep your two children." He only managed to do one thing: bring the three little fire python tiger cubs back safely. The fire python tiger shook her head. She knew very well that without Lin Chen's help, not only would she not survive, but her cubs would also end up in the hands of others. Rather than doing that, it's better to let her screen the person in front of you to determine if they are someone you can entrust your life to. And most importantly, she was certain that her cubs were safe and sound, which was enough. Lin Chen nodded and looked at the remaining little fire python tiger cub in the sleeping basket. Compared to the two cubs with calmer breathing, this one was the weakest, and it would be quite difficult to raise it. The fact that the fire python tiger didn't give this cub to Wu Yun or Mew Lingxia before suggests that it realized this and intended to keep the weakest cub and raise it itself. If it dies prematurely, there's nothing that can be done. By the way, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. There are quite a few Heavenly Origin Realm demonic beasts in those boundless mountains. With this weakest cub, you might be in some trouble. Now that only Lin Chen and the fire python tiger are left, he naturally wants to persuade them to stay. "Why don't you stay with me? I'll take care of all your food and drink. All you have to do is raise the cubs." Of course, I'm talking about one cub. Under the questioning gaze of the fire python tiger, Lin Chen looked around to make sure there was nothing amiss before carrying the white tiger cub from the Azure Dragon Ring's small world directly into the sleeping basket, squeezing it together with the little fire python tiger cub. The sudden appearance of the white tiger cub made the fire python tiger's eyes widen, giving it a new understanding of Lin Chen. As for the white tiger cub, she thought to herself, no wonder there was the scent of other tiger-type demon beasts when she smelled the cub before. How is it? It seems like it should be quite easy to raise. Lin Chen half squatted down and gave the white tiger cub, whose eyes were closed and mouth was open, a hard tug on its head. After confirming that it was still alive, he took out a jade bottle and fed the diluted spiritual liquid inside to the white tiger cub and the little fire python tiger cub. This spiritual liquid is very helpful for body tempering. Given the frail condition of the little fire python tiger cub, it desperately needs spiritual liquid to feed it in order to have a chance to survive and grow up smoothly. By the way, there are 5 drops of spiritual liquid here. After you take them, you will basically be able to recover to the strength of the Heavenly Origin Realm. The healing effect of the elixir is also extremely strong. Lin Xiao was able to recover from his injuries of many years, thanks to a drop of spiritual liquid. The fire python's tiger eyes gleamed with excitement. It had never seen such a precious elixir before in the boundless mountains. With the spiritual liquid, her little fire python tiger cub will definitely survive. She rubbed against the white tiger cub, trying to memorize its scent. Then the fire python tiger, carrying the handle from the sleeping basket, came to Lin Chen's leg and rubbed against him, clearly indicating that it had agreed to Lin Chen's request. "That's great. Let me show you the new house." Lin Chen had been waiting for this moment, so he quickly said, "By the way, don't be nervous, it's just a small world." He immediately activated the azure dragon ring, and a ball of azure light enveloped the fire python tiger and the two cubs in the sleeping basket. The fire python tiger stared wide-eyed, eager to know how such a high-level storage treasure could appear in Qingyang town. Moreover, it is a treasure capable of storing living things. Before she could think any further, she opened her eyes again and found herself in another unfamiliar place. It appears to be roughly the same area she operates within in the boundless mountains. However, the environment is somewhat poor, with no tall trees or anything like that. Moreover, the primordial energy of heaven and earth is somewhat thin. This new home looks a bit like a vegetable garden. The fire python tiger's gaze was drawn to the medicinal field that had already been cultivated next to it. There were 2 4th-grade spiritual herbs in the field, and several 3rd-grade spiritual herbs beside them. Among them, the 3rd-grade spiritual herb, crystal vermilion fruit, had already borne a ripe crystal vermilion fruit, emitting a faint fragrance that attracted her nose, and she couldn't help but sniff it. If we eat them, we can definitely fill the void left by the birth of their young much faster. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already arrived in the azure dragon ring's small world. He had already discovered earlier that he could still enter. He personally dug this medicinal herb field with a hoe. Who would have thought that Lin Chen, who has the air of a chivalrous swordsman outside, would be here carrying a hoe and farming in the fields? At the very least, if Lin Dong and Qing Tan found out, they would be absolutely shocked. This is a medicinal herb field. I've slightly adjusted the time flow rules inside, making it faster than the ones outside. Lin Chen began to explain the situation of this azure dragon ring's small world, so that the fire python tiger could familiarize itself with it as quickly as possible, and continued. I'll call you Tiger Mom from now on, since you're raising 2 tiger cubs anyway. The fire python tiger didn't seem to have any problem with the name and listened attentively. In the herb field, I used spiritual liquid as fertilizer. The spiritual energy inside is definitely better than outside. Lin Chen took out a jade bottle containing 2 drops of spiritual liquid. Ever since he learned that the ancestral symbol was formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he had been pouring his spiritual energy into it, which resulted in more spiritual liquid than before. Before, I didn't have time to create a new environment. Now that you're here, Tiger Mom, I'll set up a small circle for you all. Within this circle, the spiritual energy will be more abundant. Outside, it's much thinner. The conditions are limited right now, so please bear with me. Of course, if you want to come out, just call me. I will improve the living conditions here as soon as possible. Lin Chen did not intend to plant ordinary trees, as that would take up too much space in the Azure Dragon Street miniature world. He needs to find more spiritual herbs and trees, and most importantly, mineral veins. If a mineral vein were transferred to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, the situation of the scarce spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be greatly changed. He wouldn't need to use these spiritual liquids to increase the spiritual energy within. With the natural energy of the mineral vein itself, plus the natural energy generated in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, this place will become even more suitable for habitation over time. Based on the mineral vein, Lin Chen could also expand the types and quantities of spiritual herbs and trees to quickly provide a suitable living environment for the fire python tiger and its 2 cubs. Naturally, he will also be able to alter the time flow rules in places other than the herb fields. In this way, the 2 tiger cubs can grow up faster. Only when the spiritual energy in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world is abundant enough, and the rules are somewhat perfected, can Lin Chen cultivate in seclusion here, doubling the effect. After saying all that, we still need to focus on the key point, which is the mineral vein. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly. It was for the sake of this mine that he had defeated Lei Lei severely during the hunting event in Qingyang town, revealing a bit of his strength. Now, it's time to take over Taimu village from the Lin family and seize the Yangyuan stone mine there. If we get there too late, that damned Lei family will destroy the entire Taimu village. Chapter 46, Divine Craftsmanship, Earth Shovel Peak of the Yuan Realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Lei Li. You are granted one sign-in opportunity. Do you wish to begin the sign-in process? After Lin Chen came out of the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, he heard the system notification sound in his ear. His expression remained unchanged, and he silently recited in his heart. Check-in. Ding, checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the check-in reward, Divine Shovel. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised when he heard this. He immediately took out the sign-in rewards that had already appeared in the system space. A seemingly ordinary blue shovel puzzled Lin Chen somewhat. Does this mean I have to become a miner? Lin Chen's expression became slightly strange. On the surface, the Shenggong shovel looks extremely ordinary, much like the shovels that people use at home. He tentatively dug into the ground, but felt nothing. After surveying the surrounding area, Lin Chen chose a large tree and began digging at its base using the divine shovel. At the same time, he also infused it with yuan energy. At that moment, the unassuming divine shovel suddenly emitted a blue light. In an instant, the large tree was uprooted and dug out, shrinking into a miniature tree the size of a palm, enveloped in a layer of blue light. This scene stunned Lin Chen. After a long while, he patted his cheeks and murmured, "This divine shovel is defying the heavens." In his view, the appearance of this miraculous shovel was simply a coincidence. Like the big tree we just saw, destroying it is usually easy, but uprooting it and preserving it intact is almost impossible. It is simply impossible to properly take away such a large tree, along with its dense root system. However, the problem was easily solved by digging with the divine shovel. Lin Chen swallowed hard, reached out and poked the miniature tree enveloped in a cyan halo. To his surprise, he couldn't break through it. He hesitated for a moment, then raised the divine shovel in his hand and poked it into the blue halo. With a soft splat, the cyan aura vanished. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen saw the miniature tree, which instantly returned to its original form. Boom! The large tree, having lost its support, crashed to the ground. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly, and he used the divine shovel again to dig at the tree. A cyan halo shone onto the tree, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed back into a miniature version of the tree that had been enveloped in the cyan halo. This discovery greatly excited Lin Chen. The appearance of the divine shovel can be said to have fulfilled all his fantasies about modifying the small world of the Azure Dragon Ring. The current Azure Dragon Ring mini-world requires at least one mineral vein. Normally, mineral veins are located underground and are difficult to excavate. Even though Lin Chen already knew that there was a Yang Yuan stone vein beneath Taimu village, which contained a large amount of Yang Gang Qi, he still couldn't easily obtain it. Without the cooperation of others, it would probably have been impossible to completely mine the Yangyuan stone vein, let alone transfer it to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, even after many years. To ensure that the spiritual energy of the Azure Dragon Ring's small world is sufficient, it is best to keep the transferred mineral vein intact. Before this, Lin Chen planned to take back Taimu village with the help of the Lin family, and then lead Lin Zhenshan and others to mine the Yangyuan stone vein. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized it wasn't worth it. The Lin family obtained this Yang Yuan stone vein and mined it, but they were unable to absorb it themselves, so they could only sell large quantities of Yang Yuan stones to the outside world. It seems that this has brought huge benefits to the Lin family. But in reality, this vision is very short-sighted and will attract the attention of others. Rather than letting the Lin family ruin such a fine Yang Yuan stone vein, it would be better for Lin Chen to transfer it to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world himself. When the time comes, the portion he extracts from it will be enough to meet the Lin family's development needs. Generally speaking, 10 Yang Yuan stones can be used to refine 1 Yang Yuan pill. The Yang Yuan pill is of great help to cultivators below the Yuan Dan realm. With the ancestral stone in hand, Lin Chen only needs 3 Yang Yuan stones to refine a Yang Yuan pill. That's how the gap came about. Lin Chen carefully put away the divine shovel, as it was a treasure he would use to modify the Azure Dragon Ring's small world in the future. He also had high expectations for the spiritual herbs, spiritual trees, and numerous relics that would follow. Move them all into the Azure Dragon Ring's miniature world, he. 2 weeks later, Lin Chen, who was meditating cross-legged on the back mountain of the Lin family, opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He put away the crystal ball containing the innate yin energy. After this period of cultivation, he has reached the late stage of the earthly realm. This terrifying speed of cultivation was enough to shock everyone in Qingyang town. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Ever since he reached the earthly origin realm, he had been absorbing the innate yin sha qi from the crystal ball. He originally thought that after cultivating to the late stage of the earthly origin realm, he would be able to absorb it all. But now it seems that the innate yin energy within the crystal ball was underestimated. Normally, once the innate yin energy and yuan power have merged to a peak, one should absorb yang energy and fuse it with yuan power to break through to the heavenly origin realm in one fell swoop. After reaching the heavenly origin realm, it is similar to the earthly origin realm, except that it absorbs yang gang qi. When one reaches the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, one should fuse the yin sha qi and yang gang qi within the body, condensing the yuan power into a yuan dan, thereby reaching the yuan dan realm. For example, the earth origin realm and the heaven origin realm only have 3 minor realms: early, middle, and late. However, Lin Chen felt that after reaching the late stage of the earthly realm, he did not seem to have reached his peak. If one absorbs more innate yin energy, one can continue to absorb it and advance further in the earthly realm. Could it be that the earthly realm actually has a smaller peak realm? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and took out the crystal ball containing the innate yin energy again. He felt that, most likely, there was still a small realm to be reached. However, once one reaches the late stage of the earthly origin realm, one can absorb yang qi and break through to the heavenly origin realm, which makes most people completely unaware that they can continue to improve. Of course, it's also possible that ordinary people can only reach the late stage of the earthly realm at most, which is already a bottleneck. Lin Chen hadn't forgot that both the earth origin realm and the heaven origin realm were foundational stages. If he wants to compete with those peerless geniuses in the future, he must lay a solid foundation. What is the limit of the earthly realm? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen continued to absorb the innate yin energy within the crystal ball. He wanted to see just how far he could go. Only by breaking through one's own limits can one truly be considered to have laid a solid foundation at this level, so that one will not suffer more in the future. At the very least, he must absorb all the innate yin energy within the crystal ball. We can't let it go to waste, right? With this idea in mind, Lin Chen acted on it immediately. With the innate yin energy entering his body, he was completely enveloped in an extremely cold and bone-chilling aura. The yuan energy within his body surged wildly, absorbing the innate yin energy and forcibly fusing it. Gradually, under Lin Chen's frantic absorption, the innate yin energy within the crystal ball began to deplete. With a crisp sound, Lin Chen broke through the conventional limit and reached the peak of the earthly origin realm. However, he still felt that something was wrong, as if something was missing. Lin Chen opened his eyes, stared at the crystal ball in front of him, and with a flash of inspiration, immediately used the ancestral stone to absorb it. In the blink of an eye, a delicate and small crystal yin bead had taken shape, and he swallowed it without hesitation. He really wanted to try and see if it was possible to condense the yin core in the earthly realm. If this crazy move succeeds, then he will likely possess the powerful strength of a half-step Yuan Dan realm. Chapter 47 Ironwood Manor. After a long while, Lin Chen opened his eyes and sighed. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to condense a yin core in the earthly realm. Even when Lin Chen tried to use the crystal yin bead to condense the innate yin energy and primordial power within his body to form the so-called yin pill. However, reaching that point is extremely difficult. Lin Chen withdrew his inner gaze and calmed himself down. Judging from the progress of the fusion between the crystal yin bead and the innate yin energy and primordial power, it will be difficult to condense the yin pill in a short period of time. However, this is already a good start, giving Lin Chen confidence that this path is feasible. To condense a yin core in the earthly origin realm and obtain the powerful strength of a half-step Yuan core realm cultivator. Once he condenses the yin core, no one in the earthly realm will have a more solid foundation than him. Lin Chen stretched his limbs and sensed the powerful force within his body. A smile appeared on his face. Having already reached the peak of the earthly realm, he might be able to compete with experts in the mid-stage or even late-stage heavenly realm. By absorbing all the innate yin energy and the crystal yin bead, he broke through the limits of the earthly realm and gained power far exceeding that realm. In this way, he wouldn't have to be so timid in Qingyang Town. He's here at the Yangyuan Stone Mine in Taimu Village. The main hall in the backyard of the Lin family. The Lei family is truly despicable. Lin Zhenshin slammed his hand on the table in anger and said coldly, "You'd better hand over Taimu Manor to the Lin family within half a month. Now you're trying to delay. Do you really think the Lin family is so easy to bully?" He turned his head to look at Lin Xiao and immediately gave the order. Gather the Lin family's forces, with Lin Xiao leading the way to Taimu Manor. If the Lei family still refuses to hand over the manor, then attack Taimu Manor and take it back. Yes. Lin Xiao had been waiting for this day for a long time and immediately accepted the order. Lincoln, standing next to Lin Zhenshin, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Father, if we launch a direct attack, won't that provoke the Lei family to come out in full force against us? If that happens, it might be troublesome for my third brother to go alone. The handover within this 2-week period is the rule of Qingyang Town. The Lei family has broken the rules on their own, so I want to see if the other forces dare to speak up. Besides, this Taimu Manor has long been the property of my Lin family. If they don't hand it over and hide inside like cowards, then they'd better be prepared to be beaten." Having said this, Lin Zhenshin knew in his heart that the Lei family was unscrupulous, and just in case, he immediately said, "If the Lei family dares to make a move, then you stay at the family headquarters and I will personally take action." With his late-stage heavenly origin realm cultivation, just one step away from the Yuan Dan realm, Lin Zhenshin has the confidence to speak like this. Even with Lei Bao standing in front of him, he was not intimidated at all. What bothered Lin Zhenshin the most was the fact that Lin Mang and his son had been prevented from escaping by Tianyuan realm experts from the other forces in Qingyang Town. He will definitely seek justice when he gets the chance. Did he really think he didn't know who was behind it? "Yes, father." Lincoln immediately accepted the order and began arranging the Lin family's defenses. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, went to organize the Lin family's forces, preparing to head towards Taimu Village. "Grandpa, I want to go to Taimu Village with my third uncle and broaden my horizons." Seeing that Lin Zhenshin had no intention of having him come along, Lin Chen took the opportunity to speak to him. "Ah, Chen." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenshin frowned, wanting to say that this trip to Taimu Village was definitely dangerous, and as the hope of the Lin family, it was best if nothing happened to him. However, after thinking about it, he realized that with Lin Chen's earthly realm strength and the presence of Lin Xiao, a heavenly realm expert. Even if the Lei family made a move, they could at least hold out until his reinforcements arrived. Sure, you can go with your third uncle. It'll be a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. Lin Zhenshen nodded in agreement, expressing his approval of Lin Chen's idea. Given the other party's potential, it won't be long before they reach the heavenly origin realm, and they should be able to participate in the Lin family's specific affairs. However, if he knew that Lin Chen's combat strength had reached the mid to late stage of the heavenly origin realm, he might be particularly shocked. Lin Dong, who was sitting next to Lin Chen, did not say anything. Anyway, his father, Lin Zio, is leading the team, so we just need to go along. The next day, a large group of people had already set off from the Lin family and were marching in a grand procession towards Taimu Village. Taimu Village is named after its abundant ironwood production. This ironwood, resembling refined iron, is impervious to water and fire. Its thick and heavy texture makes it extremely suitable for manufacturing weapons and various buildings. Within this area spanning hundreds of miles, only Taimu Village possesses this type of ironwood, which is enough to bring great benefits to its owner. After a morning's journey, Lin Chen and his companions, riding their tall, magnificent horses, arrived at an extremely wide avenue. Report. Some members of the Lin family, who had gone ahead to scout the situation, returned on horseback. Lin Zio narrowed his eyes, gazing at the massive manor at the end of the avenue, and said in a deep voice, "Read." The man quickly replied, "Third Master, the gates of Ironwood Manor are currently closed. There is likely a Tianyuan realm expert from the Lei family stationed inside, and it is heavily guarded. The Lei family really thinks my Lin family is easy to bully." Lin Zio's expression turned cold, and he said sternly, "Qin Wying, you take 2 people and stay with Aiken and Donger. The rest of you come with me." "Yes." As the clanging sound rang out, the Lin family members drew their swords and knives, following Lin Zio's steps as they pressed towards Taimu Manor. Da-da-da-da. The sound of galloping horses was continuous, carrying the boundless yellow sand forward. Behind the towering manor walls, the sturdy ironwood still stands tall. "Halt! This is the Lei family's Ironwood Manor. Any unauthorized persons who trespass will be killed without exception." On the city wall, countless crossbow bolts and iron arrows flashed. If Lin Zio and the others did not heed the warnings, then a rain of arrows would fall and turn them into beehives. "I am Lin Zio, representing the Lin family to take over Taimu Manor. Immediately summon your managers, or my Lin family will attack the city." Lin Zio showed no fear whatsoever. His expression was stern, and he coldly roared. The loud voice was loud enough for everyone in Taimu Village to hear. "Hee, I didn't expect your Lin family to be in such a hurry, coming directly to my Ironwood Manor." 2 figures appeared on the city wall. Lei Nuo and Lei Wying glanced at the Lin family's forces outside Taimu Village, their expressions turning much gloomy. They had only been there a few days, and they figured they should wait another half a month before the Lin family would get restless. During this period, it is necessary to quickly cut down all the ironwood trees in Taimu Village. It would be better to destroy it than to hand it over to the Lin family so easily. For the first half of the month, the Lei family searched for a large amount of potion specifically to destroy ironwood and the unique black soil that grows ironwood. Also that the Lin family could obtain an ordinary manor that was completely useless. As a result, they have only managed to find a small amount of the potion, which is far from enough to destroy the ironwood and special black soil of Taimu Village. Furthermore, there is still a large amount of ironwood in Taimu Village that has not yet been cut down. If Lin Zio and the Lin family were to breach Ironwood Manor, it would be a huge loss. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Lei Nuo and Lei Wying continued in a low voice. "If you want this Ironwood Manor, go to the Lei family to complete the handover procedures. Once that's done, come back to Ironwood Manor. Whether it's felling and transporting the ironwood or destroying the Ironwood Manor to collect the medicine, both require ample time. In order to prevent the Lin family from gaining an advantage, they had to find a way to delay the time. Half a month is the maximum period for the handover of industries in Qingyang Town. Does your Lei family intend to break the rules? Lin Zio snorted coldly and continued to threaten. I think there are many powerful forces in Qingyang Town who are looking forward to your Lei family breaking the rules. When that happens, and your property is seized, you can't blame others for setting such a bad precedent. Upon hearing this, Lei Niu and Lei Wang, two early-stage Tianyuan realm experts from the Lei family, had drastic changes in expression. Clearly, the Lei family cannot afford such consequences. After all, the Lei family owns numerous properties in Qingyang Town. Ironwood Manor is relatively important, but not as important as the Lin family's Flame Manor. Brother Lin Zio, it's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you and the others wait outside Ironwood Manor for a while, and we'll immediately prepare a feast to entertain you all? What do you say? A cold glint flashed in Lei Niu and Lei Wang's eyes. They were about to use this trap to their advantage. Chapter 40, Ate This Wine is Poisoned. For the Lei family members in Taimu Village, they never expected that the Lin family would arrive so impatiently after only half a month. As expected, the final ultimatum will be issued at least 2 weeks later. However, the Lin family has now arrived with great momentum. Lei Niu and Lei Wang are only at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm, far from being a match for Lin Zio, who is at the middle stage of the heavenly origin realm. Naturally, the two of them had no choice but to take another approach to resolve the current situation. If Lin Zio and his group dare to attend the banquet, then they have the guts to kill them. Since the Lei family has already decided to deal with the Lin family, it would be good to eliminate one of the Lin family's Tianyuan realm experts as soon as possible. Third Master, this is a conspiracy. Those around Lin Zio quickly reminded him to avoid falling into the Lei family's trap. Lin Zio nodded slightly, staring intently at Lei Niu and Lei Wang on the city wall, and sneered. It seems you two are quite sincere. In that case, I shall respectfully accept your offer and trouble you to open the gates. Ironwood Manor's frontal defenses are quite strong. A relentless assault would inevitably result in casualties among the Lin family's forces, which is completely unnecessary for Lin Zio. Taking advantage of the trap set by Lei Niu and Lei Wang, they will seize the opportunity to attack Taimu Manor. Brother Lin Zio is straightforward. Lei Niu and Lei Wang's expressions changed slightly at this moment, and they immediately said, Guards, prepare a banquet. We will hold a grand feast outside Ironwood Manor to celebrate Brother Ling Xiao's recovery of his heavenly origin realm strength. There was no way they would open the gates of Ironwood Manor wide and let Lin Zio and the others in. Brother Lin Zio, why don't we go up to the city tower for a chat, while the rest of the Lin family brothers drink and eat meat outside the manor? After exchanging a glance, Lei Niu and Lei Wang jumped down from the city gate tower and invited Lin Zio to sit at a table alone. Both of them are at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm. If they join forces, they have the strength to compete with Lin Zio, a master at the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm, so there is no need to worry about their safety. Third Master, be careful, there might be a conspiracy. Lin Zio reached out to stop the man from reminding him, then smiled and looked at Lei Niu and Lei Wang, saying, Since you two have invited me, I naturally have to accept. He turned his head, gave his confidant a look, and then commanded, All members of the Lin family, take your seats outside the manor. He then planned to follow Lei Niu and Lei Wang up to the city gate tower. Father, Chen and I also want to go with you. Just then, Lin Dong stepped out from the crowd and made a request. This caused Lin Zio's expression to change slightly, and he quickly said, Our two families' elders are eating, drinking, and catching up. What are you two juniors doing here? Lei Nuo and Lei Wying whispered to each other for a while. Then their eyes lit up when they saw Lin Chen and Lin Dong. Clearly, they also wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Lin Chen and Lin Dong, two future Heavenly Origin Realm experts. Anyway, since we're planning to take action against Lin Xiao later and break ties with the Lin family, eliminating such a huge hidden danger would definitely be a great achievement. Brother Lin Xiao, since both of my nephews want to come together, then let them come together. My Lei family still has some influence in this Ironwood manor. We can't be so bad as to not even be able to prepare a meal for our two nephews. Lei Nuo immediately smiled and said this to Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao hesitated, Lei Wying quickly began to persuade him. Brother Lin Xiao, do you really think that the two of us brothers would fight? Don't worry, it's not for the younger generation to get involved in the affairs of adults. This is just a simple meal to catch up with old friends. There will be no danger. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned deeply. He looked at Lin Chen and began to speculate in his mind. It may seem like Lin Dong took the initiative to suggest it, but it is actually very likely that it was Lin Chen's idea. Could it be that old master Lin Zhenshin gave the other party a way to save his life? Lin Chen could only perform like this if he had the life-saving techniques to withstand the attacks of a Heavenly Origin Realm expert. Lin Xiao thought about it more and more and felt that this was very likely. After all, Lin Mang had previously acted without permission to attack Lin Chen, and given the hostility between the Lei and Zai families during the hunting activity, the old man would definitely provide Lin Chen with a way to protect his life, considering his affection for him. That put his mind at ease. Since Brother Lei Nuo and Brother Lei Wying don't find it troublesome, then I'll take my leave. At this moment, Lin Chen and Lin Dong followed Lin Xiao directly to the gate tower of Taimu Manor. From here, one can clearly see the Lin family members riding horses outside the village. However, the situation inside Taimu village was obscured by a huge curtain, making it impossible to see clearly. Lei Nuo and Lei Wying claimed that the screen was an essential item for the banquet, but in reality, it was just to prevent Lin Xiao and the others from seeing the situation inside Taimu Manor, and thus knowing that there were still a large number of Lei family members inside the manor, cutting down ironwood trees, and using the little medicine they had to destroy the special black soil. Soon, Lin Chen and Lin Dong sat down next to Lin Xiao. In front of them was an extremely lavish banquet, and Lei Nuo and Lei Wying, who embodied the essence of Lei Bao, the smiling tiger, the head of the Lei family. Brother Lin Xiao, this glass of wine is for you. Lei Nuo's eyes flickered slightly. He raised his wine glass, toasted Lin Xiao, and then drank it all in one gulp. Then he stared at Lin Xiao, who was holding a wine glass but hadn't drunk from it, and asked with a frown. Brother Lin Xiao, why aren't you drinking? Do you look down on me, Lei Nuo? At this moment, Lei Wying also chimed in at the opportune moment. Brother Lin Xiao, this is a fine wine. Lei Nuo and I have treasured it for a long time, and we usually don't dare to take it out. We only have a very small amount. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled dryly twice, covered his face, and used his yuan power to evaporate the wine in his glass. He then smacked his lips and exclaimed, "This wine is truly delicious." Lin Chen poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down in one gulp. This action surprised both Lei Nuo and Lei Wying. Holy crap, is this young man in such a hurry to be reborn? However, Lin Chen soon showed signs of discomfort, clutching his stomach, pointing at Lei Nuo and Lei Wying opposite him, and shouted, "Third uncle, those two poisoned the wine." This sudden turn of events startled Lin Xiao, Lei Nuo, and Lei Wying. Damn it, I knew you were up to no good. Prepare to die. Lin Xiao was furious. He immediately overturned the table and slammed his palms down on Lei Nuo and Lei Wying. His powerful mid-stage Tianyuan realm aura erupted, instantly engulfing the area in a violent shockwave. Clap, 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 clap. He also used Tongbei Fist at this moment. Since you've discovered us, then I'm sorry, let's get started. Lei Nuo and Lei Wying immediately shouted and joined forces to fight Lin Xiao. Going it alone, there's no chance. However, if the two work together, and Lin Xiao drinks the poisoned wine, as long as they hold out until the other party can't hold on any longer and dies from the poison, then this matter can be resolved. The Lei family members inside Taimu village and the Lin family members outside the village immediately started fighting. The towering gate of the Ironwood Manor was blasted open in an instant. The two sides were now entangled in a fierce battle. While the three experts at the Heavenly Origin realm were fighting, Lin Chen and Lin Dong took the opportunity to slip away from the Ironwood Manor city tower. Brother Chen, how are you? Lin Dong knew that his father had not drunk the poisoned wine, but he had seen Lin Chen drink it down in one gulp, and he was very worried about the other's health, so he quickly asked. No problem, with the stone talisman, the poisoned wine has been dealt with. Lin Chen, who had just looked unwell, had returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He waved a black poison pill in front of Lin Dong and then put it away. Perhaps it will come in handy someday. He also took the poisoned wine from the table earlier. Hee. Chapter 49, Intercepting and Killing a Heavenly Origin Realm Cultivator. That's good, you scared me just now. Lin Dong patted his chest, still somewhat shaken. He looked at the Lei and Lin families who were fighting and asked, Brother Chen, what should we do now? Let's first take control of these Lei family members, and then help third uncle eliminate those two Heavenly Origin Realm experts. We absolutely cannot let the news from Taimu village get out. After saying this, Lin Chen immediately rushed out. In his hand was already a second-grade refined iron longsword. In an instant, streaks of sword light appeared there. Each flash of sword light represented a member of the Lei family screaming in agony before collapsing to the ground. This scene made Lin Dong swallow hard. Is this murder? Blood splattered, screams rang out, swords clashed, and the air was thick with the aura of slaughter. Lin Dong had never seen anything like this before. He saw a member of the Lin family being ambushed and stabbed in the back. He hesitated for a moment, then immediately clenched his fist and rushed forward. The Lei family has been oppressing the Lin family for a long time. The feud between the two families is unlikely to ever be resolved. In this cruel world, it's either you kill someone else or someone else kills you. Having grasped the cruel laws, Lin Dong also fought with brutal force, showing no mercy in his battles. Clap, 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 clap. The nine-sound Tongbei Fist echoed continuously in the crowd. With Lin Chen and Lin Dong leading the way, it didn't take long for the Lin family to bring the rest of the Lei family under control. Lei Nuo and Lei Wying, who were engaged in a heated argument on the city wall, were furious when they saw what was happening inside Taimu village. Especially after seeing Lin Chen, who had been shouting that the wine was poisoned, suddenly kill so many Lei family guards, they were enraged and roared. Lin Chen, the Lei family will kill you. Lin Xiao's face darkened, and he coldly shouted. Before that, you should worry about your own safety. At this moment, he no longer held back. Since the other party has already set their sights on Lin Chen, then we can't let the two of them go back to the Lei family. Otherwise, it would be a huge disaster for the entire Lin family. Only by controlling all members of the Lei family, blocking information, and preventing the Lei family from realizing the problem for the time being, can the Lin family have enough time to make preparations. Thus, even though the Lei family was furious, they dared not engage in a fierce battle with the Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School after already losing two experts at the Heavenly Origin realm. Lei Nuo, let's go. Lei Wying had already sensed Lin Xiao's intense killing intent. If they were to fight like this, given their respective levels of Yuan energy, they simply wouldn't be able to sustain the fight. No one knows whether the Lin family has any other heavenly origin realm experts hiding nearby. To be on the safe side, we have no choice but to retreat. Lin Zio, take this. A massive palm of Yuan energy slammed down towards Lin Zio. After Lei Niu finished doing this, he and Lei Wying immediately ran towards Qingyang town without looking back. The matter at Taimu village must be reported to Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family, immediately, and we must join forces with the Zai family to wipe out the Lin family forces in Taimu village. Damn it. Lin Zio watched Lei Niu and Lei Wying fly away and angrily flung his sleeves. Now, all they can do is take control of Taimu village as quickly as possible and send the message back to the Lin family. Lin Zio quickly arrived at Taimu Manor and was relieved to see that none of the Lin family members had died in the battle. However, seeing Lin Dong maintaining order at the scene while Lin Chen had disappeared, he couldn't help but ask, "Donger, where is A Chen?" He didn't drink the poisoned wine. The other party drank it down in one gulp. He still remembers that distressed look on his face. Brother Chen said his stomach hurts a little and told us to deal with the matter at Taimu village first and not to pay attention to him. Lin Dong's face also showed a worried expression. That poisoned wine was specially prepared by the Lei family to poison experts in the heavenly origin realm. For people in the earthly origin realm, it was extremely dangerous. Okay, let me know if anything happens. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mang could only guess that the so-called poisoned wine was actually a laxative. He looked around and immediately gave the order. Take complete control of Taimu Manor before nightfall. No one is allowed to leave Taimu Manor without my order. The most urgent task now is to block the news and completely control Taimazhuang. Using this as a base, they prepared to fight a direct confrontation with the Lei family's forces who were besieging them. At the same time, he also needed to deliver a message back to the Lin family. If the Lei family learns about the situation at Taimu Manor, they should immediately reveal the poisoned banquet incident to establish a moral foothold and gain the support of the Mad Saber Martial Arts School and other forces. In this way, the Lei and Zai families might not dare to act rashly. Moreover, there must still be a lot of dirt on the Lei family in this Ironwood Manor that hasn't been cleaned up yet. So, we should take advantage of this opportunity. Taimu village is extremely important to the Lin family now. This special ironwood is enough to enable the Lin family to reach the size of the Lei family within the next 5 years. On a hilltop on the only road from Taimazhuang to Qingyang town, a fiery red figure had already arrived. Tiger Mom, let's stop here. Lin Chen flipped off the heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger. Its injuries had already been healed within the past half-month. Thanks to the help of the spiritual liquid, his strength has been significantly improved. It was thanks to the astonishing speed of the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, that Lin Chen was able to arrive here from Ironwood Manor ahead of time, preparing in advance to intercept and kill the enemy. You go back to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world first. I can manage on my own. After spending these days together, Lin Chen was able to communicate with the other party on a spiritual level and knew that the other party wanted to stay and fight side by side. However, he believed that his own strength was sufficient, and there was no need to make the fire python tiger take this risk. If I get injured, how will I take care of the 2 tiger cubs? The fire python tiger nodded, and after a flash of azure light, returned to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Lei Niu and Lei Wying. Lin Chen silently took out his Azure Lotus sword and put on a black cloak to conceal his body and appearance. When traveling, it's better to be more cautious and steady. Who can guarantee that these 2 people didn't use any special methods to let the Lei family of Qingyang town know when they died? Normally, it won't happen, but there's always the risk of unexpected events. If these two Lei family experts at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm were released directly, it would be a real problem for the Lin family. As for Lin Chen, he will also face all sorts of assassination attempts from the Lei family. Instead of doing that, we might as well come here directly. Lin Chen looked around and hid in the canopy of a large tree. This was a necessary route, and Lei Nuo and Lei Wying were certainly unaware that someone would be blocking their way and trying to kill them. The key to interception is to use the strongest strength and the fastest speed to finish off the enemy, then clean up the scene and run away as quickly as possible. Anyway, there's no need to worry about the dead knowing about his ultimate move. What surprised Lin Chen was the speed of the fire python tiger, especially its speed in the mountains and forests, which was really fast. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw two figures rushing towards him from afar. Lin Chen noticed the two wild horses beneath Lei Nuo and Lei Wying, and immediately understood what was happening. So, this is a means of transportation that they picked up halfway through the journey. Without wild horses, a journey that would normally take half a day would probably take a whole day. Lin Xiao's strength is truly formidable. Even with the two of us brothers joining forces, we were unable to force him to retreat. Riding a wild horse, Lei Nuo slapped the horse's head to make it behave, and then started complaining. Lin Xiao is at the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm, while you and I are only at the early stage. It's normal for there to be such a gap. The most crucial factor is that the yang gang qi he absorbed was of a higher quality than ours, so his strength is naturally a bit stronger. As Lei Wying spoke, Lin Chen's image flashed into her mind, and she said sternly, "But that Lin Chen has a big problem. Given time, he will definitely become a Yuan Dan realm cultivator one day. He will be a huge threat to the Lei family. After we return, we will request the clan leader to immediately surround and wipe out the Lin family, eliminating them completely." Lei Nuo nodded repeatedly, agreeing. Yes, we must kill them to prevent future troubles. However, their conversation soon came to an abrupt end. 5 meters ahead, a man in black wielding a sword suddenly appeared. A murderous intent permeated the air at that moment. Chapter 50, The Talisman Scripture. "Who goes there? How dare you?" Lei Nuo stared coldly at the sword-wielding man in black who had appeared before him, a cruel smile spreading across his face, and said, "In this day and age, how dare bandits rob my Lei family? Just wait and see, I Lei Nuo will chop you up and feed you to the wild horses." With a shout of "Giddy up," Lei Nuo charged straight out. Thunderbolt light. In his right hand, a swirling ball of light appeared, pulsating with intense Yuan energy fluctuations. The 4th grade martial art, Thunderclap Light, was easily unleashed by Lei Nuo, who was at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm. Why would this guy need to use the Thunderclap Light to deal with a mere bandit? Riding on his wild horse, Lei Wying watched Lei Nuo unleash his Thunderclap Light and couldn't help but shake his head, understanding the other's feelings. The loss of Taimu village and the fact that Lin Xiao alone forced them to flee created a sense of frustration and anger that made it difficult to calm down. Lei Wying thought for a moment, then reminded him, "Hurry up, we still need to go back and report on the matter at Taimu village." "Don't worry, my thunderclap lightning is no joke. Even if Lin Xiao came, he'd have to stand there obediently as punishment." Lei Nuo smiled cruelly, then hurled the churning, leaping ball of lightning at the black-clad man wielding the sword with his right palm. Immediately, he rushed over as well. Clearly, he didn't want the thunderclap light to instantly kill the sword-wielding man in black. Instead, he wanted to brutally torture him to vent his emotions. "It seems that I did not make a mistake by intercepting and killing you." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and the azure lotus sword, which was in its scabbard, was now placed in front of him. He looked at the incoming lightning bolt and laughed contemptuously. Azure lotus sword drawing style. The sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and a blue light flashed in an instant. Countless sword energies raged and surged at this moment. How is that possible? Lei Nuo, who was only a step away from Lin Chen, stared wide-eyed in disbelief when he saw his fourth-grade martial art, thunderclap light, being cleaved in two by sword energy in the blink of an eye. That was a lightning bolt. Even if he himself were to block it, it wouldn't be so easy. Moreover, it's impossible to launch such a clean and decisive attack. Reno. At that moment, Lei Wying, riding on a wild horse, witnessed the most terrifying scene of his life and couldn't help but raise his hand and exclaim. What he could see was that the once intact Reno had suddenly developed a deep bloodstain. Divide into two from top to bottom. What's wrong? When Lei Nuo asked the question subconsciously, he realized what was happening, and a sharp pain welled up inside him. He looked down at his body and saw a deep blood stain. Extremely sharp sword energy began to emerge amidst the blood stains. Immediately afterwards, Lei Nuo was split in two and fell into a pool of blood. He died without understanding how he had fallen victim to the virus. Moreover, it was so fast that he was killed with a single sword strike. Who are you? When Lei Wying saw Lei Nuo's gruesome death, his face turned deathly pale. Both were at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm, yet this sword-wielding man in black killed Lei Nuo with a single strike. Wouldn't he suffer the same fate next? Thinking about this, he no longer dared to regard the other party as a simple bandit. This is definitely a master of the heavenly origin realm, and an extremely strong one at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Lei Wying knew very well that even Lei Bao, the patriarch of the Lei family, who was at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, could not possibly possess such powerful strength. Take this. Lei Wying immediately unleashed the thunderclap light, blasting it towards Lin Chen. Immediately, he rode a wild horse and fled into the mountains and forests. With the lesson of Lei Nuo's tragic death before him, how could he dare to oppose him? The only thing Lei Wying could think of now was to run into the dense forest. With the speed of a wild horse, the black-clad man with a sword would definitely not be able to catch up. Lin Chen shattered the thunderclap light once more with a single sword strike. He coldly stared at Lei Wying's fleeing figure and sneered. If I let you get away, wouldn't I lose face? With a flick of his wrist, the azure lotus sword in his hand, already imbued with a deep blue, chilling aura, suddenly aimed at Lei Wying's back. The reason why I was able to kill Lei Nuo instantly was mainly due to the overwhelming power of the azure lotus sword strike. It was simply too strong, directly extinguishing the thunder light. Then, the remaining sword energy cleaved Lei Nuo, who was unaware of the danger, in two. If Lei Wying could fight him with all his might, he might be able to hold out for a while. But now, there's only one outcome. That is death. The azure lotus sword pierced directly into Lei Wying's body, who was riding on horseback. The biting cold instantly froze both Lei Wying and the wild horse into ice sculptures. With the immense power of the sword energy, the ice sculpture shattered instantly. Done. In a split second, Lin Chen retrieved the azure lotus sword. He activated the innate yin energy within his body, directly turning the corpses on the ground into ice blocks, and then annihilating them. After dealing with the situation at the scene, he once again had the fire python tiger lead him towards Ironwood Village. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully intercepting and killing two early-stage Tianyuan realm experts, Lei Nuo and Lei Wying. You are granted one sign-in opportunity. Do you wish to start the sign-in? Lin Chen, still riding on the back of the fire python tiger, heard the system notification, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Indeed, this decision to intercept them was well worth it. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward, the talisman scripture. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Could this so-called talisman scripture be from the talisman master path? The path of martial arts, has given rise to many unorthodox and unorthodox methods. And talisman masters are one such type. Based on Lin Chen's limited understanding of talisman masters, compared to simply using elemental energy, talisman masters also need to utilize spiritual energy. This requires talisman masters to cultivate their elemental power and spiritual power in order to condense special runes. These special runes, due to their different structures, possess different abilities and effects. Compared to ordinary martial artists who can only use elemental energy, talisman masters can use profound and powerful spiritual energy to manipulate objects or materialize spiritual energy to attack enemies. With the addition of powerful mental techniques, a talisman master's strength will be far greater than that of an ordinary martial artist of the same realm. Similar to martial artists, who are divided into realms such as body tempering, earth origin, and heaven origin, talisman masters also have corresponding levels. Generally speaking, there is a distinction between 4 types of talisman masters, as well as spirit talisman masters who have reached the 4th type. The minimum cultivation level required for a first-level talisman master is the earthly realm. Reaching the level of a second-level talisman master is enough to make one a distinguished guest whom major forces in a large city need to treat with respect, which is enough to illustrate how valuable they are. The specific cultivation methods of talisman masters are not found in Qingyang Town. They can only be found in Yan City. To become a talisman master, ordinary people can only travel to Flame City and seek instruction from a talisman master. Without spiritual talent, how could one possibly be easily accepted as a disciple by a talisman master? Lin Chen looked down at the talisman scripture in his hand, which was densely covered with various golden runes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. In this way, wouldn't he be able to cultivate his spiritual power ahead of time and have a chance to become a talisman master? Chapter 51, The Talisman Master. As soon as Lin Chen touched the talisman scripture in his hand with his spiritual power, the scripture transformed into a ray of golden light and entered his brow. This surprised him slightly, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Such a treasure must be extraordinary. Just like the Azure Lotus sword manual that Lin Chen obtained before, it was in this way that he quickly understood how to cultivate the technique and master it. Lin Chen focused his mind and began to browse the contents of the talisman scripture. The first chapter didn't surprise him. It was about how to cultivate spiritual power. Only after reaching a certain level could one have the basic conditions to proceed with the subsequent steps. To become a talisman master, one must learn the art of condensing seals, which involves condensing one's spiritual power into a natal talisman. Once you have condensed your natal rune, your control over your mental power will be greatly enhanced, and you will be able to refine your mental power on this basis, making it more solid and powerful. Of course, just like the yin sha qi absorbed by martial artists in the earthly origin realm, or the yang gang qi absorbed by martial artists in the heavenly origin realm, the natal talisman seals condensed by talisman masters also have different levels. According to the Talisman Classic, there are 3 levels of natal talisman seals: natal talisman seal, natal spirit seal, and natal heavenly talisman. The vast majority of talisman masters only possess their own natal talisman, which is nothing special. A few exceptionally talented talisman masters possess a natal spirit seal, which is extremely rare. This seal can alter their physical form and grant them unique abilities and effects. As for the even more powerful natal talismans, they are already legendary, elusive, and there is no information about them. All that is known is that natal talismans of this level already possess terrifying power to devour the heavens and the earth. There are also 8 ancestral symbols in this world. They were not created by humans, but were formed by the rules of heaven and earth. Each ancestral symbol has the power to reach the heavens. Those who can obtain the ancestral symbol are enough to become the strongest in the world. Lin Chen noticed this and chuckled. He shifted his attention to cultivating his spiritual power and the method of forming seals. The opening chapter of the talisman scripture on cultivating spiritual power is called the Refining Spirit chapter. It concisely introduces how to cultivate spiritual power and divides the spiritual power before reaching the basic conditions of one's natal talisman into different stages. After Lin Chen silently recited the obscure and difficult-to-understand incantation, he realized from the state of his mental energy that he seemed to be in the third level of the Refining God chapter. Tusk, my spiritual talent seems to be stronger. No wonder I could comprehend those sword techniques and martial arts so much faster than ordinary people, even without the ancestral stone. Of course, it's also possible that he strengthened his mental power while absorbing the innate yin energy. Without strong willpower, how could he have persevered? Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately began cultivating his mental power. After reaching the third level of the Refining Spirit chapter, the next step is to open the Nuan Palace. The so-called Nuan Palace refers to the 9 palaces on the head, corresponding to the 9 heavens above, with the middle palace being called Nuan. The most crucial aspect of cultivating spiritual power is to open the Nuan Palace, the area around the temple of the head. Only when the Nuan Palace is opened can spiritual power receive the same level of accumulation as the Yuan power in the Danshan. In short, only when spiritual power enters the Nuan Palace can one be considered to have cultivated spiritual power and be qualified to advance further in the spiritual realm. Naturally, this provides the basic requirements to become a talisman master. Following the guidance of the Refining Spirit chapter, Lin Chen also mobilized his spiritual power. Without any awkwardness, he found the location of the Nuan Palace and stored his spiritual power inside. After breaking through the thin membrane that blocked the Nuan Palace, I was able to successfully place my spiritual energy into it. Lin Chen felt that after his spiritual energy entered it, it felt a little different, as if he had completed a wonderful transformation. It was just like the feeling he had when his Yuan power broke through the Danshan barrier and entered the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. He could feel a significant increase in his spiritual power within his Nuan Palace. After focusing his attention on the method of condensing seals, he understood what he should do next. Lin Chen silently formed his mental energy into a mental vortex, constantly compressing and condensing it to ensure that he could compress it to its limit. He strongly agrees with this point. He had already broken through to the limit at the earthly origin realm and even wanted to push it to the limit further, condensing the innate yin pill at this level. Now, he naturally wants to use his spiritual power as well. If you want to avoid being easily defeated when facing peerless geniuses of the same realm in the future, then you should put in a lot of hard work in the Earth origin realm and Heaven origin realm where you are building your foundation. The same applies to the path of the Talisman Master. Tiger Mom, stop for a moment and protect me. On the way, Lin Chen sensed that the upcoming commotion would slightly affect the fire python tiger, so he simply opened his eyes to make it stop. He simply found a cave where a heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, stood guard at the entrance, while he immediately compressed and condensed his spiritual vortex inside. Lin Chen now wants to condense his own natal talisman directly so that he can become a talisman master. Compared to others, he had the talisman scripture in hand, and the corresponding methods of forming seals were complete, so he didn't have to worry about lacking guidance. Compress, compress again, condense again. Next, Lin Chen continued to repeat these steps, and the mental vortex in his Nuan Palace gradually became much smaller, and its resistance became much stronger. Now, after a long while, Lin Chen completely shattered and exploded the mental vortex that was overwhelmed. At the epicenter of the explosion, countless rays of light connected the fragments of spiritual energy. As the process of condensing the seal continued, these fragments of spiritual energy were retrieved. Through continuous combination and formation, it transformed into a spiritual rune shaped like a lotus flower, exuding an incomparably mysterious and profound aura. The next moment, the lotus-shaped spiritual rune transformed into a small, sky-blue spiritual sword, still composed of spiritual runes. As countless tiny fragments of spiritual energy filled the space, accompanied by powerful and tyrannical spiritual fluctuations, Lin Chen opened his eyes. In that instant, an invisible spiritual force raged through the cave, completely annihilating the surrounding rubble. Lin Chen focused his attention on the natal talisman within his Nuan palace. More precisely, it should be called his natal spiritual seal, which can change form. It has two fixed forms, a blue lotus and a small sword, and can also transform into other forms. He silently released his spiritual power, taking in all the situations in the surrounding mountains and forests. Even the two bluebirds whispering sweet nothings in their nest in the trees were clearly visible to him. The heavenly origin realm demon beast fire python tiger, which was guarding the cave entrance, sensed Lin Chen's spiritual power and turned its head to look at him with a puzzled expression. It can only be detected slightly, but cannot be distinguished in detail. Lin Chen didn't care whether his spiritual energy, which was merely used to observe the situation, would be discovered. In any case, when he really needed to observe, he wouldn't let others notice, so there wouldn't be any problem. Lin Chen used his mental power to levitate himself, giving him a feeling of flying. If one's mental strength reaches a certain level, one can fly directly into the sky and into the earth, becoming omnipotent. With the completion of his natal talisman seal at the level of a natal spirit talisman, Lin Chen can now be considered a talisman master. With a flick of his finger, Lin Chen inscribed a simple rune on the stone beside him. It's not some special rune. It just makes the stone lighter, making it easier and less strenuous to move. The Talisman Classic contains detailed records of the runes that a talisman master can condense. This satisfied Lin Chen greatly. Believing that having more skills is never a bad thing, he rode the fire python tiger again and headed towards Ironwood Village, while also trying to master these runes. Imagine this. While others are struggling to fight in close combat, he only needs to use his yuan power and spiritual power as a foundation to condense a lightning attribute rune array, directly unleashing a bolt of heavenly lightning to kill his opponent from a distance. Or, how awesome would it be to annoy your opponent to death with a long-range kite? In short, after becoming a talisman master, one's fighting style becomes more complex and varied from a simple one. Chapter 52, Yongyuan Stone Vein. Taimu Village. Third Master, we've discovered these medicinal solutions. Some of the special soil has been damaged. Furthermore, some ironwood has already been packed up, just waiting to be transported. It seems that in about half a month, this ironwood manor will be destroyed. Qin Huaying led the Lin family's forces to completely control Taimu Village and informed Lin Xiao of what they had discovered. Those who were cutting down ironwood continued to cut down ironwood. Regardless of who takes over Taimu Village, the ironwood trees will be felled and sold. Potion. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he said sharply, "Fortunately, we arrived half a month early. Otherwise, the special soil of this ironwood manor would have been destroyed, and the ironwood would have had no environment to grow. In that case, the ironwood manor we obtained would have been just an ordinary manor." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong asked, "Father, do ironwood not grow anywhere else?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, this ironwood is very rare. The Lei family has made a lot of money in Qingyang Town and Yan City thanks to this ironwood. My Lin family will be more confident after obtaining this ironwood manor. It's just a pity that Lei Niu and Lei Huaying ran away." He was somewhat troubled by the thought that these two people might cause trouble for the Lin family after returning to the Lei family. No matter what, the Lei family's overall strength is greater than that of the Lin family. If it weren't for the alliance with the Mad Blade martial arts school, how could they have persevered until now under the pressure from the Lei and Zai families? In order to promptly inform Lin Zhenchen and Lincoln, who were currently at the Lin family's residence, about the matter of the medicine in Taimu village, he had to send another letter via hummingbird as soon as possible. From a moral standpoint, by establishing a firm foothold and spreading the word about the Lei family's rule-breaking to the other forces in Qingyang town, we can at least make things difficult for the Lei family and give them some leeway. With two experts at the heavenly origin realm, Lin Zhenchen and Lincoln, in charge of the Lin family, even the enraged Lei family would not launch a large-scale attack on the Lin family at this time. Father, with grandpa and uncle in charge of the family, there shouldn't be any problems. What we need to consider is how to defend against the Lei family's attack on Taimu village. After all, they won't let us get so much ironwood as we want. Lin Dong clarified the current situation and gave a serious reminder. Currently, Taimu village only has Lin Zio, a mid-stage Tianyuan realm expert. If Lei Bao, the patriarch of the Lei family, were to take action personally, then there would certainly be no way to resist. There was nothing he could do. After all, Lei Bao was only at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. The difference between each minor realm may seem small, but in reality, they are vast. Yes, Donger is absolutely right. Lin Zio's expression turned serious as he looked at Qin Huaying and gave the order. Using Taimu village as our base, we'll distribute more supplies to everyone. We may have to fight a protracted war here. Qin Huaying's expression hardened, and he immediately replied, "Yes, Third Master." He quickly turned around and left to arrange related defense matters. Lin Zio looked at Lin Dong and asked in confusion, "Donger, hasn't A Chen come out yet? Could it be that it fell into the latrine? Moreover, was that poisoned wine really just a laxative?" This. Lin Dong scratched his head. He didn't know what was going on either. "All I can say is that it's probably not a problem with the poisoned wine. All right, Ah Chen is probably lost in Taimu Manor. Go find him first, don't wander off. The Lei family is eyeing you both with predatory intent. We can't give them a chance." Lin Zio could tell from Lin Dong's troubled expression that the other party probably didn't know about Lin Chen's situation either. He could only guess that Taimu Manor was too big and that they were newcomers, so they probably got lost in it. He simply sent Lin Dong away and tried to spend more time with Lin Chen. Hopefully, there won't be a tough battle ahead. Yes, father. Lin Dong knew that Lin Zio was under a lot of pressure. Ironwood Manor only had one Tianyuan realm expert from the other side. When the Lei family arrived with their troops, they would definitely launch an attack on Ironwood Manor. He secretly encouraged himself, determined to seize the time to cultivate and reach the late stage of the earthly origin realm as soon as possible. He has now reached the mid-stage of the earthly realm with the help of the ancestral stone. Given the current situation of the Lin family, only those who have reached the late stage of the earthly realm are qualified to help. Lin Chen had already quietly slipped back and arrived deep within the Ironwood Manor, at the bottom of the innermost valley of the Ironwood Forest. Of course, he was only undetected when he entered Taimu village. Otherwise, he didn't think anyone would notice anything amiss. The Ironwood Manor is now under the control of the Lin family. As long as Lin Chen doesn't let anyone know that he left the manor, he won't be suspected of being involved in the deaths of Lei Niu and Lei Huaying, both of whom are at the heavenly origin realm. Holding the divine shovel in his hand, Lin Chen looked around and confirmed that this was the place where he could feel the highest temperature. After becoming a talisman master, he was able to accurately detect temperature differences in different places by releasing his spiritual power. He wielded the divine shovel, identified a spot, and began digging. Thanks to the special abilities of the divine shovel, the excavated soil retained its original appearance, only in a slightly miniature form, enveloped in a cyan halo. In no time, Lin Chen's figure had disappeared. He turned around and went to the underground location, where he saw the entire Yang Yuan stone vein. The rich Yang Gang Qi was released, which made him smile with joy. The pale red stone, with slightly rounded edges and a hint of transparency, resembled a crystal. Heat emanated from it, giving a feeling of warmth. It was indeed a Yangyuan stone. Sure enough, this is the main vein of the Yangyuan stone mine, while the others are just small branches. Lin Chen looked at the huge Yang Yuan stone vein in front of him, and immediately swung the divine craftsmanship shovel in his hand to dig towards it. A cyan halo, with incredible power, dug out the huge Yang Yuan stone vein in the blink of an eye, turning it into a miniature version. After easily obtaining the Yangyuan stone vein, he immediately transferred it to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Unless the divine shovel is used to reclaim the cyan aura, the Yangyuan stone vein within it will not revert to its original shape. Lin Chen looked at the huge hole and wanted to fix it, but there was no way to fix it at all. It can only be left to exist simply, since there are no traces of mining, and no one can tell that there used to be a huge Yangyuan stone vein here. Moreover, Lin Chen didn't go too far. He left a small branch of the Yangyuan stone vein underground in Taimu village, enough for the Lin family to use, so there shouldn't be any major problems. He cleaned up the traces of his presence, then filled the excavated soil back in, and only after confirming that there would be no problem did he plan to leave. However, it seemed that the dense yang energy attracted the attention of the two demonic beasts, making them notice the commotion. Lin Chen glanced at them briefly and saw that the two demonic beasts were black iron leopards, their bodies completely black, resembling black refined iron, reflecting a dazzling black luster under the sunlight. Those green, beastly eyes gleamed with a ferocious and cunning light. Adult black iron leopards are comparable in strength to experts at the heavenly origin realm, and their ferocity rivals, if not surpasses, that of the fire python tiger. They are often seen traveling in pairs. This means that to kill the black iron demon leopard, one must possess the overwhelming strength to kill two heavenly origin realm experts. When Lin Chen collected that huge Yang Yuan stone vein just now, the dense Yang Gang Qi that appeared attracted the attention of the two black iron demon leopards living here. Why didn't the Lei family notice the strong Yang energy within Taimu village? It's nothing more than that in the deepest part of this ironwood forest, there are two black iron leopards, demonic beasts with strength comparable to the heavenly origin realm. Lin Chen gazed at the two powerful black iron demon leopards, his face showing no fear or panic. Instead, he stared with interest at their smooth, cool foreheads and murmured, "Perfect, I've just become a talisman master. I'll use you guys as practice." Chapter 53, Spirit Summoning Talisman, Black Iron Demon Leopard. Roar. It seemed that the black iron demon leopard was somewhat wary of the innate yin energy surrounding Lin Chen, so it did not rush up directly. Instead, it let out a low growl and stared intently at its opponent. Lin Chen chuckled at this. Right now, Taimu Manor only has Lin Xiao, a Tianyuan realm expert. Facing the possible retaliation from the Lei family, it will undoubtedly be quite difficult. Moreover, once the Yang Yuan stone vein is discovered, any transportation of Yang Yuan stones from Taimu village for sale will inevitably be discovered by the Lei family, whose influence is widespread, and they will then target Taimu village. Lin Chen did not want the Lin family to have to leave Qingyang town and move to Taimu village because of the ironwood and the remaining small Yangyuan stone mine in Taimu village, and for the Lei family to exploit the weaknesses of the Lin family members. Therefore, it is necessary to increase the strength of the current ironwood village. And these two black iron leopards, demonic beasts at the heavenly origin realm, were practically delivered to our doorstep. Lin Chen immediately began searching through the contents of the talisman scripture in his mind, hopping to find suitable runes to tame the 2 black iron demon leopards. He vaguely remembered that among the runes mastered by a rune master, there was a special rune for taming demonic beasts. However, at most, it can only handle the earthly realm. After all, a talisman master corresponds to the earthly realm. However, Lin Chen is not an ordinary talisman master, and his own strength has reached the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Dealing with 2 heavenly origin realm demonic beasts, the black iron demon leopard, is not a problem for him. Found it, this is it. After a brief search, Lin Chen also found a special rune, which was specifically used to tame demonic beasts. The yuan energy and spiritual energy within his body began to merge. As Lin Chen raised his right hand, a special cyan rune condensed. Caught off guard, the 2 black iron demon leopards were suddenly struck by a powerful mental pressure that forced them to the ground. Lin Chen waited for the other party to react before throwing the special cyan rune he had just condensed directly onto the black iron demon leopard's forehead. The special cyan runes emitted a cyan light, directly enveloping the black iron demon leopard. Despite the black iron leopard's repeated resistance, it was still unable to do anything about it. In the blink of an eye, a blue lotus mark appeared on the forehead of the black iron demon leopard. The unfamiliar feeling terrified the black iron leopard, who had never experienced such treatment before. Having lived here for so many years, when have they ever encountered such a situation? The remaining black iron leopard tried to escape, but the powerful mental pressure completely overwhelmed it, leaving it with no way to resist. If it were a simple, real fight, the black iron leopard, with its body harder than refined iron, certainly wouldn't be so easily pinned to the ground and rubbed against. Unfortunately, Lin Chen used mental pressure to intimidate him. Neither of the 2 black iron leopards had any experience dealing with this type of attack. Interesting. Lin Chen didn't rush to implant the taming rune into the other black iron demon leopard. Instead, he signaled the black iron demon leopard with the blue lotus mark on its forehead to come over. He then made it roll, raise its hand, and stand up from time to time along the way. Only after completing these various actions did he confirm that the taming rune had taken effect. The reason why talisman masters are so powerful is because they can cultivate spiritual power and condense runes. However, most talisman masters are not very strong in this area. There is one very important reason. There is not enough inheritance of talisman masters. Just like the methods and techniques for cultivating spiritual power, and the most important method for condensing one's natal talisman, without these, even if a martial artist has spiritual talent, it will be difficult to cultivate the path of a talisman master. Once you become a rune master, the runes you can master are only through your teacher or other opportunities. To have a complete talisman master lineage, like Lin Chen's, is practically wishful thinking. After confirming that the beast taming rune was effective, Lin Chen condensed another one and pressed it onto the shiny forehead of the remaining black iron demon leopard. As the blue light shone, a blue lotus mark appeared on the other person's forehead. This black iron leopard's resistance was not as strong as the previous black iron leopard. In the blink of an eye, the 2 heavenly origin realm demonic beasts, black iron leopards, were already obediently squatting in front of Lin Chen, showing no trace of their previous imposing manner. "Are you 2 a married couple?" Lin Chen noticed this, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "Then I'll call you Big Leopard, and you'll be called Leopard Girl. The black iron leopard on the left is male, and the black iron leopard on the right is female." After dealing with the 2 heavenly origin realm demonic beasts, the black iron leopards, Lin Chen planned to lead them directly out of the ironwood forest. However, the female black iron leopard thought that Lin Chen was going to take them away from here forever, so she quickly rubbed against Lin Chen's leg and said, "Master, I still have 2 children." With the beast taming talisman, Lin Chen was able to communicate directly with the 2 black iron leopards. 2 children. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had no idea such a thing existed. But then I thought about it again. These two black iron leopards were a couple. Given the nature of demon beasts, it seemed quite normal for them to have two cubs. Don't worry, I'm just introducing you to the people from Taimu village to prevent any unforeseen events later. We'll be back soon. After all, Lin Chen's initial idea was to tame the two heavenly origin realm demonic beasts, the black iron leopards, to strengthen the high-end combat power of Ironwood Manor, so that it could resist the attack from the Lei family. No, Master. I would like you to also implant the spirit seals on the children. The female black iron leopard looked at Lin Chen with tender affection and pleading eyes, while the male black iron leopard beside her had a similar expression. This situation was quite unexpected for Lin Chen. Since when did monsters have to be tamed on their own initiative? Moreover, he was quite certain that what he had conjured was a beast-taming talisman, not some kind of spirit-communicating talisman. This is damn wrong. Lin Chen carefully read the introduction to the beast-taming talisman he had just read, and then he suddenly realized what it meant. This kind of animal-taming talisman is not a simple animal taming in the traditional sense, where it can be sold to others as a pet or for guarding the house. It can be called a spirit-connecting talisman. As his cultivation level increases, the intelligence and potential of the demon beast with the spirit-connecting talisman will also increase, and it may even have the possibility of transforming into a human in the future. In other words, by bringing it under his command, it became Lin Chen's pet beast. This situation truly left Lin Chen somewhat dumbfounded. Fortunately, the spirit communication talisman had no limit on the number of uses or any side effects. Otherwise, he would have been devastated. Next time, I'll be more careful. And that's how he understood what the leopard woman meant. The two black iron demon leopard cubs on the other side, once they reach adulthood, will only have the potential to reach the heavenly origin realm at most. It's simply impossible for them to reach the Yuan Dan realm. However, once the spirit connection talisman is planted, there is a high probability that it will become a Yuan Dan realm demon beast in the future. Who wouldn't want a better future for their child? Moreover, both Leopard Girl and Leopard Big have already been imprinted with spirit talismans and will need to follow Lin Chen and obey his commands in the future. Naturally, this will make it inconvenient for them to take care of the two cubs. Since both you, Leopard Woman and Leopard King, wish for me to implant a psychic talisman into your child, then naturally I will not refuse. Lin Chen wouldn't mind having too many heavenly origin realm cultivators around him. Once the two black iron demon leopard cubs had their spirit communicating talismans planted, he wouldn't have to worry about raising two ungrateful wretches, and he could naturally provide them with plenty of resources. With the black iron demon leopard's demonic beast talent, it is enough to quickly reach the heavenly origin realm, unlike human martial artists who still have uncertain bottlenecks. Lin Chen was already looking forward to seeing the four black iron demon leopards beside him, all at least at the heavenly origin realm, tear the enemy to shreds at his command. There are still two tiger cubs in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Throwing in two black iron leopard cubs would seem like a good idea. Moreover, he could openly allow the Lin family to spend resources to raise the two little black iron demon leopard cubs, which would likely please Lin Zhenshin and other experts at the heavenly origin realm even more than he imagined. Leopard Woman, lead the way. Chapter 54, Something Terrible Has Happened. Oh no, Third Master, something terrible has happened. Just as Lin Zio was waiting in the council hall of Taimu Manor for news from the Lin family, Qin Huaying rushed in a panic. Don't panic, calm down. Lin Zio stared at Qin Huaying and reprimanded him. He still didn't believe that Lei Niu and Lei Huaying could travel from Taimu village to Qingyang town and back again in such a short time. At the very least, it takes a day to travel there and back. Moreover, if the Lei family wants to break through Taimu village, They will inevitably need to mobilize their forces, which will definitely not be possible in a short period of time. Third Master, it's really urgent, no, it's a big deal. Qin Huang was extremely anxious, and under Lin Zio's watchful gaze, quickly said, "The black iron demon leopard still exists within this Ironwood Manor." Upon hearing this, Lin Zio's pupils constricted slightly, and he asked in quick succession, "Black iron demon leopard? You mean the black iron demon leopard that's comparable to the heavenly origin realm, and the one we're currently in at Ironwood Manor?" He was so startled that he took a step back, and all sorts of conspiracies and schemes flashed through his mind. And without exception, all these conspiracies and schemes are related to the Lei family. Since Taimu Village was an important property of the Lei family, and now that a demonic beast comparable to the Tianyuan realm, the black iron demon leopard, has appeared, Lin Zio really couldn't think of any other possibility if he didn't attribute it to them. "Yes, Third Master." Qin Huang nodded vigorously and continued. "Moreover, there are 2 of these black iron demon leopards, which are comparable to the heavenly origin realm. They even have a family with them, with 2 cubs following young Master Lin Chen." 2 black iron leopards? No, those are 2 heavenly origin realm cultivators. Lin Zio felt a little dizzy, as he was the only mid-stage expert in the heavenly origin realm. Taking down the 2 black iron leopards will undoubtedly be difficult. What shocked him the most was Lin Chen's appearance. Lin Zio's body trembled, and he hurriedly asked, "Qin Huang, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by bringing your whole family along with A Chen?" If this is true, then if he stays here and something happens to Lin Chen, his third uncle will be held responsible. Moreover, Lin Zhenshin, the current head of the Lin family, attaches great importance to Lin Chen, believing that he is the hope of the Lin family and has a great chance of becoming a Yuan Dan realm expert. If such an outstanding junior were to encounter an attack by the black iron leopard, a demonic beast at the heavenly origin realm in Ironwood Manor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Huang was in a dilemma for a moment and could only tell him what he knew. It even included a little of my own speculation. "Third Master, I saw those 2 black iron leopards flanking young Master Lin Chen from both sides, and they were also carrying 2 black iron leopard cubs. I'm wondering if these black iron leopards feel that we are a threat to their survival, so they're using this method to take young Master Lin Chen hostage and plan to leave Ironwood Manor safely." Lin Zio found this somewhat absurd. How could their forces possibly threaten 2 fully grown Tianyuan realm demonic beasts, especially black iron demon leopards? Ironwood Manor is so large. With the opponent's strength, they could easily leave through the mountains and forests without needing to pass through here. There must be something fishy about this. No matter what, ensure A Chen's safety first. Lin Zio looked serious and immediately followed Qin Huang to the Ironwood Forest area inside Ironwood Village. If those 2 black iron demon leopards came with malice, he would definitely fight with all his might to kill them and ensure the safety of the Lin family. Before long, they arrived at the Ironwood Forest. They also saw Lin Chen surrounded by a crowd, as well as the black iron leopard family. "Third uncle, you've finally arrived. Let them go about their business." Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Zio's arrival. If this stalemate continues, he won't know what to do. After all, he had said that the 2 black iron demon leopards had no ill intentions towards the Lin family. But, young Master Lin Chen, you can rest assured. Third Master has arrived now. With his powerful strength at the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm, he will surely be able to safely rescue you from the jaws of the black iron demon leopard. Yes, that was pretty much what they said earlier. They thought Lin Chen had been taken hostage. Lin Chen shrugged, knowing that these people were more concerned than distrustful. He looked at Lin Zio, thinking that with the other's sharp eyesight, he should be able to tell that the 2 black iron demon leopards meant no harm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have so many people surrounding him and not launch an attack until now. When faced with danger, both martial artists and demonic beasts have an instinct to defend themselves. Aiken, how are you feeling now? Are you injured? Are these two black iron leopards a threat to you? Don't worry, with your third uncle here, you will definitely not be threatened any further. Lin Xiao immediately began to examine Lin Chen's condition. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, he turned his attention to the two black iron demon leopards. He swallowed hard and thought to himself, they really are black iron demon leopards comparable to the heavenly origin realm. He would rather deal with Lei Nuo and Lei Wang, two experts at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm, than face two adult black iron demon leopards. Third uncle, really don't be nervous. Lin Chen smiled and gestured for the two black iron demon leopards to come over, introducing them. This is Leopard Big, and next to him is Leopard Girl, along with their cubs. They have no hostility towards our Lin family. They used to live deep within the Ironwood Forest. I met them when I passed by before and learned a bit about their situation. They might need our help to raise their cubs. Anyway, the Black Iron Panther can't speak human language, so he doesn't need to worry about his well-intentioned lie being exposed. The two little Black Iron Demon Leopard cubs are still young and are very suitable to serve as little tools for the two demon beasts, Leopard Master and Leopard Woman, to gain the trust of the Lin family. Lin Xiao picked at his ears, thinking for a moment that he had misheard. But when he looked at the two Black Iron Demon Leopards and then tapped the cub of the Black Iron Demon Leopard, he immediately swallowed hard. Two experts at the heavenly origin realm, plus two experts preparing to reach the heavenly origin realm. Lin Xiao thought back to how he had been worried about how to protect Taimu village from the Lei family's retaliation. Now that problem is solved. Although Lin Xiao didn't understand how Lin Chen had gained the trust of these two Black Iron Demon Leopards, judging from the current situation, there really wouldn't be any problems. Do we even need to guess his attitude? Quickly. Prepare food for our Leopard King, Leopard Queen, and their two cubs. We need top-quality meat. Lin Xiao immediately made arrangements, and under his orders, these people were also sent away. With him here, why should we be afraid of the Black Iron Demon Leopard? Qin Wang wanted to say, how could you believe me so easily? But seeing the gleam in Lin Xiao's eyes and the joyful expression on his face, he could only quickly reply. Yes. For a moment, only Lin Xiao, Lin Dong, Lin Chen, and Leopard Da and his family remained at the scene. Brother Chen, how did you do that? Lin Dong was astonished. Those were two powerful demonic beasts, the Black Iron Leopards, comparable to those at the heavenly origin realm. Furthermore, its fearsome reputation is comparable to that of the fire python tiger. In some ways, he is even more famous. Perhaps I have a slightly higher affinity for demonic beasts. I'm not really sure. The same was true for that fire python tiger before. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't reveal the matter of the spirit communication talisman. Lin Dong hadn't yet come into contact with talisman masters, and as the chosen one of this world, he always had his own opportunities, so there was no need to worry about him falling behind. After returning from Yan City, the other party should then come into contact with the path of talisman masters. Furthermore, if I remember correctly, Lin Dong wasn't interested in talismans. He only used his mental power as a means of attack. Right now, the other party is naturally focused on cultivating their yuan energy. Reaching the late stage of the Earth origin realm, or even the early stage of the Heaven origin realm, as soon as possible will give me the confidence to face the storms brought by the Lei family. Chapter 55, with opportunity in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. Oh right, how could I forget about that? Lin Dong patted his forehead. In the Beast Horn Arena jungle, that heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, was persuaded to leave by Lin Chen's words. And now, it seems the situation is pretty much the same. Thinking of this, He felt somewhat envious of Lin Chen for having come into contact with so many heavenly origin realm demonic beasts and possessing such special abilities. Of course, most people would envy that. In the past, demonic beasts and martial artists were absolutely hostile to each other. The only way to tame a demonic beast was when it was a cub. Adult demonic beasts were virtually impossible to tame. Donger, what does this mean? When Lin Xiao heard Lin Dong talking about the fire python tiger, he immediately thought of the beast horn arena jungle. He frowned slightly and asked. At that time, the four major powers, including the Lin family, were all in the Tianyuan realm and were searching for the Tianyuan realm demon beast fire python tiger, trying to snatch the three cubs. However, all their efforts ultimately came to nothing. Lin Xiao's heart stirred slightly. He seemed to realize that the fire python tiger was seriously injured, but was still able to leave on its own. This matter was probably related to Lin Chen and the others. Dad, it's just what you think. Lin Dong recounted the situation, which shocked Lin Xiao so much that his eyes widened. He was utterly astonished by the news. Who could have imagined that, after the four experts at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm returned empty-handed from the beast horn forest, the Lin family had already quietly succeeded? Yes, third uncle. Lin Chen had originally planned to talk about this. However, considering that the fire python tiger had already lost two cubs, and the remaining one would stay to accompany the other and grow up with the white tiger cubs, they decided not to mention it. This is the main reason why Lin Chen immediately agreed and brought the Lin family along when he realized that the black iron leopard had two cubs that needed to be raised. At least, with the Lin family's resources and care, the two little black iron leopard cubs will be able to reach adulthood quickly. Once it reaches adulthood, the black iron demon leopard is comparable to a master of the heavenly origin realm. That heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, is also in the back mountain of our Lin family, but I didn't tell you. Lin Chen smiled somewhat sheepishly and continued. However, it shouldn't be a big problem. Now that we have Leopard Master and Leopard Girl, our Lin family has gained two more experts at the heavenly origin realm. Lin Xiao roughly understood what he meant. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Lin Chen with feigned composure and analyzed. I've heard that some martial artists have special physiques that can make them close to demonic beasts. They can even understand the language of demonic beasts and command all beasts, making them extremely powerful. I suppose you, Chen, should have this kind of special ability. He looked excitedly at the two black iron leopards, Leopard Big and Leopard Girl. The Lin family already had 3 experts at the heavenly origin realm. With the addition of the fire python tiger and the 2 black iron demon leopards in front of them, they now have 6 experts at the heavenly origin realm. This level of strength is not much greater than that of the Lei family. Chen, you've really been a great help this time. With Leopard and Leopard Girl here, Ironwood Manor is as solid as a rock. With the Ironwood resources here, it's enough for our Lin family to grow and prosper. When Lin Xiao looked at the 2 black iron demon leopards, Leopard Big and Leopard Girl, his eyes also revealed a kind look. This is equivalent to being tamed by Lin Chen. So for the Lin family, it is no longer a simple demon beast, but a guardian beast. He decided that he must inform the Lin family about this matter and have Lin Zhenchen order the provision of a large amount of cultivation resources. Only in this way can the 2 black iron leopard cubs grow up faster. The same applies to the fire python tiger. Lin Xiao was also very excited when he thought about how much change these 3 cubs would bring to the Lin family once they grew up. With 9 experts at the heavenly origin realm presiding over the Lin family, who in Qingyang town are they afraid of? Even the heavenly origin realm, experts under the command of the major powers in Yan City, are nothing more than this. Third uncle, I'm relieved that you can help the family. Hearing this, Lin Chen was indeed relieved. Since the other party has already acknowledged the existence of Leopard Big and Leopard Girl, they won't think about anything else. He rolled his eyes and whispered in Lin Xiao's ear, "Third uncle, guess what I found in the Ironwood Forest? There's a rich concentration of Yang Qi there." Lin Xiao was taken aback. A dense aura of Yang energy permeated the Ironwood Forest of Ironwood Village. He lowered his head and pondered silently for a while, considering the possibility of having a strong Yang energy. Immediately, Lin Xiao raised his head abruptly and exclaimed, "Ah Chen, are you saying that there are Yang Yuan stone veins in this Ironwood Forest?" He could hardly think of anything else besides this. The reason why the Ironwood Forest exists is because of the special soil formed by past volcanic eruptions, which allows ironwood to grow. Given this abundance of Yang energy, one can easily associate it with the Yang Yuan stone mine. "I don't know about that." Lin Chen shook his head and continued, "With Leopard Duh and Leopard Girl here, Ironwood Manor should be safe for the time being. Third uncle, why don't we send someone to search for it? I find that dense Yang energy a bit strange." Of course, he wouldn't reveal that he had already taken the main vein of a Yangyuan stone mine and left only a branch vein. Saying too much is just asking for trouble. There's no need for it. "Ah Chen, you and Donger are truly the lucky stars of our Lin family." Even if it's just a possibility, it's enough to drive Lin Xiao crazy several times. Even a small Yangyuan stone vein would be enough for the Lin family to use, with some left over to sell. Of course, such a good thing wouldn't be sold easily. The Yang energy within the Yang Yuan stone is highly beneficial for cultivation in the heavenly origin realm. "Donger." Lin Xiao immediately made arrangements, saying, "Now, you and your father will go to the Ironwood Forest to check the situation. As for Aiken, I'll trouble you to take care of Leopard and the others." He accepted the black iron Leopard very quickly. Good. With the division of labor clearly defined, everyone got to work. Not long after, Lin Dong rushed back and placed the 2 Yang Yuan stones he had dug up in front of Lin Chen. "Brother Chen, we've struck it rich. There really is a Yang Yuan stone vein. My dad's gone crazy. He's been circling the Ironwood Forest countless times. He said we can use these 2 stones first, and he instructed us to keep this information a secret. Otherwise, the Lei family will definitely join forces with the Zai family and launch a full-scale attack." Lin Dong was very excited. It was the first time he had ever seen a Yang Yuan stone vein. He would never forget the intense Yang energy that hit him after the Yang Yuan stone vein was revealed. "That's wonderful. The rise of our Lin family is just around the corner." Lin Chen wasn't surprised by the speed. Lin Xiao, who is in the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm, will surely be able to find the small Yang Yuan stone vein hidden deep in the Ironwood Forest after a precise search, following his guidance. "That's right. I imagine Grandpa and Uncle would be overjoyed if they knew how much our Taimu village had changed. And the Lei family would be furious if they knew that there was a Yangyuan stone mine in Taimu village all these years ago." Thinking of this, Lin Dong couldn't help but laugh. This is probably what they mean by being destined to meet, but not to be together. The Lei family was completely unaware of such a tremendous opportunity. Anyone who ventures into the depths of the Ironwood Forest from the heavenly origin realm will encounter an unusual situation where they discover a dense concentration of Yang Qi. It's a pity that in the Ironwood Forest, there are only ordinary martial artists who cut down ironwood. How could anyone possibly go deep inside and perceive the great opportunity hidden behind the strange situation? Next, with security guaranteed, the mining of Yangyuan stone veins immediately began in Taimu village, under Lin Xiao's arrangement. Furthermore, this news also reached the Lin family in Qingyang town, greatly shocking Lin Zhenshin and Lincoln, who were eager to come and see what was going on. Upon discovering that the Lei family seemed unaware of the unusual activity at Taimu village, Lin Zhenchen made a direct trip to confirm the existence of the Yangyuan stone mine and couldn't help but shed tears of joy. At the same time, he also brought a lot of resources from the Lin family, intending to turn Taimu village into an impregnable fortress to defend against attacks from the Lei and Zai families. And it also brought a large amount of cultivation resources to Leopard Big and Leopard Girl's 2 cubs. It seems there's a strong desire to get the 2 cubs up as soon as possible. Chapter 56, The Sky Demon Martin. Inside a room at Taimu village, Lin Chen extended his left hand, looked down at the ancestral stone mark in his palm, and murmured, "Perhaps it's time to find this guy." Since the ancestral stone recognized its master, it has absorbed a considerable amount of Yuan energy. Presumably, one of the stones among them has already awakened. Now that Lin Chen is a first-level talisman master, his mental strength has improved significantly, which is perfect for finding out who the other party is. In the next instant, he arrived in the mental space. Lin Chen looked around at the various martial arts lights and shadows he had learned and casually removed them. Then he looked at the mental space that had been completely darkened and released his vast mental power in all directions. He made a discovery very quickly. In a dark corner, there was a black rat about the size of a palm, its body as black as ink. Sensing his mental scan, it nervously curled up, its nerves taut, and a look of panic appeared in its small eyes. "Hey, you've been absorbing so much Yuan energy and the medicinal power of spiritual herbs. Shouldn't you come out and show yourself now?" Even if Lin Chen was unaware of the other party's existence, he could still sense the anomaly in this spiritual space from the usual state of the ancestral stone. The only possible explanation is that there is another entity that absorbed this energy. The black rat became even more nervous upon hearing this. However, they remained silent, thinking that this way they could avoid being discovered. "All right then, I'll ask you to come out." Lin Chen shrugged slightly, and the invisible spiritual power moved the heavenly demon sable that was curled up in the corner directly out and placed it in front of him. At this moment, they stared at each other wide-eyed. The heavenly demon sable swallowed hard and immediately tried to escape. However, with his invisible spiritual power at his side, how could Lin Chen possibly let the other party have his way? He sized up the celestial sable, a playful smile playing on his lips, and said, "Sure enough, there's a guy stealing food inside this stone talisman." The heavenly demon sable tried several times, but couldn't break free from this invisible spiritual force. Frustrated, it could only jump around in place and speak in human language. "How dare you? You brat! I am the infamous heavenly demon sable, the former owner of the stone talisman. I can eat whatever I want." Lin Chen nodded and said, "But now I am the owner of the stone talisman." The heavenly demon sable hesitated, its small black paws unsure of what to do. He changed the subject and questioned, "How did your mental strength improve so quickly? It wasn't this powerful before." In fact, the heavenly demon sable had already awakened when the ancestral stone recognized its master. Now, after absorbing a lot of energy, he can temporarily move around in this mental space. Naturally, during this process, she learned that Lin Chen was practicing martial arts here, and she sensed a significant change in his mental strength. He's become a talisman master. What else could it be? Lin Chen didn't seem to care about that question at all. He looked at the heavenly demon sable and asked, "Don't you intend to tell me about your situation? I'm not one to be worried about unknown risks." Even if Lin Chen knew the origins of the heavenly demon sable, the other party did not. Therefore, he needed to make the heavenly demon sable lower its guard, or at least not have any ill intentions towards him. Moreover, it's quite normal to bring up this issue now. If Lin Chen hadn't asked, then it would have been the heavenly demon sable who would have been nervous. "Considering your talent as a sword immortal, you can just call me Brother Dio." Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, the heavenly demon sable hesitated for a moment, and after sizing him up, continued. Rather than saying that I was the owner of the stone talisman before, it would be more accurate to say that I only had a taste of it and didn't have time to enjoy it. After all, I had only had it for a short time when I was hunted down here, so much so that I had to self-destruct to wipe out those enemies and hide here. He sighed, placed his two small black paws on his waist, paced back and forth, and said with a complicated expression, I must say this stone talisman has both advantages and disadvantages. Without it, I wouldn't have died. But without it, my demonic spirit would also cease to exist. Lin Chen pretended not to know and followed up on this pretext, asking, You said demon spirit. Is your current state a demon spirit? What is a demon spirit? Although it was just a normal question, it made the heavenly demon Sable tense up immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand and said, This is not important, not important. Anyway, you don't need it. Good heavens! How could he dare say that this demon spirit is a great tonic for other people? All right. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. The heavenly demon Sable had no intention of showing itself. It was only discovered by Lin Chen's spiritual power that it was moved out. He felt that Lin Chen probably wouldn't have any improper thoughts about him, and continued. I can't help you in my current state. Don't even think about it. Do what you did before and continue doing it in the future. I won't bother you. After saying that, the heavenly demon Sable planned to run back. This place is far too dangerous. It was much safer where I slept before. You're so weak. Don't you want to recover? Lin Chen withdrew his invisible spiritual power, looked at the vanished figure of the heavenly demon Sable, and asked calmly. He knew very well that what the other party needed now was a large amount of spiritual medicine to restore itself, rather than hiding inside and stealing a little energy. The difference between the two was still significant. It's unknown how many years it will take for the latter to recover to its original state. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon Sable showed a conflicted expression. He did want to recover. But, what do you mean by that? After some deliberation, the heavenly demon Sable obediently approached Lin Chen and asked, Or rather, what are your conditions? He didn't believe that the other party would help him recover for no reason. What other conditions could there be? I just thought you'd be quite familiar with this stone talisman. I imagine there's more to this place than just martial arts practice. Lin Chen said quite frankly, being able to enhance your strength with the stone talisman will at least give you a bit more safety. After all, you probably don't want this stone talisman to fall into someone else's hands and then end up like me, coming here and taking your demon spirit. As he said this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. This sent a chill down the spine of the heavenly demon Sable, who quickly said, Of course I can do such a small thing, Brother Dio. He wiped his forehead with his little black paw, looking somewhat nervous. The main reason is that he remembers that besides Lin Chen, Lin Dong also knows about this ancestral stone. The latter, in particular, is very likely to be recognized as a master by the ancestral stone. If it weren't for the ancestral stone automatically choosing its master, the heavenly demon Sable would probably be facing that brat Lin Dong right now. However, there is not much difference, since the ancestral stone is shared by Lin Chen and Lin Dong. Through trial and error, Lin Chen had long since learned to directly enter the spiritual space through the ancestral stone imprint in his palm, while the ancestral stone remained with Lin Dong. In essence, he is merely the nominal owner. With Lin Chen granting him access, Lin Dong was also able to enter this mental space. Anyway, it won't affect Lin Dong's cultivation, since he's already at the mid-stage of the earthly origin realm. Without the help of the ancestral stone, how could we have reached this point so quickly? Some people just can't see things clearly. Tusk. There are many things here that can enhance your strength. However, unfortunately, they are sealed and cannot be used for the time being. As for this place, I think the only thing that can enhance your mental power is that mental millstone. When the heavenly demon sable got to this point, its expression became more serious, and it reminded him. Never let anyone else know about the existence of the stone talisman, otherwise it will be a great threat to you and Lin Dong. I ended up in such a miserable state because of this stone talisman, and I don't want to lose even the last demon's spirit. Over the past few months, he has learned about the relationship between Lin Chen and Lin Dong, and also understands how to use the ancestral stone. Therefore, he had to remind Lin Chen and Lin Dong to keep it a secret, as it concerned their lives and safety, and needed to be taken seriously. Chapter 57, could this conscript be backing out at the last minute? Don't worry about this. I promised Lin Dong, so I will keep it a secret. Upon hearing the other party's instructions, Lin Chen assured him, I'll talk to my brother about it later. If Lin Dong weren't currently busy helping Lin Xiao mine the Yang Yuan stone vein, the two of them would definitely be cultivating martial arts in this spiritual space. Come with me, the mental millstone is over here. The heavenly demon sable was merely giving instructions. It didn't believe Lin Chen and Lin Dong would be foolish enough to cause such a situation. He was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he leaped into a dark corner and disappeared. Lin Chen took a look and followed them. After a flash of white light, he opened his eyes again and found himself in a new mental space. Two enormous crystal millstones appeared before them, spinning continuously, emanating indescribable and peculiar fluctuations that seemed to distort the surrounding space. This thing is called the spirit grinding mill. As the name suggests, it is used to refine your mental power by constantly crushing and restoring it, and repeating this process countless times. The heavenly demon Sable chuckled and said, It's not so simple to improve your mental strength through the mental grinding wheel. You need to rely on a strong will to endure it. Only if you can endure it will you succeed. If you can't endure it, then it's hopeless. It will bring you great aftereffects, and you probably won't be able to improve your mental strength for the rest of your life. Cultivation itself is not always smooth sailing. It requires constant effort and hard work. Just like this ancestral stone, the heavenly demon Sable obtained the ancestral stone, but it also brought about its own demise. This is a drawback. However, this also allowed them to survive, enabling the demon spirit to remain within the ancestral stone, a meager but significant benefit. And this mental millstone is where fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Hee, brother Mink, I've used it before, and I still remember the taste vividly. The heavenly demon Sable rubbed its small black paws together, a mischievous grin on its face, and said this. He really wanted to see Lin Chen screaming in agony from the mental torment. After all, he was greatly shocked by the speed at which the other party mastered martial arts in the mental space. Now he has to have a chance to see the other person make a fool of themselves. Okay, I've written it down. After gaining a general understanding of the situation of the mental grinding wheel, Lin Chen also went to walk around it. Their physical form in the spiritual space is their spiritual body. To enhance one's mental strength through this mental millstone. Therefore, one needs to immerse oneself in the mental millstone, being constantly crushed and ground down by its constant grinding speed. This method of tempering mental power is far superior to Lin Chen's method of constantly compressing his mental power to enhance it. That's right, danger and opportunity coexist. Using the mind millstone requires immense courage and perseverance. How about giving it a try? With an undisguised wicked grin, the heavenly demon Sable urged Lin Chen on. No rush. I'll set up the Yangyuan stone vein in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world first. Lin Chen shook his head. Although the mental grinding wheel was good, he needed to rest for a while and catch his breath afterward. This back and forth will take up a lot of time. He first settled the Yangyuan stone vein and made sure the spiritual energy in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world was abundant. Once the innate yin pearl within his body is fully condensed, he can infuse the Azure Dragon Ring's small world with innate yin energy to neutralize the rich yang energy from the Yang Yuan stone vein, thus creating conditions for living and cultivation within the azure dragon ring's small world. If another yin-yuan stone vein is found, a similar effect of yin-yang harmony can be achieved. The azure dragon ring's small world. When the demon sable heard this, it was also taken aback. His eyes gleamed, and he asked with great curiosity, "Are you talking about the Kaiyankun bag?" As for the Kaiyankun bag, there's no problem putting in a few Yang Yuan stones. However, even a small Yang Yuan stone vein would be difficult to accommodate. No, isn't it obvious that it's the azure dragon ring's small world? When Lin Chen finished speaking, he looked at the heavenly demon sable and asked, "Why don't we go take a look?" Did you really think that he came here to drag out the heavenly demon sable just to meet him, or simply to obtain the mental grinding disc to temper his mental power? No, no, no. He wanted the heavenly demon sable to manage the azure dragon ring's small world for him. Given the other party's insight and experience, their management of the azure dragon ring's small world will definitely be more effective than his. Simply put, he came to conscript men. The heavenly demon sable was somewhat skeptical that Lin Chen possessed a small world. How could someone of that level possibly have access to or even control such a small world? It must be fake. He snorted and said, "Brother Dio, I'm just a demon spirit now and can't live without the stone talisman. Otherwise, why would I be so cooperative? I just want you to find some spiritual medicine to help me recover." Despite his refusal, he actually really wanted to do it. Unfortunately, the conditions didn't allow it. That's easy. I just need to connect the entrance to the azure dragon ring's small world with the stone talisman's spiritual space, and then even spiritual beings or demon spirits can enter it. Lin Chen had already thought it through and verified its feasibility. However, for the time being, it can only allow the spiritual body to move from the spiritual space of the stone talisman to the small world of the azure dragon ring, and cannot reverse the movement. Therefore, this is a one-way passage. Really? The heavenly demon sable looked completely incredulous, but when he saw a cyan halo suddenly appear in the spiritual space of the stone talisman, he was immediately taken aback. He didn't understand what level of treasure this azure dragon ring's small world was, that it could actually connect to the ancestral stone. How come he didn't know before? Oh right, he hadn't mastered a small world before, so naturally he had no way of knowing about it. The azure dragon ring's small world. Lin Chen was the first to flash into it, grabbing the Yang Yuan stone vein enveloped in a cyan halo in his hand. Then he looked around, momentarily at a loss as to where to place it. Although the Yang Yuan stone vein has a rich yang energy that can bring a lot of heaven and earth energy to the azure dragon ring's small world, spiritual herbs planted in the herb field cannot stay nearby for long, as they may not be able to adapt, and it would be counterproductive. A demonic beast like the fire python tiger, which is at the heavenly origin realm, would likely find this rich yang energy very appealing. The opponent is a fire attribute demon beast, and is also at the heavenly origin realm, so it has a considerable need for yang gang qi. Lin Chen guessed that under such circumstances, it wouldn't be long before the fire python tiger could cultivate from its current heavenly origin realm to the Yuan Dan realm. With the spiritual liquid improving the other person's physique, coupled with the rich yang energy and the spiritual herbs planted in the medicinal field, there are basically no surprises. However, these troublesome matters should be left to the new recruits he brought in. Since the heavenly demon sable has nothing else to do while staying in the ancestral stone, it's better to let him manage the azure dragon ring's small world. The medicinal herbs in the herb field need careful tending. We can't very well trouble the tiger mother with her 2 cubs to do it, can we? Lin Chen looked at the little fire python tiger cub and the little white tiger cub. The 2 had already opened their eyes and were playing around. The fire python tiger demon mother was watching them. After briefly greeting Tiger Mom, he turned his head to look at the blue halo and asked, "Hey, why aren't you coming over yet?" Could this able-bodied man be backing out at the last minute? Chapter 58, Tusk Tusk. Guys from small towns don't have much of a keen eye. Upon hearing these words, the heavenly demon Sable in the ancestral stone's spiritual space showed even greater tension on its face. Could this guy be deliberately tricking him out so he can devour his demon spirit? No, that shouldn't be the case. If that's the case, the other party can take action in the mental space. There's no need for this extra step. So, could it be that they plan to eliminate him? After all, he is still somewhat weak, and it would be difficult for him to manage without the ancestral stone. The heavenly demon Sable was very conflicted and could only cautiously peek its head out. Through the cyan aura, he also sensed that the other side seemed to be a small world. At least the primordial energy of heaven and earth is relatively thin, and the laws of heaven and earth seem somewhat weak, but it is still quite complete. Could it really be a small world? The heavenly demon Sable found it hard to believe. How could Lin Chen possibly control such a small world? He swallowed hard, glanced at Lin Chen, who was staring at him with disdain, and forced himself to remain calm, clearing his throat as he said, "I didn't realize you actually had a miniature world." Black Little Paws scrambled to pull themselves out of the blue halo. Only after the heavenly demon Sable personally stepped onto the ground of the Azure, Dragon Ring's small world, did he realize that he wasn't dreaming, but that it was actually real. He thought it would take many years to emerge from the ancestral stone. Unexpectedly, I was able to come out now, merely in the form of a demon spirit. Even a brief appearance is a very good thing for the heavenly demon Sable. And when the demon Sable's gaze fell upon the heavenly origin realm demon beast Fire Python Tiger, he was startled and quickly tried to jump back into the ancestral stone spiritual space. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted quickly and grabbed the other person, saying, "This is Tiger Mom, one of our own, she won't devour you." "But, Brother Dio, I am a demon spirit, a highly nourishing substance." The heavenly demon Sable felt the Fire Python Tiger's brutal gaze fixed on him, and his legs went weak. Confused, he asked, "How can your Azure Dragon Ring's small world contain these things?" The herb field contained many medicinal plants, and nearby stood a Fire Python Tiger with 2 cubs. Most importantly, one of these 2 tiger cubs possesses a special mutated bloodline, while the other is actually a white tiger. The heavenly demon Sable, being a member of the demon race, knew all too well that this was definitely a genuine white tiger cub, not some fake creature with only a pretty face. That's a difficult question to answer. Lin Chen didn't really want to answer this question. There was absolutely no need to. He pointed to the medicinal herbs in the nearby herb field and said, "You need to recover, right? I'll find some seeds of medicinal herbs another day, and you can help take care of them. Maybe then you'll have a chance to take them sooner and restore your strength." The heavenly demon Sable glared at him and asked, "Are you planning to use me, your brother, as a medicinal herb? Besides, how can a spiritual herb mature so quickly? I'll have to wait for decades, even centuries." He just thought about it briefly and felt it was absolutely necessary to refuse. "All right, whatever you want." Lin Chen shrugged slightly, took a crystal cinnabar fruit from the herb field, handed it to the heavenly demon Sable, and said, "It's just a 3rd-grade spiritual medicine. Don't be picky." Upon seeing the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from the crystal fruit, the heavenly demon Sable's expression softened considerably, and it snorted softly. "That's more like it. For the sake of the elixir, Brother Mink won't hold it against you." He hugged the crystal fruit and started biting into it, feeling the medicinal power being absorbed by himself. The feeling was so wonderful that it made him very happy. He then turned his burning gaze to the medicinal field where spiritual herbs were planted. How is this possible? The heavenly demon Sable was greatly surprised. He actually saw that in the medicinal field, On the spiritual plant from which Lin Chen had just picked the crystal vermilion fruit, a small bud had sprouted again, and it looked like it would bloom soon. The next moment, it had indeed grown up and blossomed. This scene made the heavenly demon Sable rub its eyes, thinking that it was hallucinating because it had been in the ancestral stone's spiritual space for too long. But clearly, that's not the case. Before long, the flower had already produced tiny, unripe fruits. As the vital energy of heaven and earth flowed in, this crystal vermilion fruit plant began to continuously nurture the crystal vermilion fruit. Yes, it's a change in the flow of time. After a brief moment of shock, the heavenly demon Sable realized the reason for the change in the crystal vermilion fruit, a spiritual herb. It is obvious that the flow of time within the area designated by the medicinal field has been artificially altered. When the flow of time accelerates, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth keeps up, the ripening speed of the medicinal plants and fruits in the herb field will also accelerate. Herbs that might have taken decades or even centuries to grow in the past can be matured in the blink of an eye. Such ripening methods may not affect the medicinal efficacy of the fruit of the medicinal plant. At least the crystal vermilion fruit that the heavenly demon Sable just tasted was significantly more potent than the one he had stolen from the ancestral stone. The taste and aroma will also be sweeter and richer. You're only realizing it now. It really has changed the flow of time. Lin Chen looked at the heavenly demon Sable, smiled slightly, and asked, "How about it? This is much better than you aimlessly fighting for spiritual herbs, right? After all, you can combine the spiritual herbs you grow yourself to take them, and the effect will definitely be better." He didn't believe that the heavenly demon Sable, in its current weakened state, would refuse such a temptation. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the heavenly demon Sable is also quite interested in raising the white tiger cubs. With the heavenly demon Sable's previous strength at the peak of the death-profound realm and its past experience, it was more than capable of laying a solid foundation for the white tiger cub. Sure enough, the demon Sable quickly revealed a look of utter greed, nodding repeatedly and saying, "No problem, of course there's no problem. Mature medicinal plants are very difficult to obtain. However, immature medicinal plants are still easy to obtain." With his abilities, coupled with the ability to change his methods using such a time flow, he could achieve his goals. Next, wouldn't he be able to freely take elixirs? However, I have one condition. The heavenly demon Sable realized something very important: the white tiger cubs. He doesn't object to the fire python raising the white tiger cubs, but if he wants to become strong, he certainly can't let the other party do it. "You want mine, no problem." Lin Chen pretended not to understand the other person's expression, raised the Yang Yuan stone or vein in his hand, which was covered in a blue halo, and said cheerfully, "This Yang Yuan stone mine is currently a vital pillar of the spiritual energy within the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. I didn't expect you to want to mine it, but I respect your wishes, so the mining of Yang Yuan stones is now entrusted to you." These words caught the heavenly demon Sable off guard. He just wanted to take care of the white tiger cubs, not come to mine. Moreover, he couldn't understand how such a large Yangyuan stone mine could be shrunk to such a miniature size by the other party. After calming down slightly, the heavenly demon Sable suspected that Lin Chen was deliberately testing him. After all, Lin Chen probably already knew about the special nature of the white tiger cub. Mining Yangyuan stone, right? Well, that's not impossible. After some consideration, the heavenly demon Sable tentatively agreed. However, you have to let me teach the white tiger cub and that little fire python tiger cub. You can rest assured, I used to be the overlord of the demon realm. I will definitely not lead you astray. That's all he asks for right now. Normally, he wouldn't even bother with these things. However, there are always special circumstances that force him to give up his boring recuperation time. At least, He felt that the main troubles were the medicinal herbs in the herb field and teaching the two naughty tiger cubs. Things like mining ore shouldn't be a big problem. The heavenly demon Sable glanced at the miniature Yang Yuan stone vein in Lin Chen's hand and felt even more reassured. Is this really what you call a Yang Yuan stone vein? Tusk, guys from small towns, their eyesight isn't very good. Chapter 59, Pure Yin and Pure Yang Gathering Spirit Array. Well, Lin Chen was well aware that the heavenly demon Sable was now asking for his help, rather than him asking for the other party's help. This prevented him from outwardly appearing very eager. Otherwise, the other party will inevitably have some confidence. As the master of the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, he definitely needs to be in control of the overall situation. I've handed the two little ones over to the tiger mother. You should understand why. After all, tiger cubs need enough nutrition to grow strong. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon Sable immediately understood. He looked at the heavenly origin realm demon beast, the fire python tiger, and realized that it was indeed a tiger mother, irreplaceable. What I mean is, teach them to become stronger, you understand? It's definitely not acceptable to have the heavenly demon Sable nurse the baby. Then ask Tiger Mom's opinion. If she agrees, then I will naturally agree as well. After some deliberation, Lin Chen realized that in order for the fire python tiger to take the initiative in raising the two tiger cubs, he needed to consider this point in advance so that the heavenly demon Sable wouldn't lead his white tiger cubs astray. The heavenly demon Sable swallowed hard. If its demonic body were still intact, it would naturally not be afraid of the other party. But he is now just a demon spirit. Whether for martial artists or demonic beasts, it's a great tonic. Is this fiery python tiger going to eat him whole? After a while of wild thoughts, the heavenly demon Sable realized that it was probably just overthinking. If the other party wants to get rid of him, there's absolutely no need for all this nonsense. After all, if they can control the time rules of this Azure Dragon Ring's small world at will, then dealing with him will be a piece of cake. Tiger Mom. The heavenly demon Sable hesitated for a moment, then, under the scrutinizing gaze of the fire python tiger, stammered. I used to be the heavenly demon Sable, a powerful demon race expert at the level of the demon realm overlord. If you don't want your tiger cubs to only reach the Yuan Dan realm at best in the future, then you might as well let me teach them. The fire python tiger remained unmoved. If you want to take advantage of her child, you'd better have something to prove yourself. After all, she couldn't understand anything about the demon realm. I have a fragment of the demon scripture, here, enough for you to cultivate to the level of human form. The heavenly demon Sable knew that to gain the fire python tiger's trust, it had to offer some benefits. Fortunately, he was indeed a genuine powerhouse in the past. Furthermore, he is quite familiar with the techniques of the demon race. To give the fire python tiger a brighter future, it's clear that besides consuming rare and precious herbs that can transform and evolve it, the only other option is to change its cultivation techniques. The incomplete demon scripture was obtained by the heavenly demon Sable before. However, since he no longer needed it when he acquired it, he didn't pay much attention to it. Thinking about it now, this incomplete demon scripture should be of considerable help to the fire python tiger, a demon beast in the heavenly origin realm. Lin Chen stood to the side, not saying a word, just watching quietly. With the heavenly demon Sable around, Tiger Mom and the others definitely won't go hungry. That put his mind at ease. The fire python tiger examined the situation for a moment before nodding slightly in agreement. It sounds like there shouldn't be any problems. Cultivation techniques suitable for demonic beasts are extremely rare. In fact, after seeing the heavenly demon Sable being brought into this Azure Dragon Ring's small world, and sensing the aura of a powerful demon race member emanating from it, the fire python tiger was not at all wary. Rather than believing in the heavenly demon sable, it's more accurate to believe in Lin Chen. In a very simple situation, if they receive even a small benefit, they'll definitely agree. Although this demon scripture is an incomplete piece, based on my experience, I judge that it is definitely more powerful than other cultivation methods. Of course, these are just my personal judgments. The actual situation will depend on specific cultivation practices. The heavenly demon sable breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Anyway, Tiger Mom, don't worry, little Sable would never have any bad intentions. He was telling the truth. He really didn't have any bad intentions. If you want to rise again, you can't act the way you used to. You need trustworthy people around you otherwise. The heavenly demon Sable felt somewhat distressed when it thought about the past. With a wave of his hand, a golden light pierced into the fire python tiger's forehead. Next, I will help you, Tiger Mom, complete your cultivation of the demon scripture here. Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded slightly and said, This spiritual channel can connect to the spiritual space of the ancestral stone. Adio, you can handle it yourself. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll try my best to find it. He paused, then continued. As for this Yang Yuan stone vein, where do you think would be a more suitable location? The heavenly demon Sable surveyed the azure dragon ring's small world, which was about 3,000 cubic meters in size, and had to be said to be quite excellent. He narrowed his small eyes slightly and asked, If you were to find another Yin Yuan stone vein later, it would greatly improve the cultivation environment of the entire azure dragon ring's small world. I could also benefit from it. With a whoosh, he immediately darted away. Let's go here, which is currently the central point of the azure dragon ring's small world. Based on the Yang Yuan stone vein and the Yin Yuan stone vein, set up a pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array. Later, if conditions permit, we can replace it on this basis. The heavenly demon Sable has now changed its mind about staying in the ancestral stone and waiting to recover. It feels necessary to first take care of the azure dragon ring's small world. That way, he can stay here in the future and have a way out. Instead of helping Lin Chen manage this azure dragon ring's small world, it's better to think about it this way, and then you'll feel much better. After all, it's for my own benefit, so I have to make sure I'm comfortable. The Yin Yuan stone vein. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to find in the near future. Lin Chen frowned and continued. However, you can take care of the pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array first, and I will try my best to find it. He glanced at the location and size of the pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array drawn by the heavenly demon Sable, and realized that the other party had underestimated the so-called miniature Yang Yuan stone vein within the cyan halo. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Chen's unusual expression, the heavenly demon Sable also asked. He looked down to check, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with the pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array. You don't actually think the Yang Yuan stone vein is small, do you? Lin Chen pointed to the area, defined by the runes formed by the spiritual energy of the pure yin and pure yang gathering spirit array, and reminded him. I suggest we go for something bigger. This is a medium-sized Yang Yuan stone vein. It probably can't be contained in this area. The heavenly demon Sable looked at the Yang Yuan stone vein in the blue halo with a puzzled expression, then stretched out its two small, black paws and gestured there. After confirming several times, he said with certainty, Can. Seeing how confident the other party was, Lin Chen decided not to say anything more. He took out the divine craftsmanship shovel and poked it into the blue halo. Under the extremely shocked gaze of the heavenly demon Sable, the enormous Yang Yuan stone vein, resembling a fire dragon, had already broken free from its seal. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. In an instant, a mountain range entirely composed of Yang Yuan stones appeared within the azure dragon ring's small world. From a distance, It looks like a fire dragon lying on the ground. When the heavenly demon sable saw its pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array collapse under the weight of the yang yuan stone vein, it had no time to feel sorry for itself, but instead exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, how did it suddenly get so big? Chapter 60, The Mental Grinding Mill. The heavenly demon sable swallowed hard as it looked at the Yangyuan stone vein that had revealed its true form. To be honest, he had just thought about the size of the Yangyuan stone vein enveloped in the cyan aura. But he really didn't expect it to be this big. Moreover, he never imagined that there was such a method to preserve the Yangyuan stone vein intact, turn it into a miniature version of the previous one, and restore it to its original state in the blink of an eye. This kind of Sumeru technique greatly amazed the heavenly demon sable. Adaio, I already told you, the range of the pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array you set up is too small. Lin Chen shrugged slightly and said innocently, Now, you have to start all over again yourself. The heavenly demon sable was speechless. How could it have known that the Yang Yuan stone vein, which was enveloped by that azure halo, would actually be the enormous creature before it, standing tall and winding like a fire dragon? He paused for a moment before saying quietly, No problem, but what is this shovel of yours? The heavenly demon sable realized that the reason it possessed such abilities was not due to Lin Chen's own power, but rather to the blue divine shovel in his hand. Simply infuse it with elemental energy, and the divine shovel will transform the object into a miniature version. It's incredibly convenient, simply amazing. It's just a regular shovel, nothing special. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. In any case, he had already recognized this divine shovel as his own, and if anyone else had it, it would really just be an ordinary shovel. So, there's nothing wrong with answering it this way. Real. The heavenly demon sable looked suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, it tentatively asked, I didn't know the Yang Yuan stone vein was so large before. Why don't you restore it to its previous state, and I'll demarcate the area specifically. That way, the pure yin and pure yang gathering spirit array can be used ahead of schedule. Incidentally, he checked the condition of the divine shovel. The other party has successfully piqued his interest, so there's no reason not to take this opportunity to find out more. Sure. Lin Chen casually shoveled at the Yang Yuan stone vein, and a blue halo transformed the vein back into a miniature version, enveloping it. This scene still left the heavenly demon sable, who was somewhat prepared, speechless with astonishment. Your shovel, is it some kind of superhuman thing? To be honest, even during his peak years, he had never seen such an amazing shovel. If we had a divine shovel, we could uproot and take away many ancient relics that have stood for a long time. Why bother competing with other peerless geniuses? There's absolutely no need for that. It's better to bring it back and figure it out yourself. Thinking of this, the heavenly demon sable's gaze toward the divine craftsmanship shovel became exceptionally fervent. Its two small, black claws rubbed together, as if it really wanted to take it away. Forget about it, only I can use it. Seeing the coveted heavenly demon sable, Lin Chen chuckled and reminded him. Hurry up, or if there's nothing else, I'll just leave. He'll have to try out the mental millstone later. It's pretty good at boosting mental power. That's right, it requires enduring a lot of hardship, and most people can't stick to it. No, let's chat some more. With a mischievous grin, the heavenly demon sable stretched out its small, black paws and touched the divine craftsmanship shovel. Its little eyes still held some confusion, wondering what material this thing was made of. He could only chuckle awkwardly, and gave up the idea of exploring the divine shovel. With the pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array, based on the Yang Yuan stone mine in this azure dragon ring small world, the basic conditions for cultivation can be met. The medicinal herb field can also be developed to a certain extent, so you need to prepare more spiritual herbs. Besides, don't you want to change the environment here? The heavenly demon Sable looked at the azure dragon Ring's small world, which it would frequently visit in the future, and saw that it was still barren, and felt quite sad. He pondered for a while and wrote down a list. These can be used for now. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen's expression became slightly strange. After pondering for a while, he still didn't say anything more. Let the heavenly demon Sable cause trouble here. With its discerning eye, it shouldn't make a mess of the azure dragon Ring's small world. Besides, his initial idea was simply to recruit the other party as a laborer. Now that the other party has taken such a proactive approach, what else can he say? Next, after a flurry of activity, the pure yin and pure yang spirit gathering array of the azure dragon Ring's small world was successfully established. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth far surpasses that generated within the azure dragon Ring's own small world. With such favorable conditions, it won't be long before this place is completely transformed. At the very least, there will be natural environments such as forests, grasslands, and rivers here. Lin Chen passed through the cyan halo and returned to the spiritual space of the ancestral stone. After a flash of white light, he also saw the two huge crystal millstones. If you don't want to suffer in the future, then you must first endure hardship. Lin Chen stared at the crystal millstone and murmured something. He then plunged straight into the junction of the two enormous crystal millstones. The seemingly constant speed of the crystal millstone instantly attracted Lin Chen, and its terrifying power crushed him mercilessly. Even though Lin Chen was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, finding it utterly terrifying. However, once you start, it's very difficult to stop. Lin Chen's spiritual body was being continuously tempered under the crushing force of the enormous crystal millstone. The intense pain, unlike anything he had ever experienced, filled Lin Chen's mind, making it difficult for him to remain clear-headed. Click, click, click. The crushing force of the crystal millstone shattered Lin Chen's solid spiritual body, causing it to crack and explode. The spiritual entity dispersed into countless points of spiritual light, shining like a sky full of stars in this dark space. Between the two enormous crystal millstones, a ray of white light appeared at just the right moment. As if it were the central master, it drew back countless scattered spiritual points of light and recondensed them into Lin Chen's spiritual body. Interesting. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling his mental strength being tempered and improved. He stared at the crystal millstone, a joyful expression on his face. What does it mean to reap the rewards after hardship? Clearly, this is the result of the spirit body persevering after being constantly crushed by the crystal millstone. Lin Chen was once again placed inside the crystal millstone, constantly enduring the terrifying crushing force of the other party to temper his mental strength. Crushed, burst, restored. This continued for 25 times before Lin Chen finally stopped. He felt he could hold on for a while longer, but considering it was his first time undergoing such rigorous training, he needed to take it slow and gradually adapt. Otherwise, this wouldn't be tempering one's mental strength, but rather causing long-term damage to one's mental strength due to excessive exertion. Lin Chen wouldn't do something that would be a losing proposition. Chapter 61, Refining the Divine Sword. Inside the room, Lin Chen opened his eyes and felt a wave of dizziness and coldness. This method of cultivating mental strength is quite taxing on one's energy, so a balance between work and rest is necessary. According to the records in the Refining Spirit chapter, after tempering my spiritual power through the mental millstone 25 times, it shouldn't be long before I try to break through to the second seal talisman master. Lin Chen sensed the condition of his natal talisman within his Nuan palace, and after seeing a significant improvement compared to before, he nodded in satisfaction. He began to browse the rest of the talisman scripture, namely the section on spiritual techniques. What is called a spiritual secret technique? As is well known, Martial artists can cultivate martial arts techniques, which can bring immense power. Martial arts techniques require the use of yuan energy to activate them. Spiritual techniques are a different kind of martial arts, but they are limited to those who cultivate spiritual power, such as talisman masters. To unleash a mental technique, one must use mental energy to activate it. Martial arts manuals are divided into different grades, and spiritual techniques are also differentiated by quality. The mystical skills are divided into ordinary level, refined level, chi level, divine level, and even higher quality beyond divine level. Generally speaking, the vast majority of talisman masters can only use ordinary level mental techniques. The profession of talisman master is great. Not only can you have the skills to refine weapons and forge treasures and set up magic arrays, but you can also make talisman puppets to act as your subordinates. When it is inconvenient to show your face, you can use talisman puppets to do things. Overall, the future of talisman masters is bright. Lin Chen has no immediate plans to create a talisman puppet. That would require collecting a lot of materials and spending a lot of effort to refine the corresponding parts, each of which contains a number of condensed runes. Moreover, in order to activate the talisman puppet, in addition to its own elemental power, it can also use other treasures with elemental power or other energy sources to activate it. That thing costs money. At this beginner stage, Lin Chen felt it was completely unnecessary. He could just observe. It's better to cultivate spiritual secret techniques. That will bring you strength much faster. Refining the divine sword. After browsing through the mental techniques suitable for a first-level talisman master, Lin Chen also chose such a mental technique. If we say that the spiritual secret techniques that a talisman master can cultivate are of the ordinary level, the refining god sword that Lin Chen has chosen is one of the best among ordinary-level spiritual techniques. To condense one's own spiritual power into a tangible weapon. Following the instructions on refining the divine sword, using the secret techniques of the spirit, Lin Chen began to silently try it out. After being tempered by the mental millstone, his natal talisman, the azure lotus sword seal, became even more solid. As Lin Chen released his spiritual power, he focused it in front of him. As he continuously refined and compressed his spiritual power, it began to take on the outline of a small sword, refining the divine sword. Spiritual power is inherently invisible, and the divine refining sword formed from it retains the corresponding characteristics. Lin Chen can choose to make it tangible or intangible. Regardless, this kind of mental technique is definitely a huge threat to other martial artists who have not cultivated mental power. Most importantly, it can achieve the effect of catching the enemy off guard and launching an attack when they are unprepared. Lin Chen nodded secretly. In front of him, the divine refining sword quickly materialized. He glanced at the small, sky-blue sword, which was engraved with sizable patterns. It was the mark of a blue lotus. He thought about it for a moment and then understood. Once spiritual power is condensed in one's natal talisman, it already possesses special characteristics. Why can some people tell who did something just by looking at the runes? It's because of the characteristics of the natal rune, which gives the rune a special quality. Like the azure lotus mark, Lin Chen felt that he would also have runes that he could condense based on his spiritual power in the future. The previous spirit communication talismans were just like this. Lin Chen casually toyed with the refining god sword, and the feeling of doing whatever he wanted with it made him slightly addicted. It must be said that this method of being able to wield the divine refining sword and launch an attack in the blink of an eye is quite impressive. Go! Lin Chen stared intently at a stool on the ground. The refining god sword instantly arrived at its target location, unleashing an extremely powerful mental attack. In the blink of an eye, the bench had been cut into several pieces. Its cut is extremely smooth. This is really interesting. Its power is already comparable to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Generally speaking, the martial arts realm corresponding to a talisman master is the earthly origin realm, so the strongest power is probably limited to the earthly origin realm. However, Lin Chen has no such restrictions at all. You should know that the reason why Lin Chen was able to easily intercept and kill Lei Nuo and Lei Weiying, two enemies at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm, with his peak earthly origin realm cultivation, was not only because of the powerful force of the Azure Lotus sword drawing style, but also because his true combat strength had reached the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. The power of the refining God sword has now reached the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. It can be said that his strength as a talisman master has caught up with that of a martial artist. Combined, Lin Chen's true combat strength will far exceed that of the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Based on Lin Chen's own cultivation level requirements, he may have already reached the peak of the heavenly origin realm, or even the half-step Yuan Dan realm. Taking a gamble might just be the best way to kill a Yuan Dan realm expert. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. In the short term, dealing with the Lei family shouldn't be a problem.